Hello my swaggy friends. We finally made it to my favourite day of the year, so why don't we get snuggled up and let me tell you a story here tonight, through time to discover how a Celtic harvest festival transformed into the holiday we know today called Halloween, complete with candy, costumes and carved pumpkins. This is a story about how human traditions evolve, adapt and survive across thousands of years, and how something as simple as acknowledging the changing seasons became one of the world's most beloved celebrations. If you're new here, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find your comfy spot for sleeping and let's begin. Picture yourself standing in the British Isles around 2,000 years ago, in the time before calendars hung on kitchen walls and before anyone had invented weekends. You're living in a world where the rhythm of your entire existence follows the sun and the seasons, where survival depends on reading nature's signals better than you read any book. The Celtic people who inhabited these misty islands understood something we've largely forgotten in our climate-controlled modern lives. The year doesn't really begin in January. For agricultural societies, the year begins when everything dies and goes to sleep. The Celtic New Year started on November 1st, which meant that October 31st was New Year's Eve, but not the kind with champagne and party hats. They called this transition point Samhain, which simply meant summer's end. And if that sounds melancholy, well, it was supposed to be. This was the moment when the abundance of summer and autumn gave way to the lean darkness of winter, when livestock had to be culled because there wasn't enough feed to sustain them all, when you looked at your grain stores and did some very serious math about whether you'd make it to spring. The Celts believed that on this particular night something remarkable happened. The boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead became permeable, like a curtain that had grown thin from age and use. Not in a scary movie way, but in a matter-of-fact way that made perfect sense to people who lived so close to death as a daily reality. Think about it. You've just slaughtered animals for winter provisions. The fields that were green and golden are now brown and barren. The trees have dropped their leaves like they're undressing for bed. Everything around you is dying or sleeping. Of course, this would feel like the moment when the dead might return to visit. The whole landscape was whispering about mortality. But here's what's interesting, and comforting in its own way. The Celts didn't see this thinning of the veil as purely frightening. Yes, malevolent spirits might slip through, but so might your beloved grandmother who died last winter, or the warrior who fell in battle, or the child who didn't make it past infancy. The dead weren't monsters. They were your people, just existing in a different state. The Samhain celebrations reflected this complex understanding. Communities would gather for massive bonfires, and we're not talking about the tame campfires you might enjoy during a camping trip. These were enormous blazes built on hilltops, visible for miles, their smoke rising into the autumn sky like prayers or warnings or both. The word bonfire itself may come from bone fire, because these fires often consumed the bones of the slaughtered cattle, sending up smoke that was both practical waste disposal and spiritual protection. Around these fires, people would wear costumes made from animal skins and heads, though calling them costumes doesn't quite capture the meaning. These weren't decorative outfits meant to look cute or scary. They were spiritual tools, ways of disguising yourself from harmful spirits, or perhaps ways of honouring the animal whose meat would sustain you through winter. When you wore the skin of a cow, you were acknowledging the sacrifice that animal made for your survival. The Druids, the Celtic priest class who were part spiritual leader, part philosopher and part scientist, played a central role in sowing rituals. They would light the community bonfires using friction and ceremony. Then families would carry flames from this sacred fire back to their own hearths, relighting their home fires for the winter. It was a way of connecting every household to the spiritual heart of the community, of literally carrying sacred energy into your daily life. People would leave food outside their doors, offerings for the wandering dead. Imagine stepping out into the cold October night with a bowl of porridge or a piece of bread, setting it on your doorstep under a sky full of stars, acknowledging that thin boundary between here and elsewhere. It wasn't about fear, it was about respect, about maintaining good relationships with all the inhabitants of the universe, seen and unseen. The Celts also practiced divination during Samhain, believing that this liminal time made it easier to peer into the future. Young people particularly wanted to know about love and marriage, because some things never change across millennia. They would perform rituals with nuts and apples, interpreting patterns in smoke and flame, looking for signs about who they might marry, or whether they would survive the coming winter. As you lie here thinking about those ancient people gathered around their fires, wearing animal skins, singing songs in languages that have mostly vanished, consider how vulnerable they were. No grocery stores, no central heating, no emergency services, just community, tradition, and hope that the preparations they'd made would be enough. Sowing was their way of marking that vulnerability, of saying collectively, yes, the darkness is coming, and yes, we might not all make it through, but we're in this together, and we haven't forgotten those who came before us. The sensory experience of Samhain would have been overwhelming. The smell of burning bone and wood, sweet and acrid at once. The feeling of animal fur against your skin still holding residual warmth. The taste of the feast. Probably the last time until spring you'd eat so abundantly. The sound of community singing. Voices rising to compete with the crackle of flames and the October wind. The sight of fire against darkness, and all around you, familiar faces made strange and new by costume and shadow. This was Halloween's true beginning. Not a party, not entertainment, but a sacred acknowledgement of cycles, of death and life, of community and memory, of the seen world and the mysteries that lie just beyond sight. Now let's jump forward in time, though not too far, just enough to watch the Roman Empire expand northward, like a slow-moving tide of roads, aqueducts, and very organised military formations. By 43 CE, Roman forces had invaded Britain, bringing with them an entirely different understanding of the world. The Romans encountered the Celts and their autumn traditions with the kind of reaction that conquerors often have when meeting indigenous customs, a mixture of fascination, disgust, and strategic thinking about how to incorporate these people into their empire. Rome was remarkably good at cultural absorption. They'd been doing it for centuries across the Mediterranean, turning diverse peoples into Romans while letting them keep enough of their own traditions to prevent constant rebellion. Here's where the story gets interesting, because the Romans had their own autumn festivals that, coincidentally, fell around the same time as Samhain. One was Feralia, a late October festival commemorating the dead. Another was a celebration honouring Pomona, the Roman goddess of fruit and trees, particularly apples. Notice something? Apples. The same fruit that featured prominently in Celtic Samhain divination rituals. Sometimes cultural overlap isn't about conquest or influence, it's just about the fact that humans living in similar climates with similar agriculture tend to develop similar traditions. Apples ripen in autumn everywhere, so autumn festivals in apple-growing regions tend to feature apples. It's not mystical, it's practical. But the Roman presence in Celtic territories definitely influenced how Samhain was practiced. The Romans brought organisation, record-keeping, and a tendency to schedule everything. The Celtic festival, which probably started when someone noticed the weather changing and said, "Time for sowing," became more fixed, more predictable, and more aligned with the Roman calendar. The Romans also brought wine, improved roads, heated baths, and literacy to Britain. These things might seem unrelated to Halloween's history, but they mattered. Written records meant traditions could be documented, which is partly why we know anything about ancient Celtic practices at all. Roman writers mentioned them, usually while being judgmental about barbarian customs. More importantly, the Roman Empire eventually adopted Christianity. which brings us to perhaps the most significant transformation in Halloween's history. But we're not quite there yet. First, you need to understand that for about 400 years, Celtic and Roman traditions lived side by side in Britain, blending and borrowing from each other in the organic way that cultures do when they share geography. Roman soldiers stationed in Britain for years would have participated in local festivals. Celtic aristocrats who wanted to advance in Roman society would have learned Latin and adopted Roman customs while still privately honouring their own traditions. Intermarriage would have produced children who were ethnically and culturally both, who saw no contradiction in honouring Roman and Celtic deities, or in celebrating both Feralia and Samhain. Picture a Romano-British household in, say, 300 CE. The father might be a Celtic chieftain's grandson who served in the Roman auxiliary forces. The mother might be the daughter of a Roman merchant who settled in Britain. They live in a Roman-style villa with Celtic decorations. They speak Latin in public and a Celtic language at home, and when autumn comes, they prepare for a festival that is neither purely SOWin nor purely Roman. It's something new, something hybrid, something that belongs specifically to them and their particular moment in history. This is important to understand because we often think of cultural change as one tradition replacing another, like updating software. But that's almost never how it works in real life. Instead, traditions blend, merge, and swap elements back and forth until something new emerges that contains DNA from multiple sources. Halloween as we know it isn't Celtic or Roman or Christian, it's all of them, plus everything else that came later. The Roman presence also did something else that mattered. It connected Britain to a vast trade network that stretched from Scotland to Egypt and from Spain to Syria. Ideas travelled along those Roman roads just as surely as merchants and soldiers did. A tradition observed in one province might influence practices in another. The empire was like an ancient internet, slower but just as effective at spreading memes, including cultural and religious ones. When Rome fell, and we should acknowledge that fell is a simplification of a complex process that took centuries, Britain didn't just snap back to pre-Roman Celtic culture. You can't unring a bell. The Romano-British people who remained had been changed by 4 centuries of imperial rule. Their autumn traditions reflected that hybrid identity. And then came the next great wave of cultural change, Christianity, which would transform Zoe in ways the Romans never had, not by conquering it, but by trying to convert it into something else entirely. Let's talk about what happens when an organised religion with a missionary zeal meets stubborn local traditions that have been practised for longer than anyone can remember. Spoiler: the religion rarely just erases the traditions. Instead, something more interesting occurs. By the 7th century CE, Christianity had spread throughout the former Roman Empire and beyond. Missionaries had reached Ireland, Scotland and Wales, converting Celtic peoples through a combination of genuine spiritual conviction, political necessity, and occasionally, let's be honest, conquest. But converting people, really converting them, means more than just getting them to show up at church. It means changing their understanding of the sacred, their relationship with time and seasons, and their most deeply held customs. The early Christian church faced a dilemma. They'd successfully convinced people that the Christian God was supreme, that salvation came through Christ, and that the old gods were at best irrelevant and at worst demonic. But they couldn't convince people to stop marking the transition from autumn to winter, to stop acknowledging their dead, or to stop gathering around fires when the nights grew long and cold. You can see the problem. These autumn traditions were woven into the fabric of agricultural life. They marked essential transitions: the end of harvest, the beginning of winter, the culling of livestock, and the lighting of hearth fires that would burn until spring. You couldn't just tell people to ignore these moments. They were too fundamental to survival. So the church did something brilliant, or manipulative, depending on your perspective. They decided to Christianize the existing traditions rather than eradicate them. It was a strategy they'd used successfully elsewhere, transforming pagan winter solstice celebrations into Christmas and spring fertility festivals into Easter. Now they would transform Samhain into something Christian. In 609 CE, Pope Boniface IV dedicated the Pantheon in Rome to all Christian martyrs, creating a feast day called All Martyrs' Day. Later, in the 8th century, Pope Gregory III expanded this to honour all saints, not just martyrs, and moved the celebration to November 1st. This wasn't coincidental. November 1st was Samhain's traditional end date, the beginning of the Celtic New Year. The night before November 1st became known as All Hallows' Eve, hallow being an Old English word meaning saint or holy person. Say All Hallows' Eve quickly a few times and listen to how it sounds. All Hallows' Eve, All Halloween, Halloween. There's your word origin, emerging from the natural way language evolves when people say things quickly over and over again. November 2nd was designated All Souls' Day, specifically for praying for the souls of all the dead, not just the official saints. Look at what the Church accomplished here. They created a 3-day period, October 31st through November 2nd, that officially sanctioned remembering and honouring the dead, just like Samhain had. The structure was the same, only the religious framework had changed. Medieval Christians would attend special masses during this period, praying for the souls of the departed. They believed that souls in purgatory, that intermediate state between heaven and hell, could be helped towards salvation through the prayers of the living. This wasn't so different from the Celtic belief that the living and dead could interact across the veil, that the actions of one realm could affect the other. The practical traditions evolved but didn't disappear. People still lit bonfires, though now they were blessed by priests and called soul lights, rather than protective fires against evil spirits. People still wore disguises, though now they were said to be hiding from demons rather than confusing malevolent spirits. People still left out food, though now it was for soulless. Living people, usually poor, who would go door to door offering to pray for the dead in exchange for soul cakes, small pastries marked with crosses. This practice of souling is particularly important because it's one direct ancestor of modern trick-or-treating. Picture yourself in a medieval village on All Hallows' Eve. You're poor, though in medieval times most people were, and you've heard that if you go door to door singing a particular song and offering prayers for the household's dead relatives, people will give you soul cakes. These aren't fancy desserts. They're simple spiced cakes, but they're food you don't have to provide for yourself, which in a subsistence economy is no small thing. So you go out into the October night, perhaps with your children or other villagers, and you sing, "Soul, soul, a soul cake, please good missus, a soul cake. 1 for Peter, 2 for Paul, 3 for him who made us all." The householders, who want prayers said for their deceased loved ones but perhaps don't trust their own prayers to be effective enough, or who simply believe that more prayers are better, give you cakes, ale, or money. You eat. They receive spiritual comfort, and an economic and religious transaction has occurred that satisfies everyone. The Church, meanwhile, taught that All Hallows' Eve was a time when evil spirits and demons walked abroad, one last chance for the devil to cause mischief before the holy days of All Saints and All Souls shut him down. This belief intensified the spooky aspects of the holiday, while giving them a Christian interpretation. Spirits weren't Celtic ancestors anymore. They were demons and damned souls, threats against which you needed church protection. Yet for common people, the distinction between old and new beliefs was probably blurrier than church officials wanted. Your grandmother, who died last winter, was her spirit visiting from the Celtic otherworld, or was she a soul in purgatory hoping for your prayers? Did it really matter? The end result was the same. You acknowledged her presence, you honoured her memory, and you left out food, or said prayers, or both. Medieval Halloween, All Hallows' Eve, had become a hybrid creature, neither fully pagan nor fully Christian, but something in between. It preserved the timing, much of the symbolism, and the core purpose of sowing while draping it all in Christian theology. The Church had successfully channeled ancient traditions into forms they could control, or at least influence. This pattern of adaptation and survival would continue as Halloween crossed oceans and centuries, picking up new elements, shedding others, but always maintaining that core connection to autumn, death, and the thin boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond. As we move into the late medieval and early modern periods, roughly the 1300s through the 1700s, Halloween's character shifts in ways that bring it closer to the holiday we recognise today. This is when things start getting genuinely spooky, though perhaps not for the reasons you might expect. The late medieval world was, to put it mildly, obsessed with death. And how could it not be? The Black Death had killed perhaps a third of Europe's population in the 1300s. Subsequent plague outbreaks occurred regularly. Infant mortality was staggeringly high. Most people didn't live past 40. Death wasn't an abstract concept you tried to ignore. It was your close neighbour, always ready to move in uninvited. This proximity to mortality influenced how people celebrated All Hallows' Eve. Church decorations often featured reminders of death's inevitability. Skulls, skeletons, and artistic depictions of Danse Macabre, the dance of death, showing death claiming people from all walks of life. These weren't meant to be frightening in an entertainment sense. They were meant to be educational, reminding you that earthly status meant nothing when death came calling. But let's talk about something that really changed Halloween's flavour during this period: the witch trials. Starting in the late 1400s and intensifying through the 1600s, Europe and eventually colonial America became gripped by witch panic. Tens of thousands of people, mostly women, were accused of witchcraft and executed, often in horrifically creative ways. The theological reasoning went something like this: witches had made pacts with the devil, giving them supernatural powers in exchange for their souls. They could fly on broomsticks to gather at Sabbaths, nocturnal meetings where they worshipped Satan and planned evil deeds. They could curse livestock, spoil crops, cause impotence, and kill children. They were quite literally agents of hell living among ordinary people. All Hallows' Eve, already associated with supernatural activity, became especially linked with witchcraft. If evil spirits and demons walked abroad that night, of course witches would be most active then. The holiday's existing traditions, bonfires, disguises, nighttime gatherings, took on sinister connotations in a society terrified of demonic activity. Here's something darkly ironic. Many of the people accused of witchcraft were probably just practicing folk traditions that predated Christianity, including autumn customs descended from Samhain, that old woman who knows herbal remedies and mutters blessings over livestock. Witch, the midwife who successfully delivers babies using techniques passed down through generations. Witch, the woman who lives alone and talks to her cats. Definitely a witch. The witch trials eventually ended, but they left permanent marks on Halloween's imagery. Witches became central figures in Halloween iconography, not because witches ever actually existed in the demonic form imagined, but because they represented fears about female power, social outsiders, and the supernatural that resonated with Halloween's themes. Meanwhile, in various parts of Britain and Ireland, All Hallows' Eve was becoming associated with pranks and mischief, especially among young people. October 31st became known in some places as Mischief Night, when adolescents would play tricks on their neighbours, soaping windows, moving gates, letting livestock loose, and generally causing harmless chaos. This might seem random, but it actually fits the holiday's logic perfectly. This was a liminal time, a moment when normal rules were suspended. The boundary between living and dead was thin. Maybe the boundary between order and chaos was thin too. Young people who exist in their own liminal state between childhood and adulthood naturally gravitated toward expressing that liminality through mischief. In Scotland and Ireland, traditions evolved that would directly influence modern Halloween. Guising, short for disguising, involved children dressing in costume and going door to door, but unlike medieval souling, they were expected to perform for their treats. You might recite a poem, tell a joke, sing a song, or do a little dance. Only after entertaining your neighbours would you receive apples, nuts, or coins. This performance aspect is important. It transformed Halloween from a purely religious observance into participatory entertainment. The children weren't supplicants hoping for charity. They were performers earning payment. The householders weren't giving out of religious obligation, but as appreciation for entertainment. The transaction had shifted from spiritual to social. Scottish and Irish Halloween traditions also featured elaborate divination games, especially for young women trying to learn about their future husbands. You might peel an apple in one long strip and throw the peel over your shoulder. Whatever letter it formed when it landed would be your future husband's initial. You might look into a mirror at midnight while eating an apple, hoping to see your future spouse's face appear behind you. You might place hazelnuts named for potential suitors in the fire and watch which burned brightest. These games added romance and playfulness to a holiday that had sometimes been quite dark and fearful. Halloween was becoming lighter, more social, and more fun. A transformation that would accelerate dramatically when these traditions crossed the Atlantic Ocean to America. But we should pause here to note what had happened to Halloween by the 1700s. It had transformed from Samhain's sacred acknowledgement of death and seasonal transition through Christianity's All Hallows' Eve focus on saints and souls into something more complex. A holiday that mixed religious observance, supernatural belief, community celebration, youthful mischief, and fortune-telling games. It was sacred and secular, solemn and playful, fearful and fun. Different regions celebrated differently. Some places emphasized the religious aspects with church services and prayers for the dead. Others emphasized the fun aspects with parties and games. Some places barely celebrated at all, while others made it second only to Christmas in importance. This regional variation matters because it means that when Halloween came to America, it didn't arrive as one unified tradition, but as dozens of different variations, carried by immigrants from different parts of Britain and Ireland, practiced differently in different communities, and ready to be mixed together into something entirely new. Now we're going to cross an ocean, though you should get comfortable because this journey spans several centuries. Halloween didn't arrive in America all at once, like a passenger on a single ship. It came gradually in pieces, carried in the memories and habits of immigrants who arrived for many different reasons from many different places. The first English colonists who arrived in North America in the early 1600s brought some autumn traditions with them, but Halloween wasn't a major part of their cultural calendar. The Puritans who settled New England particularly rejected Halloween and similar celebrations, viewing them as superstitious Catholic remnants that distracted from proper religious observance. They banned Christmas too, which tells you something about their feelings toward holiday celebrations generally. So Halloween initially found little purchase in colonial America, at least in the northern colonies. But the middle and southern colonies, with their more diverse populations and less rigid religious control, proved more receptive. Some colonial communities, particularly those with Scottish or Irish immigrants, maintained All Hallows' Eve traditions in modified forms. What emerged in colonial America was something called play parties, autumnal gatherings where communities would celebrate the harvest with dancing, singing, storytelling, and fortune-telling. These weren't called Halloween parties, the name hadn't caught on yet, but they preserved many of Halloween's elements while stripping away the explicitly religious and supernatural aspects that might offend Protestant sensibilities. Imagine attending one of these colonial play parties in, say, 1750. You're in Maryland or Virginia, in a barn or large house, with your neighbours gathered after the harvest is complete. There's cider and seasonal foods, maybe dried apples, nuts and squash dishes. Young people are playing courting games, trying to divine their romantic futures. Someone is telling ghost stories, though they're framed as entertainment rather than genuine supernatural belief. It's autumn's farewell party before winter's isolation sets in. These traditions remained relatively stable and relatively marginal until the mid-1800s, when two things happened that would transform Halloween in America forever. First, massive immigration from Ireland following the potato famine brought millions of Irish Catholics to America, particularly to cities. Second, America itself was changing, becoming more urban, more industrial, less religiously rigid, and more interested in creating distinctly American cultural traditions. The Irish immigrants who flooded into American cities in the 1840s and 1850s brought strong Halloween traditions with them. In Ireland, Halloween was a major celebration, second only to Christmas in cultural importance. It featured all those elements we discussed earlier: guising, fortune-telling games, special foods, pranks, bonfires, and a genuine belief, even among the relatively Christianised Irish, that October 31st was when the boundary between worlds grew thin. In American cities, Irish communities naturally continued their Halloween traditions, celebrating in their neighbourhoods, their churches, and their homes. And because American cities were dense, diverse places where different ethnic groups lived in close proximity, their Halloween celebrations became visible to their neighbours. Other Americans noticed that the Irish seemed to have this fun autumn holiday involving costumes, parties, and treats for children. That looked appealing. Americans were always eager for reasons to have parties, and a holiday in late October, after the harvest but before the winter holidays, filled a nice gap in the festive calendar. But there's something else happening here that's crucial to understanding how Halloween became American. In the mid to late 1800s, America was actively constructing a national identity, trying to figure out what it meant to be American rather than European. This involved creating new traditions, adapting old ones, and selectively borrowing from the various ethnic groups that made up America's increasingly diverse population. Halloween was perfect for this project. It wasn't deeply tied to any particular Christian denomination, which meant it wouldn't inflame religious tensions. It wasn't specifically political, so it wouldn't get caught up in sectional conflicts. It was fun, participatory, and adaptable. It could be as rowdy or as genteel as a particular community wanted. It was also relatively cheap to celebrate, requiring mostly creativity rather than expensive gifts. By the late 1800s, Halloween parties were becoming fashionable among middle-class Americans, particularly in the Northeast and Midwest. These weren't the Halloween parties you might imagine today. They were elaborate social gatherings with specific etiquette rules, approved activities, and appropriate decorations. Women's magazines and etiquette guides began publishing Halloween party advice. You should decorate with autumn leaves, cornstalks, and jack-o'-lanterns, though we'll talk about those shortly. You should play specific games, many borrowed from Scottish and Irish traditions: bobbing for apples, trying to catch an apple suspended on a string with your teeth, and ducking for coins in flour. These parties were particularly pitched as opportunities for young people to socialise under chaperoned conditions. Halloween became courtship territory, with many of the traditional divination games reframed as parlour entertainment. That game where you throw apple peels to see what letter they form. It's a perfect way for young ladies to giggle about their romantic prospects while their mothers watch approvingly nearby. But while middle-class Americans were having genteel parties, working-class and immigrant communities were celebrating more raucously. Halloween became a night when young people, particularly adolescent boys, felt entitled to cause mischief. The old mischief night traditions amplified by American frontier attitudes toward authority and property. In some communities, Halloween mischief was relatively harmless, soaping windows, moving outhouses, and rearranging porch furniture. In others, it escalated into genuine vandalism and violence. By the early 1900s, Halloween in many American cities had become a night of chaos, with roving bands of young people causing thousands of dollars in property damage, fighting with police, and generally terrifying law-abiding citizens. City leaders and social reformers looked at this situation and decided something needed to be done. Halloween needed to be brought under control, channeled into safer directions, and transformed from a night of chaos into an organised community celebration. This impulse would lead directly to the creation of modern trick-or-treating, but we're not quite there yet. First, we need to talk about jack-o'-lanterns. because their arrival in America tells us something important about how traditions evolve and why turnips are terrible carving materials. Let's talk about carved vegetables, because this is where Halloween's story gets delightfully weird, in ways that reveal how traditions transform when they encounter new environments. In Ireland and Scotland, people had been carving vegetables for Halloween for centuries. The tradition was connected to various folklore, but the most famous story involved a man called Stingy Jack, sometimes called Jack the Smith or Jack of the Lantern, who supposedly tricked the devil so many times that when he died, heaven wouldn't take him and hell wouldn't have him. He was condemned to wander the earth with only a hollowed-out turnip containing a burning coal to light his way. So Irish and Scottish people would carve turnips, potatoes, or rutabagas into grotesque faces, place candles inside and display them on windowsills or gates on All Hallows' Eve. These weren't decorative in the cute sense we think of today. They were meant to be frightening, to scare away Jack and other malevolent spirits who might be wandering that night. Have you ever tried to carve a turnip? They're dense, fibrous vegetables that resist carving like they're personally offended by your knife. Creating anything beyond the most basic face requires significant effort and a high tolerance for frustration. The resulting jack-o'-lanterns were often genuinely disturbing looking, partly from design and partly from the limitations of the medium. When Irish immigrants came to America, they naturally brought this tradition with them. But America offered something Ireland didn't: pumpkins. Native to North America, pumpkins were larger, easier to carve, and far more abundant than turnips. They were also hollow, which meant you didn't have to laboriously excavate the interior like you were conducting agricultural archaeology. The first time an Irish immigrant carved a pumpkin instead of a turnip for Halloween, they must have felt like they'd discovered a cheat code for an ancient tradition. Suddenly you could create elaborate faces. You could make your jack-o'-lantern actually look the way you'd always imagined it. You could finish the project in an evening rather than over several days of turnip wrestling. By the late 1800s, carved pumpkins had become the standard American Halloween decoration, and the term jack-o'-lantern had transferred from turnips to pumpkins so completely that most Americans probably didn't know turnips had ever been involved. It was a perfect example of how traditions adapt to new environments, keeping their symbolic meaning while changing their material expression. Pumpkins, of course, also fit perfectly into American ideas about abundance and size. America was a place where everything was supposed to be bigger, better, and more impressive. A pumpkin jack-o'-lantern was objectively more impressive than a turnip one, which aligned with American cultural values even as it preserved Irish traditions. The early 1900s saw Halloween's iconography expand in other ways too. Commercial companies began producing Halloween-themed products, decorations, costumes, and greeting cards. This commercialization might seem like a modern phenomenon, but it started surprisingly early. By the 1920s, you could buy mass-produced Halloween costumes, though they were still primarily for children, and mostly consisted of papier-mâché masks and inexpensive fabric costumes. Halloween's imagery during this period was often genuinely unsettling by modern standards. The greeting cards featured witches, black cats, bats, devils, and skeletons. But they weren't cute or cartoonish. They were illustrated in a style that maintained Halloween's connection to genuine fear and darkness, while framing it as entertainment. This is a delicate balance that Halloween has always had to strike. It needs to be scary enough to be thrilling, but not so scary that it's traumatic. Too light, and it loses its edge. Too dark, and people avoid it. The early 20th century Halloween aesthetic leaned darker than today's versions, reflecting a society that still had a more intimate relationship with death and darkness. But the biggest transformation in Halloween's early 20th century history had to do with those roving bands of young people destroying property and terrorizing neighborhoods. Something had to be done about Halloween chaos, and what emerged would change the holiday forever. Enter civic organizations, parent groups, and city leaders who decided that Halloween needed to be institutionalized, organized, and made safe. They promoted home parties, school celebrations, and community events as alternatives to street mischief. They organised costume parades and contests, giving young people something to do besides vandalism. Most importantly, they began actively promoting trick-or-treating as an organised, community-sanctioned activity that would channel children's energies into acceptable forms. The tradition of going door to door for treats already existed in various forms. We talked about souling and guising, but it had been informal, sporadic, and practiced mainly by immigrant communities. Now it was being actively promoted as the proper way to celebrate Halloween, a way to keep children occupied and give adults a structured way to participate. The term trick-or-treat itself emerged in the 1930s, though its exact origin is debated. Some sources claim it started in Canada, others in various American cities. What matters is that by the 1940s, the phrase had spread across North America, encapsulating a specific transaction. I'll perform for you the trick, and you'll give me treats. If you don't, I'm entitled to some kind of mischief, though by this point the trick part was more a theoretical threat than actual practice. World War II interrupted Halloween celebrations, as it interrupted so many things. Sugar rationing meant no candy for trick-or-treating. Young people were otherwise occupied with war work. Communities had other concerns than organising Halloween parades. The holiday went dormant, waiting for better times. Those better times came in the late 1940s and exploded into full flower in the 1950s. Post-war America, with its baby boom, suburban expansion, and unprecedented prosperity, was the perfect environment for Halloween to transform into something entirely new. A children's holiday, focused on costumes and candy, celebrated in family-friendly suburban neighbourhoods, where children could safely wander from house to house, accumulating treats from neighbours who were happy to participate in this wholesome community ritual. Picture an American suburb in 1955. You're standing in your living room, looking out the window at streets lined with nearly identical houses, each with a manicured lawn and a two-car garage. The post-war economic boom has created something unprecedented. A vast middle class with disposable income and leisure time. Your neighbours have children, lots of children, because this is the baby boom, and those children need things to do. Halloween was perfectly positioned to meet this need. It was a holiday specifically designed for children to participate in, to dress up, to go outside, and to interact with their community. It required parental involvement, but not parental domination. Kids could be semi-independent while still within the protective structure of neighbourhood supervision. The suburban geography itself transformed trick-or-treating. In dense urban neighbourhoods, going door-to-door meant navigating apartment buildings, tenements, and diverse communities where not everyone knew everyone else. In rural areas, houses were too far apart for efficient trick-or-treating, but suburbs were perfect. Houses were close enough to visit many in a single evening, but separate enough that each visit felt distinct. Everyone was roughly the same social class, which eliminated awkward economic disparities. Streets were safe because cars were few and slow, and because everyone knew everyone else's business. Candy companies noticed this trend and pounced on it like it was Halloween's greatest trick ever played on the American consumer. Before the 1950s, Halloween treats were whatever households had available. Homemade cookies, popcorn balls, apples, nuts, and coins. These were nice, but they weren't scalable. They couldn't be mass-produced, shipped nationwide, and sold at a markup. Candy, on the other hand, was perfect for commercialization. It was manufactured, consistent, individually wrapped, and shelf-stable. Candy companies began marketing directly to parents, positioning their products as the convenient, appropriate Halloween treat. They created special Halloween packaging, featuring seasonal colours and spooky imagery. They invented fun-size bars specifically for trick-or-treating, smaller than regular candy bars but larger than the penny candy that had previously been standard. The genius of fun-size candy was that it made generous giving affordable. You could buy a bag of fun-size bars and have enough for dozens of trick-or-treaters without spending a fortune. You could be the popular house, the one kids remembered, the one they targeted for return visits. Candy companies had figured out how to commodify neighborhood social status, and Americans eagerly participated. By the 1960s and 1970s, Halloween candy was big business. The holiday had become America's second largest commercial celebration after Christmas. Stores created elaborate Halloween sections filled with costumes, decorations, and bags upon bags of candy. The entire ritual had been standardized. Children would trick or treat, collecting factory-made candy from neighbors, returning home with pillowcases or plastic pumpkins filled with branded trademarked treats. This commercialization changed Halloween's character in subtle but important ways. The holiday became less about community traditions passed down through families, and more about consumer participation in a nationally recognized event. You didn't need to know your grandmother's Halloween customs, because you could learn everything you needed, from television commercials, store displays, and neighbors who were also learning from the same sources. Halloween had become thoroughly American, not in the sense of preserving any authentic early American tradition, but in the sense of reflecting American values circa 1950 to 1980. Consumerism, suburbanization, standardization, child centricity, and the transformation of traditional holidays into commercial opportunities. But something else was happening too. As Halloween became standardized, it also became a canvas for creativity. Store-bought costumes were one option, but many families enjoyed making costumes at home, transforming bed sheets into ghost costumes, cardboard boxes into robot suits, and face paint into zombie makeup. Halloween became an outlet for artistic expression, particularly for parents who enjoyed crafting, and children who enjoyed pretending to be someone else for an evening. The 1970s also saw Halloween decorations become more elaborate. No longer content with a single jack-o'-lantern, families began festooning their entire houses with decorations, paper skeletons, plastic gravestones, cotton cobwebs, and orange lights. The outside of your house became a statement about your Halloween enthusiasm, your creativity, and your willingness to participate in community celebration. This decorating impulse intensified over subsequent decades until we reached the modern phenomenon of houses decorated so elaborately that they become neighborhood attractions with animatronic displays, professional lighting, and special effects that would have impressed theme park designers a generation ago. Halloween had become a competition, albeit usually a friendly one, about who could create the most impressive display. The 1980s brought a moment of crisis to Halloween. Urban legends about poisoned candy and razor blades in apples, almost entirely baseless but widely reported, created panic about trick-or-treating safety. Parents began inspecting candy carefully, discarding anything homemade or unwrapped. Hospitals offered to X-ray candy bags. Communities organised mall trick-or-treating and supervised school events as safer alternatives to traditional neighbourhood trick-or-treating. These safety panics reflected broader anxieties about childhood, community trust, and social change. The 1980s were a time when American culture became more aware of child safety issues, sometimes appropriately, and sometimes to the point of paranoia. Halloween got caught in this shift, with the holiday's traditional semi-independence for children increasingly replaced by intensive parental supervision. Yet trick-or-treating survived these challenges, partly because the actual danger was vastly exaggerated, and partly because communities adapted. Parents began accompanying their children door to door, something that would have seemed absurdly overprotective in the 1950s, but became standard by the 1990s. Trick-or-treating hours became more defined, earlier in the evening, ending while it was still light out in some communities. The ritual changed but endured. Children still dressed up, still went door to door, and still collected candy. Adults still gave out treats, still decorated their houses, and still participated in creating Halloween magic for a new generation. The fundamental transaction, costume for candy, community recognition for community participation, remained intact even as its context shifted. Now let's bring ourselves to the present. to the Halloween you know from your own experience. As you settle deeper into comfort, think about how this holiday has evolved into something that would baffle a Celtic druid, confuse a medieval Christian, and probably delight a 19th century Irish immigrant who would recognise some elements, but marvel at the scale and commercialisation. Modern Halloween in America is a massive cultural and economic phenomenon. Americans spend billions, yes, billions, on Halloween annually. Costume sales alone generate over $3 billion. Candy sales peak in October, with Americans buying over £600 million of candy specifically for Halloween. The holiday has become so economically significant that retailers consider it crucial for their annual bottom line. But money isn't the most interesting part of contemporary Halloween. What's fascinating is how the holiday has continued to evolve, adapt, and generate new traditions even as it maintains connections to its ancient roots. Take adult Halloween celebrations, for instance. While Halloween was primarily rebranded as a children's holiday in the mid-20th century, it has reclaimed adult participation in recent decades. Halloween parties for adults have become enormous events, with elaborate costumes, themed decorations, and celebrations that rival New Year's Eve parties in their intensity. This adult embrace of Halloween reflects several cultural shifts. There's a growing acceptance of adult playfulness, an erosion of strict boundaries between childhood and adulthood activities. There's also the appeal of Halloween's permission to be someone else for an evening. In our age of personal branding and curated social media personas, Halloween offers a sanctioned opportunity to try on different identities. The costumes themselves have changed dramatically. Early Halloween costumes were relatively simple: ghosts, witches, vampires, and monsters. These were Halloween-specific characters drawn from the holiday's spooky heritage. Modern Halloween costumes can be literally anything: pop culture characters, political figures, memes, puns, or abstract concepts. The only requirement is creativity and some kind of transformative element. This expansion reflects Halloween's absorption of broader culture. It's no longer a holiday with its own separate iconography, but rather a framework for expressing whatever is culturally relevant at that moment. When a movie becomes popular, Halloween costumes appear within weeks. When a meme goes viral, it becomes a costume. Halloween has become a real-time barometer of popular culture, a way to see what captured the collective imagination that year. The holiday has also spread internationally in fascinating ways. While Halloween has roots in Celtic and British traditions, its modern American form has been exported globally, particularly to countries with close cultural ties to the United States. Canada, the UK, Ireland, and Australia all celebrate Halloween now with varying degrees of enthusiasm, mixing local traditions with American influences. In some places, this spread has been controversial. Critics argue that American Halloween is cultural imperialism, displacing authentic local traditions with commercial superficiality. There's some truth to this concern. Halloween's global spread is inseparable from American cultural and economic influence. But there's also something more interesting happening. Just as Halloween adapted when it came to America, it adapts in each new context. Irish people celebrating modern Halloween mix their traditional practices with American influences, creating something hybrid. Japanese Halloween celebrations emphasize elaborate costumes and parades, but de-emphasize trick-or-treating, reflecting different cultural norms about public space and community interaction. Mexico's Day of the Dead, November 1st and 2nd, has ancient roots completely separate from Celtic Samhain, yet its proximity to Halloween creates interesting cultural resonance and sometimes blending. You see Halloween decorations appearing alongside traditional Day of the Dead altars, not erasing the older tradition but existing alongside it, sometimes awkwardly, sometimes harmoniously. Contemporary Halloween also reflects modern anxieties and interests. Haunted houses have evolved from simple spooky decorations into elaborate professional productions, featuring Hollywood-quality special effects, hired actors, and psychological horror elements. These haunted attractions generate significant revenue and employ thousands of seasonal workers. The popularity of elaborate haunted houses says something about modern culture's relationship with fear. We live in arguably the safest, most comfortable era in human history, at least for those in developed nations. Real existential threats feel distant for many people. Haunted houses offer controlled fear experiences and chances to feel genuine terror in completely safe environments. It's fear as recreation, danger as entertainment. Halloween has also become surprisingly inclusive in ways that would have been unimaginable in earlier eras. The holiday welcomes everyone regardless of religious affiliation, cultural background, or personal beliefs. You don't have to believe in spirits or practice any particular religion to enjoy dressing up and eating candy. This religious neutrality has made Halloween one of America's most universally celebrated holidays. The LGBTQ+ community has particularly embraced Halloween, with costume parties and celebrations that allow for gender expression, creativity, and celebration of difference. Halloween's tradition of wearing masks and becoming someone else resonates powerfully with experiences of identity, exploration, and expression. The holiday has become an important date in queer cultural calendars, a night when fluidity and transformation are celebrated rather than questioned. Pet participation in Halloween has exploded in recent years, with millions of dogs and cats dressed in costumes featured in social media posts and incorporated into family celebrations. This would have seemed bizarre to earlier generations, but it reflects contemporary attitudes about pets as family members and Halloween as a celebration that can include everyone in the household. The rise of social media has transformed Halloween yet again. Costume reveals, decoration photos, and Halloween party pictures flood Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok each October. The holiday has become performance art, with people creating costumes and decorations specifically for their social media impact. This adds another layer to Halloween's transformative aspect. You're not just becoming someone else for your neighbours, but for your entire digital network. Environmental consciousness has also influenced modern Halloween. There's growing awareness of Halloween's waste problem, single-use plastic costumes, disposable decorations, and excessive candy packaging. Some families and communities have responded by emphasizing sustainable practices, homemade costumes from reused materials, natural decorations, buying candy in bulk rather than individually wrapped, and organizing costume swaps rather than buying new each year. Yet despite all these modern elements, contemporary Halloween maintains remarkable continuity with its past. We still carve pumpkins, descended from Irish turnip carving. We still dress in costumes, descended from Celtic disguises and medieval mumming. We still go door to door seeking treats, descended from souling and guising. We still acknowledge that October 31st is a special night, a thin place, a moment of transition, even if we frame it as fun rather than spiritual truth. The jack-o'-lanterns glowing on porches, the children in costumes moving through neighbourhoods, the adults at parties dressed as pirates and superheroes, the decorations transforming ordinary houses into haunted mansions. All of this connects back to those ancient Celts standing around bonfires, acknowledging the transition from light to dark, from life to death, from summer to winter. Halloween today is simultaneously ancient and modern, sacred and commercial, and individual and communal. It's a holiday that has survived by adapting, that has maintained its essential character while transforming its expression, that has moved from Celtic hilltops to Roman temples to medieval churches, to American suburbs to global popular culture, while somehow remaining recognisably itself. As we near the end of our journey through Halloween's long history, let's consider a deeper question. Why has this holiday survived and thrived when so many other traditions have vanished into history's forgotten corners? Part of the answer lies in timing. Halloween occupies a sweet spot in the calendar, late enough in autumn that the season's character is unmistakable, but not so late that weather has become prohibitively cold in most regions. It comes after the earnest back-to-school period, but before the intensive holiday season of Thanksgiving through New Year's. It offers a break, a pressure release, and a moment of playfulness before the year's final sprint. The autumn timing also connects to something fundamental in human psychology. seasonal transitions have always prompted reflection and ritual. As the natural world visibly changes, leaves falling, days shortening, temperatures dropping, we instinctively sense endings and beginnings, death and dormancy. Halloween acknowledges these transitions rather than ignoring them, giving them festive rather than melancholic expression. Halloween also endures because it's fundamentally democratic and participatory. Unlike holidays that require significant financial resources, specific religious beliefs, or family structures, Halloween welcomes anyone who wants to participate. You can celebrate elaborately or simply, religiously or secularly, alone or with others. The basic components, costumes, treats and decorations, can be expensive or nearly free, depending on your resources and creativity. This accessibility has allowed Halloween to spread across class boundaries, cultural groups, and geographic regions. It's not an exclusive celebration, but an inclusive one, growing more encompassing rather than more restrictive over time. The holiday's embrace of darkness and fear also explains its endurance. Modern life encourages us to ignore death, hide aging, maintain relentless positivity, and keep uncomfortable realities at arm's length. Halloween provides a sanctioned space to acknowledge the scary, the morbid, and the unsettling. It's a pressure valve for anxieties we're usually expected to suppress. This is particularly important for children. Childhood involves navigating many fears: darkness, strangers, death, monsters, and the unknown. Halloween transforms these fears into play, into manageable experiences. When children dress as monsters, they gain symbolic power over what frightens them. When they navigate neighbourhoods at night, they practice courage in controlled circumstances. When they see scary decorations, they learn to distinguish between real and pretend danger. Parents often underestimate how important this fear management training is. Halloween teaches emotional regulation, helps children process anxiety, and demonstrates that scary things can be enjoyable when properly framed. These are valuable life skills, learned through the simple act of trick-or-treating. Halloween's creative aspect also contributes to its endurance. The holiday demands imagination, choosing costumes, decorating spaces, planning parties, and carving pumpkins. In an era when much of life is standardized and commodified, Halloween offers opportunities for personal expression and artistic creation. This creative component makes participation satisfying in ways that purely passive consumption never could. The holiday also benefits from being fundamentally optional. No one is obligated to celebrate Halloween, which paradoxically makes celebration more meaningful. When you participate, it's because you want to, because you find it fun or meaningful or worthwhile. This voluntary aspect keeps Halloween vital. It must continually justify its existence by being enjoyable, rather than coasting on obligation. The community-building aspect of Halloween cannot be overstated. In many neighbourhoods, Halloween is the one night of the year when people intentionally interact with neighbours they might otherwise only wave to while getting into cars. Trick-or-treating creates opportunities for connection, for recognising shared community membership, and for establishing that you live among friends rather than strangers. This community function has become more important as American society has become more fragmented and isolated. Halloween provides structured opportunities for interaction, for seeing and being seen, and for participating in collective celebration. It reminds us that we belong to communities, that our actions affect others, and that we're connected to the people around us. For many adults, Halloween nostalgia is also powerful. The holiday connects to childhood memories and to feelings of wonder, excitement, and safety. Participating in Halloween as an adult, whether by giving out candy, attending parties, or taking children trick-or-treating, provides continuity with one's past, a way of maintaining connection to younger selves and transmitting valued experiences to new generations. This intergenerational aspect enriches Halloween significantly. Grandparents take grandchildren trick-or-treating, walking the same routes they walked decades ago. Parents carve pumpkins using techniques learned from their own parents. Costume ideas pass through families like heirlooms. Halloween becomes a thread connecting past, present, and future. The holiday's flexibility also ensures its survival. Halloween means different things to different people. A children's holiday, an adult party night, a spiritual observance, a creative outlet, a commercial opportunity, a community celebration, or simply an excuse to eat candy. This multivalence lets everyone find personal meaning while participating in shared cultural expression. Finally, Halloween endures because it's genuinely fun. This might seem too simple, but it's actually crucial. Holidays that become joyless obligations gradually die out or become hollow shells. Halloween has maintained its essential playfulness, its sense of delight, and its permission to be silly and scared and creative all at once. As long as people enjoy Halloween, they'll keep celebrating it. As you lie here on the edge of sleep, consider the long journey Halloween has taken to reach your doorstep. From Celtic hilltops where bonfires blazed against approaching winter, through Roman temples and medieval churches, across the Atlantic Ocean in the memories of immigrants, through American suburbs and into global popular culture, all of it leading to this moment, to you thinking about this strange and wonderful tradition. Tomorrow night, or perhaps tomorrow next year, children will dress in costumes and walk through neighbourhoods seeking candy. Adults will decorate their homes with plastic skeletons and carved pumpkins. Parties will happen, haunted houses will frighten willing victims, and for one night, the ordinary world will transform into something slightly magical, slightly spooky, and slightly different from everyday life. When you see those jack-o'-lanterns glowing on porches, know that you're seeing a tradition that connects to carved turnips in Irish cottages, to Celtic bonfires on hilltops, and to ancient beliefs about thin places where worlds overlap. When children knock on doors seeking treats, they're enacting rituals that connect to medieval solars, to geysers in Scotland, and to practices that have evolved over thousands of years but maintain the same basic structure: costume, performance, reward, and community. Halloween reminds us that humans have always needed rituals to mark time's passage, to acknowledge what frightens us, and to transform darkness into celebration. We need moments when normal rules are suspended, when we can become someone else, and when the boundary between everyday and extraordinary grows thin. The holiday that began as Samhain, that liminal moment when ancient people acknowledged the dying of the year, continues in every Halloween celebration. The sacred fire has become electric orange lights, the animal skin disguises have become superhero costumes, and the offerings for the dead have become fun-size candy bars. But the essential impulse remains the same: to mark this moment, to acknowledge transition, and to face darkness with community and courage and even joy. As you drift towards sleep, imagine all the Halloweens that have been and all those still to come. Imagine the long chain of October nights stretching back to prehistory and forward into futures we cannot imagine. Imagine children not yet born who will someday carve their own pumpkins, wear their own costumes and collect their own treats, and in doing so connect to something ancient and human and profound. Halloween endures because it speaks to something fundamental in human nature: our need to mark time, to face fear, to celebrate community, to transform the mundane into the magical, and to acknowledge that life includes darkness and light, death and life, and endings and beginnings. These needs don't change across centuries. The outward forms shift: turnips to pumpkins, bonfires to string lights, Celtic druids to suburban parents, but the underlying impulse remains constant. Sleep well, knowing that when October 31st comes around again, you're participating in one of humanity's oldest continuous traditions, evolved and adapted but recognisably connected to practices that predate written history. That jack-o'-lantern on your porch, that bowl of candy by your door, that costume hanging in your closet. They're all part of an unbroken chain extending back thousands of years and forward into unknowable futures. And that's a kind of magic all its own. The magic of continuity, of tradition, of human creativity that takes ancient practices and makes them new, while keeping them recognisably old. Halloween is a bridge across time, connecting us to our ancestors and to generations yet to come, reminding us that we're all part of something larger than ourselves, something that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The thin veil between worlds isn't just about spirits and the living. It's also about past and present, about ancient and modern, about all the Halloweens that have been, and all those still to come. And on October 31st, for one night, we all stand together in that thin place, connected across time by costume and candy and carved pumpkins, by the simple act of celebrating darkness, acknowledging fear, and choosing joy. Sweet dreams, may they be filled with glowing pumpkins and autumn leaves, with the laughter of children and the warmth of community, with the gentle magic that happens when we acknowledge that some traditions are worth keeping, even as they change, even as they evolve, even as they transform from sacred fire to electric light, but maintain their essential character across millennia. Picture yourself stepping off a time machine into ancient Rome, circa 100 AD. The first thing that hits you isn't the grandeur of the Colosseum or the marble majesty of the Forum, it's the smell. That peculiar cocktail of unwashed bodies, fermented fish sauce, and something you can't quite identify but suspect involves bodily functions, mingles with incense and olive oil in ways that would make a modern nose surrender immediately. You'd think a civilization that built aqueducts spanning hundreds of miles and invented concrete that still puzzles engineers today would have figured out basic hygiene. Well, they did. Sort of. The Romans had their own ideas about cleanliness, and some of them would make you grateful for antibacterial soap and indoor plumbing. Take their approach to bathing, for instance. The Romans not only bathed, but also transformed it into a social gathering that could rival any local book club. The public baths, or thermae, weren't just places to get clean. They were community centres, gossip hubs, business meeting spots, and occasionally places where you might actually encounter water and soap. Think of them as ancient shopping malls, except instead of Orange Julius, you had pools of varying temperatures, and instead of Spencer's, you had rooms where people scraped oil and dirt off each other with metal tools. But here's where it becomes interesting. Romans believed that hot water opened your pores to let the bad spirits out, while cold water snapped them shut to keep the good spirits in. This wasn't just folklore, it was medical theory endorsed by their most respected physicians. So your typical Roman bath experience involved a carefully choreographed dance between the caldarium, hot room, tepidarium, warm room, and frigidarium, cold room, like some ancient version of a Swedish sauna routine designed by committee. The wealthy Romans had their private baths at home, complete with hypocaust heating systems that channeled hot air through the walls and floors. Imagine having heated floors in 100 AD while most of the world was still figuring out how to make fire reliably. Yet these same innovative people thought that sharing bath water with dozens of strangers was perfectly hygienic. The water in public baths was changed infrequently, sometimes only once a day, sometimes less. By afternoon, you weren't so much bathing as marinating in a human soup that would horrify any modern health inspector. And then there were the slaves whose job it was to help with the bathing process. These weren't just attendants handing out towels. They were skilled craftspeople of cleanliness, wielding strigils, curved metal scrapers that removed the oil, dirt, and dead skin that accumulated on Roman bodies. The wealthy would coat themselves in olive oil, then have slaves scrape it all off, taking the grime with it. It was effective, sure, but imagine explaining to your modern dermatologist that your skincare routine involves having someone scrape you down with what amounts to a medieval back scratcher. The Romans also had some fascinating ideas about dental hygiene. They brushed their teeth with twigs. Specifically, they chewed on aromatic twigs until one end frayed into a brush-like texture, then used that to clean their teeth. The good news is that the technique actually worked reasonably well. The troubling news is that their favourite toothpaste was made from powdered mouse brains, crushed bones, and sometimes human urine. Portuguese urine was considered particularly effective, which raises all sorts of questions about ancient trade routes and quality control standards. But perhaps most puzzling of all was their relationship with perfume. Romans doused themselves in scented oils and perfumes with the enthusiasm of teenagers discovering body spray for the first time. They had different scents for their hair, arms and feet. Walking through ancient Rome must have been like navigating a cosmetic section in a department store, except with more togas and considerably more creative interpretations of what constituted pleasant fragrance. Now let's talk about something that every Roman had to deal with, but no one particularly wanted to discuss at dinner parties: using the bathroom. If you found Roman bathing habits to be communal, you might be interested in learning about their approach to toilets. Roman public latrines combined engineering marvels with social awkwardness. Picture a long marble bench with round holes cut into it, positioned over flowing water that carried waste away. So far, so good. It's basically an ancient sewage system. But here's the catch. There were no dividers, no doors, and no privacy screens. There was just a row of holes where Romans would sit side by side, conducting business, and presumably discussing the weather or the latest gladiator match. The arrangement wasn't considered strange or embarrassing. In fact, it was another social activity. Romans would chat, conduct business deals, and catch up on gossip while attending to their bodily needs. Imagine trying to negotiate a grain shipment contract while sitting on a communal toilet with your neighbour. It puts a whole new spin on the phrase, getting down to business. The most interesting part is that they used something other than toilet paper, which was invented a millennium later. Romans used a communal sponge on a stick called a xylospongium. Yes, you read that correctly, a shared sponge. After use, it was rinsed in the flowing water channel that ran in front of the toilets, then left for the next person. This system worked well enough from a hygiene standpoint, since the flowing water kept things relatively clean, but the social implications are staggering. You had to time your bathroom visits not just based on your needs, but on when you could psychologically handle using the community sponge. Wealthy Romans had their own private toilets, often beautifully decorated affairs with mosaics and frescoes. Some featured images of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, because apparently even bathroom humour was a thing in ancient Rome. These private facilities usually emptied into the same sewer system as the public ones, flowing eventually into the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, which was one of Rome's genuine engineering marvels and still functions today. But Romans had some peculiar superstitions about bathroom activities. They believed that evil spirits lurked in sewers and might emerge through toilet holes to cause mischief. To ward them off, many Romans wore amulets or muttered protective charms before sitting down. There's something endearing about a civilization that conquered most of the known world, but still worried about sewer demons sneaking up on them during vulnerable moments. The really wealthy took bathroom security seriously. Some installed elaborate wind chimes and bells near their toilets, believing the noise would frighten away any supernatural toilet lurkers. Others hired slaves whose job was essentially to be professional bathroom attendants, not just for cleanliness, but for spiritual protection. Imagine having toilet bodyguard on your ancient Roman resume. Personal hygiene after using the facilities was handled with scented oils and perfumes. Romans would clean themselves and then apply various aromatic substances to mask any lingering odours. These practices led to some interesting combinations. You might encounter someone who smelled like a mixture of rose oil, myrrh, and whatever had happened in the latrine 20 minutes earlier. Ancient Rome captivated the senses, often in unexpected ways. The Romans also had public urinals called foracae, positioned throughout the city. These were simple stone or ceramic vessels where men could relieve themselves. The urine wasn't wasted, it was collected and sold to fullers, dry ancient cleaners, who used it to clean clothing and whiten togas. Urine contains ammonia, which is actually quite effective for cleaning, so the collection wasn't just gross recycling, it was practical chemistry. Still, imagine the job interview process for becoming a professional urine collector. Women had their own challenges with Roman bathroom culture. They were generally excluded from public toilets and had to rely on private facilities or chamber pots at home. This meant that Roman women rarely ventured far from home without carefully planning their routes around available bathroom facilities. It was an early form of urban planning that took biological needs into account, though not equally for all citizens. Roman society was built on rigid class distinctions, and nowhere was this more apparent than in their hygiene practices. Your cleanliness level wasn't just about personal preference, it was an advertisement of your social status, broadcast through scent, skin condition, and the quality of oil glistening on your freshly scraped body. At the top of the hygiene pyramid sat the wealthy patricians, who treated cleanliness like a competitive sport. These folks didn't just bathe, They orchestrated elaborate cleansing rituals that would make modern spa treatments look like a quick rinse in the garden sprinkler. A wealthy Roman's day might begin with slaves applying various oils and unguents, followed by a leisurely trip to their private baths, then more oils, a visit to the public baths for socializing, then even more oils and perfumes for the evening's entertainment. The oils themselves were a hierarchy of their own. The cheapest bath oil was made from olives, functional but hardly luxurious. Moving up the social ladder, you'd find oils infused with roses, violets, or other flowers. At the very top were exotic imported oils from India and the Far East, scented with spices that cost more than most Romans earned in a year. These premium oils weren't just applied randomly. Wealthy Romans had personal cosmete, slaves who specialized in the application of cosmetics and scented oils with the precision of ancient perfumers. But here's where Roman hygiene becomes really interesting. They believed that different scents could affect your personality and health. Lavender oil was thought to promote wisdom, while rose oil enhanced beauty and charm. Myrrh was considered especially powerful for warding off diseases, which led to some Romans smelling like they'd been embalmed. The really paranoid wealthy would layer multiple protective scents, creating personal aromatic signatures that you could smell coming from 3 blocks away. Middle-class Romans, the plebeians with decent jobs, had their hygiene strategies. They couldn't afford the exotic oils, but they made do with olive oil and local herbs. Many grew their own aromatic plants specifically for bathing. Mint, rosemary and thyme were popular choices. These Romans typically visited public baths several times a week, timing their visits for the hours when the water was freshest and the crowds were thinnest. They developed their own social codes around bath etiquette, including elaborate systems for sharing the limited supply of strigils and determining who got to use the best spots in each room. The working poor had the most creative approaches to hygiene. Many couldn't afford regular trips to the public baths, so they developed alternatives that ranged from clever to desperate. Some would collect rainwater for washing, heating it over small fires in their cramped apartments. Others would visit the baths during the cheapest hours, usually late in the day when the water was questionable but the prices were reduced. Many simply made do with quick washes at public fountains, using whatever soap they could afford or make themselves from animal fat and ash. Slaves occupied the most complex position in the Roman hygiene hierarchy. The house slaves of wealthy families often had better access to bathing facilities than free Romans of lower classes, but only because cleanliness was part of their job requirements. Nobody wanted a smelly slave serving dinner or handling expensive clothing. These slaves often knew more about cosmetics and hygiene techniques than their masters, having learned through daily practice. Some earned their freedom by becoming professional bath attendants or cosmeti, turning their enforced expertise into economic opportunity. The military had its own hygiene culture. Roman soldiers were required to maintain certain cleanliness standards, not just for health, but for discipline. Military camps included bathing facilities and latrine systems that were often more advanced than those found in civilian settlements. Soldiers developed efficient group bathing techniques and shared resources for soap and oil. But they also had to adapt to campaign conditions where proper bathing might be impossible for weeks at a time. Military hygiene was about functionality over luxury, though successful generals often celebrated victories with elaborate communal baths for their troops. Even gladiators had their place in the hygiene hierarchy. These professional fighters were valuable property, so their owners invested in keeping them clean and healthy. Gladiator schools included sophisticated bathing facilities, and gladiators often had access to medical care and specialized oils for treating training injuries. But the irony wasn't lost on Romans. Here were slaves and criminals who had better hygiene facilities than many free citizens, simply because they were profitable entertainment. Roman medical theory regarding hygiene was a fascinating blend of practical observation, philosophical speculation, and what can only be described as enthusiastic guesswork. Roman physicians, trained in Greek traditions but adding their own cultural interpretations, developed hygiene practices that were simultaneously advanced and utterly baffling. The foundation of Roman medical hygiene rested on the theory of humours, the belief that human health depended on balancing 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, different types of dirt and contamination could upset your humoral balance, leading to illness, madness, or worse. This meant that how you cleaned yourself wasn't just about removing grime, it was about maintaining cosmic harmony within your body. Roman doctors prescribed specific bathing temperatures for different ailments and personality types. If you were naturally choleric, hot-tempered, you needed cool baths to balance your excess yellow bile. Melancholic people required hot baths to counteract their cold, dry nature. But here's where it gets complicated. The same doctor might prescribe hot baths in the morning and cold baths in the evening, depending on the phase of the moon, the season, and what you'd eaten for lunch. Roman bath prescriptions could be more complex than modern chemotherapy protocols. The medical establishment also had strong opinions about sweating. Roman physicians believed that sweat carried away harmful vapours and corrupted humours, making it essential for health. This perspective led to some interesting treatments. Patients with certain conditions were prescribed sessions in the hottest rooms of the baths, sometimes for hours at a time, sweating out their illness. Others were given exercises designed to produce specific types of sweat: gentle perspiration for delicate constitutions, vigorous sweating for robust patients. There were even specialists who claimed they could diagnose diseases by examining and smelling a patient's sweat patterns. Oil played a central role in Roman medical hygiene theory. Different oils were thought to have specific therapeutic properties that went beyond mere cleanliness. Olive oil was considered warming and moistening, beneficial for dry skin conditions and cold humours. Rose oil was cooling and beautifying, prescribed for hot-natured individuals and skin inflammations. But the real medical stars were the exotic imported oils. Balsam from Judea was believed to cure headaches and promote wisdom. Nard from India was prescribed for depression and anxiety. These weren't just pleasant scents. They were considered legitimate medicines. Roman doctors also had elaborate theories about when and how to bathe for optimal health. Most believed that bathing immediately after eating was dangerous, as it could disrupt digestion and cause the food to corrupt in your stomach. The recommended waiting period varied from 2 to 4 hours, depending on what you'd eaten and your constitutional type. Some physicians prescribed pre-bath exercises to open the pores properly, while others recommended specific breathing techniques during bathing to ensure proper circulation of vital spirits. The relationship between diet and hygiene was considered crucial. Roman medical texts are full of warnings about foods that could make your sweat smell foul or cause your skin to break out. Garlic and onions were thought to produce corrupt humour that emerged through the skin. Fish sauce, beloved by Romans but notorious for its pungent smell, was believed to cause marine humours that required special cleansing techniques involving sea salt and specific aromatic herbs. Women's hygiene was subject to especially complex medical theories. Roman physicians believed that women's monthly cycles created special cleansing needs and opportunities. Certain herbs and oils were prescribed specifically for female patients, often with the goal of regulating their supposedly unstable humoral balance. Pregnancy brought its own set of hygiene rules, with detailed prescriptions for bathing temperatures, oil applications and cleansing schedules designed to ensure healthy babies and safe deliveries. Perhaps most fascinating were the Roman medical beliefs about mental illness and hygiene. Doctors genuinely believed that certain types of madness were caused by corrupted vapours rising from unclean bodies to affect the brain. This led to hygiene-based treatments for depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognise as psychological conditions. Patients were prescribed elaborate bathing regimens, specific oil treatments, and sometimes even therapeutic massages with aromatic substances designed to restore mental balance. The wealthy could afford personal physicians who would create customised hygiene protocols based on detailed examinations of their patients' constitutions, lifestyles, and health histories. These medical hygiene plans were very detailed, specifying when and how to bathe, what to think about, what prayers to recite, and how to breathe during cleansing rituals. Money talks in any civilization, and in ancient Rome, it spoke with a distinctly soapy accent. The hygiene industry, employing thousands of people in jobs ranging from respectable to eyebrow-raising, created economic opportunities that would not resurface until the emergence of the modern beauty industry. Let's start with the public baths themselves, which were massive commercial enterprises. A typical Roman bathhouse employed dozens of workers: furnace operators who kept the hypocaust heating systems running, water managers who maintained the complex plumbing, attendants who helped customers navigate the facilities, masseurs who worked out the kinks in Roman muscles, and security personnel who kept order among naked, relaxed, and sometimes intoxicated patrons. The larger thermae were like ancient shopping malls, with vendors selling everything from snacks to jewellery, to good luck charms designed to protect you from sewer demons. The oil trade was particularly lucrative. Olive oil was the foundation of the Roman hygiene industry, and controlling olive groves could make you wealthy beyond imagination. But the real money was in specialty oils and perfumes. A single amphora of high-quality rose oil from Egypt could cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 6 months. The perfume merchants who dealt in these luxury goods often became powerful political figures, using their wealth to buy influence and status. Import businesses thrived on Roman hygiene obsessions. Exotic ingredients came from across the empire and beyond: frankincense from Arabia, cinnamon from India, amber from the Baltic regions, and silk for the finest bathing towels from China. The logistics of getting these materials to Roman consumers created entire industries of traders, shippers, and middlemen. Some merchants specialized in nothing but hygiene-related imports, building fortunes on Roman desires to smell better than their neighbours. The soap-making industry was sophisticated. While Romans didn't use soap the way we do, they did manufacture various cleansing compounds from animal fats, plant ashes, and mineral salts. The best soap makers were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through generations of craftsmen. Some soap-making families became wealthy enough to own their own bathhouses, creating vertically integrated hygiene empires that controlled everything from soap production to the final bathing experience. Slavery was, unfortunately, central to the Roman hygiene economy. Thousands of slaves worked in bathhouses, oil production, and personal hygiene services. Some specialized in specific skills. There were slaves who could identify the best oils by smell alone, others who were experts at using strigils without causing injury, and still others who memorized complex recipes for custom perfume blends. The most skilled hygiene slaves could earn enough money through tips and side businesses to eventually buy their freedom, though this path to manumission required years of scraping other people's backs and memorizing their scent preferences. The construction industry also benefited from Roman hygiene culture. Building a proper Roman bath required specialists in hypercaust heating systems, waterproof concrete, decorative mosaics, and complex plumbing. The techniques developed for bathhouse construction were later applied to other buildings, making Roman hygiene culture a driver of architectural innovation. Some construction families became wealthy by specializing in bath-related projects, traveling throughout the empire to build facilities for wealthy Romans in distant provinces. Then there were the support industries that emerged around hygiene culture. Laundry services cleaned the towels and clothing used in baths. Pottery makers produced the countless vessels needed for oils, perfumes, and bathing accessories. Metal workers crafted strigils, mirrors, and bathing jewellery. Even the food industry got involved, as many Romans liked to eat and drink while bathing, creating demand for waterproof serving vessels and special bath-appropriate snacks. The medical side of hygiene created its own economic opportunities. Physicians who specialized in hygiene-related treatments could charge premium fees, especially if they claimed expertise in exotic foreign bathing techniques. Massage therapists, aromatherapy specialists, and even professional bath consultants emerged as profitable professions. Some enterprising Romans made careers out of advising wealthy clients on optimal bathing schedules and customized oil blends. Regional variations in hygiene preferences created niche markets throughout the empire. Romans in Britain developed cold-weather bathing techniques that required different oils and heating systems. Romans in North Africa adapted their hygiene practices to desert conditions, creating demand for specialized sun protection oils and sand-resistant clothing. These regional specializations often became export industries, with local hygiene innovations spreading throughout the empire. The government also profited from Roman cleanliness obsessions through taxes and regulations. Bathhouses paid licensing fees, imported hygiene products faced tariffs, and luxury perfumes were subject to special taxes that helped fund public works projects. Some historians argue that Roman expansion was partly motivated by the desire to secure reliable sources of hygiene-related raw materials, making cleanliness a factor in imperial policy. Roman hygiene wasn't just about getting clean. It was about navigating a complex spiritual landscape, where supernatural forces lurked in every bathing facility, and evil spirits had strong opinions about your personal grooming choices. The Romans had managed to turn basic human cleanliness into a mystical adventure that required careful planning, protective charms, and occasionally professional supernatural consultation. The timing of your bath wasn't just a matter of personal convenience, It was a cosmic decision that could affect your luck, health, and spiritual well-being. Romans consulted calendars that indicated favourable and unfavourable bathing days, based on lunar phases, religious festivals, and the movements of various gods through the celestial sphere. Some wealthy Romans employed personal astrologers whose job included calculating optimal bathing schedules. Imagine having to verify your horoscope before deciding whether to take a shower. Water itself was considered to have spiritual properties that varied depending on its source and treatment. Spring water was thought to carry the blessings of water nymphs, while rainwater collected during thunderstorms was believed to have purifying powers that could wash away curses and negative luck. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to obtain water with the right spiritual qualities for important bathing rituals. Some wealthy families maintained private springs specifically for ceremonial bathing, hiring priests to bless the water sources regularly. The direction you faced while bathing was considered crucial. Most Romans believed you should face east while entering the bath to welcome the blessings of the rising sun, then turn to face west while leaving to ensure that any evil influences washed away with the setting sun. More superstitious bathers would rotate through all 4 cardinal directions during their bathing session, creating a kind of mystical water dance that must have been entertaining to watch. Protective amulets for bathing were big business in ancient Rome. These weren't just decorative jewellery. They were considered essential safety equipment for anyone venturing into the spiritually dangerous environment of a public bath. Popular designs included images of Hercules for strength, Mercury for protection during travel, including spiritual journeys undertaken while bathing, and various household gods who specialised in bathroom-related protection. Some amulets were designed to be worn while wet, using special materials and construction techniques that modern jewellers would find fascinating. The Romans had elaborate rituals for entering and leaving baths that would make modern spa protocols look casual. Many would pause at the threshold to recite protective prayers, asking the gods to guard them from evil spirits, prevent accidents, and ensure that their bathing experience would be beneficial rather than harmful. Some would leave small offerings, coins, flowers, or drops of expensive oil, at shrine niches built into bathhouse walls specifically for this purpose. Shared bathing created its own set of spiritual concerns. Romans worried about picking up not just physical dirt from other bathers, but spiritual contamination from people with bad luck, evil intentions, or supernatural enemies. This led to complex etiquette systems designed to minimize spiritual risk while maintaining social politeness. You couldn't just ignore someone in the baths that might offend them and invite retaliation from their personal gods. But you also couldn't become too friendly with strangers whose spiritual status was unknown. The oil and perfume application process was ritualized to an almost ceremonial degree. Wealthy Romans would recite specific prayers, while different oils were applied to different parts of their bodies. Rose oil might be blessed to Venus while being applied to the face, while olive oil could be dedicated to Minerva while being used on arms and legs. The goal was to invoke divine protection for each body part while also ensuring that the gods approved of your grooming choices. Dreams about bathing were considered prophetic and required professional interpretation. Romans who dreamed about dirty bathwater might consult priests about impending spiritual danger, while dreams of crystal-clear pools were considered signs of divine favour. Some Romans kept dream journals specifically to track bathing-related dreams and their outcomes, creating a kind of ancient database of supernatural bath predictions. The Romans even had superstitions about soap and cleansing materials. Some believed that using soap made from animals that had died violently could transfer aggressive spirits to the user. Others thought that cleaning tools used by people who later suffered misfortune were cursed and should be avoided. Such beliefs led to complex systems for tracking the history and spiritual pedigree of bathing accessories, with some wealthy Romans employing servants whose job was to maintain detailed records of where their strigils, sponges, and oils had come from. Seasonal bathing rituals aligned with the Roman religious calendar created additional layers of complexity. During certain festivals, bathing was considered either especially beneficial or particularly dangerous, depending on which gods were being honoured. The spring festival of Anna Perenna included ritual bathing that was supposed to ensure health for the coming year, while bathing during the Lemuria, when restless spirits roamed the earth, required special protective measures. As you settle back into your modern bathroom, surrounded by antibacterial soap dispensers and privacy walls, it's worth reflecting on what the Romans actually got right about hygiene, and what we might have learned from their more colourful mistakes. Their approach to cleanliness reveals something profound about human nature. Our eternal struggle to balance individual needs with social expectations, practical health concerns with cultural beliefs, and the desire to be clean with the reality of what that actually means. The Romans understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern, individualistic bathing culture. Cleanliness was inherently social. Their communal baths weren't just about getting clean. They were about maintaining the social fabric that held their civilization together. In an age before television, the internet, or even widespread literacy, the baths served as information networks, business centres, and community gathering places. Romans didn't just wash their bodies, they washed themselves back into society each day. Modern hygiene science has validated many Roman practices while debunking others. Their emphasis on regular bathing, the use of oils to protect skin, and even their practice of scraping away dead skin cells were remarkably sound from a dermatological standpoint. The Romans understood that healthy skin required both cleansing and moisturising, though they achieved it through olive oil and metal scrapers rather than lotions and exfoliating scrubs. Their recognition that mental health and physical cleanliness were connected wasn't wrong. It was just expressed through theories about humours and evil spirits rather than modern psychology. The Roman approach to dental hygiene, while involving some questionable ingredients, was actually more advanced than what most Europeans would practice for the next 1,000 years. Chewing on aromatic twigs did clean teeth effectively, and some of their herbal mouth rinses contained ingredients that modern dentistry recognises as beneficial. The fact that they cared about dental hygiene at all put them ahead of many later civilizations that considered tooth care vanity rather than health maintenance. Perhaps most importantly, the Romans demonstrated that public health infrastructure could transform civilization. Their aqueducts, sewers, and public baths created living conditions that wouldn't be matched in European cities until the 19th century. The decline of Roman bathing culture after the fall of the empire coincided with centuries of reduced lifespans, increased disease, and general scruffiness that historians now recognise as preventable consequences of abandoning public hygiene infrastructure. The economic lessons of Roman hygiene culture are equally relevant today. They understood that cleanliness could be an industry, creating jobs and driving innovation in ways that benefited entire societies. Their willingness to invest public money in bathing facilities and sanitation systems paid dividends in public health and social stability that lasted for centuries. Modern cities still struggle with the same basic challenge: how to balance individual desires for cleanliness and privacy with the collective benefits of shared infrastructure and social bathing spaces. The Roman mistake of mixing hygiene with superstition offers its lessons. When cleanliness becomes too ritualized or culturally loaded, it can become a source of anxiety rather than health. Modern Western culture occasionally succumbs to similar pitfalls, transforming personal hygiene into competitive displays of status or moral superiority, rather than a means of maintaining practical health. The Romans remind us that it's possible to take cleanliness too seriously, investing it with meanings and expectations that have nothing to do with actually being clean. As you drift off to sleep tonight, clean and comfortable in ways that would amaze any ancient Roman, remember that hygiene is always a work in progress. The Romans thought they had figured it out, just as we think we have figured it out, just as people 1,000 years from now will probably shake their heads at our primitive understanding of cleanliness and health. The pursuit of perfect hygiene is like the pursuit of perfect happiness, an admirable goal that reveals more about human nature than it does about soap and water. The Romans gave us the foundation for contemplating cleanliness as both a personal responsibility and a social virtue. They showed us that being clean could be pleasant, social, and even luxurious rather than just a grim necessity. Most importantly, they demonstrated that a civilization's approach to hygiene reflects its values, priorities, and understanding of what it means to live well together. So the next time you step into your private shower, with your individually chosen soap and your perfectly heated water, spare a thought for those long-dead Romans sitting naked on their communal toilets, sharing their communal sponges, and somehow managing to build an empire that lasted 1,000 years. They may not have understood germs or bacteria, but they understood something equally important, that taking care of your body and sharing that experience with your community was one of the things that made life worth living, despite the fact that it necessitated more public nudity and dubious medical theories than the majority of us would favour. You know that feeling when you realise you've been completely oblivious to something that was right in front of your face the whole time? Like when you finally notice your neighbour's been waving at you for 3 years and you thought they had some sort of nervous tic. Well, imagine that feeling, but multiply it by about 1,000, and you'll get close to what archaeologists felt when they stumbled upon one of history's most overlooked communication systems. It started, as these things often do, with someone having a perfectly ordinary day that was about to become extraordinary. Dr. Elena Vasquez was having her morning coffee in a dusty tent outside Cairo, squinting at pottery shards that looked about as exciting as yesterday's newspaper, when her graduate student Marcus burst in with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever who'd found the world's best stick. "Professor, you have to see this," he practically shouted, clutching a fragment of ancient painted plaster like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, as it turned out, it kind of did. The fragment showed what appeared to be a typical Egyptian banquet scene. You know the type, where everyone's sitting around looking impossibly elegant while servants fan them with giant feathers. But Marcus had noticed something that generations of scholars had somehow missed. Every single person at this banquet had their hair arranged in a completely different style, and more importantly, these styles seemed to follow very specific patterns. You see, for centuries, historians had assumed that ancient hairstyles were just fashion statements, like how we might choose between a bob or layers based on what magazine we flip through at the salon. But what if hair wasn't just about looking good? What if it was actually a sophisticated communication system, as complex and nuanced as any written language? The idea seemed ridiculous at first. After all, how could something as simple as how you wore your hair carry meaning beyond "I'm having a good hair day" or "I clearly gave up on life this morning"? But the more Elena and Marcus examined the fragment, the more patterns they discovered. The woman with 3 braids wound with gold thread was positioned next to the man with the elaborate top knot, while the figure with loose hair adorned with lotus flowers sat across from someone whose hair was completely covered. It was like looking at a crossword puzzle, where you suddenly realise all the clues are connected. The positioning wasn't random, it was deliberate, meaningful, coded. These people weren't just sitting around eating grapes and looking fabulous. They were having a conversation, and their hair was doing all the talking. As Elena sipped her now-cold coffee, she felt that familiar tingle that archaeologists get when they're about to turn the academic world upside down. It's the same feeling you get when you're about to tell someone a secret that's going to blow their mind, except, in this case, the secret had been hiding in plain sight for thousands of years. The implications were staggering. If hair truly functioned as a secret language in ancient Egypt, what about other cultures? Had archaeologists been looking at countless artifacts, paintings, and sculptures without realising they were essentially reading books with half the words missing? It would be like trying to understand a conversation by only listening to every other sentence. Technically possible, but you're definitely going to miss some crucial plot points. Eleanor set down her coffee cup with the decisive clink of someone who's just made a life-changing decision. She was going to prove that hair wasn't just about aesthetics in the ancient world. It was about communication, status, identity, and social navigation all rolled into one beautifully elaborate system. And if she was right, every museum in the world had been displaying what amounted to ancient text messages, completely unaware that they were looking at some of humanity's earliest social media posts. Little did she know that this discovery would lead her down a rabbit hole so deep and winding that she'd emerge on the other side with a completely new understanding of how our ancestors communicated, loved, fought, and lived their daily lives, all through the simple yet profound act of arranging the hair on their heads. You might think that cracking an ancient hair code would be like solving a jigsaw puzzle where half the pieces are missing and the other half are covered in dust, and you'd be absolutely right. However, Eleanor had consistently embraced challenges when faced with chaos. Her realisation that she'd been approaching the problem incorrectly led to a breakthrough. Instead of trying to decode individual hairstyles like some sort of follicular Rosetta Stone, she needed to look at the relationships between different styles within the same cultural context. It was like realising that you can't understand what thumbs up means by just staring at a thumb. You need to know when, where, and how people use it. Elena started with what she knew. Ancient Egyptian art was notorious for its precision. Every hieroglyph, every colour, and every positioning had meaning. If the Egyptians were that meticulous about drawing a bird to represent a sound, surely they weren't just randomly doodling hairstyles for the fun of it. She began cataloguing every depiction of hair she could find in Egyptian art, from tomb paintings to temple carvings to papyrus illustrations. At first, the catalogue appeared monotonous, with page after page of ancient updos, braids and headpieces that would leave a modern wedding planner in a state of envy. But slowly, patterns began to emerge. Women depicted in domestic scenes consistently wore their hair in simple, low arrangements, often with minimal decoration. But the same women, when shown in religious ceremonies, suddenly sprouted elaborate constructions that defied both gravity and reasonable styling time. It wasn't that they were getting dressed up for special occasions, it was that they were literally changing their message. The domestic hair seemed to communicate availability, approachability and fertility. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of wearing your comfiest jeans and a world's best mom t-shirt. However, the ceremonial hair represented a form of pure power communication. Those towering arrangements studded with gold ornaments weren't just showing off wealth, they were broadcasting authority, divine connection, and social status so loudly that they might as well have come with their ancient PA system. Eleanor's real epiphany occurred when she began examining the men's hairstyles. For years, scholars had largely ignored male grooming in ancient art, assuming it was less complex than women's styles. This, Elena realised, was like assuming that ties are just decorative strips of fabric instead of recognising their role as subtle indicators of profession, personality and occasion. Ancient Egyptian men, it turned out, had their own sophisticated hair vocabulary. Priests kept their heads completely shaved, a visual representation of purity and dedication to the gods. But they didn't just shave randomly. The timing of when they shaved, how often they shaved, and what they wore to cover their baldness all carried meaning. A priest with a perfectly smooth scalp was saying something very different from one with the faintest stubble, and both were distinct from the high priest, who wore an elaborate headdress that compensated for his lack of actual hair with symbolic power. Military men wore their hair in practical short styles that nonetheless managed to communicate rank through subtle variations in length and styling. A general's hair might look similar to a foot soldier's from a distance, but up close, the differences were as clear as military insignia. The general's hair would be precisely trimmed, perhaps with small braids that indicated his victories, while the soldier's simpler style communicated his readiness for battle and his place in the hierarchy. Elena found herself staying up late into the night, poring over images by lamplight like a detective solving a cold case. Each new piece of evidence added another layer to the picture. Hair wasn't just communication, it was a complete social operating system. It told you who they were, what they did, their social status, if they were single, what gods they worshipped, and maybe what they had for breakfast. The more she learned, the more she realised that modern people had completely lost touch with this ancient wisdom. We might spend fortunes on haircuts and products, but we use our hair primarily for personal expression, rather than social communication. Imagine if your hairstyle could tell everyone you met your job, your relationship status, your political affiliations, and your current mood, all without saying a word. It would be like carrying around a constantly updating personal billboard, and everyone around you would be fluent in reading it. As Elena's research progressed, she began to suspect that the Egyptians weren't unique in this practice. If hair could serve as a secret language in one ancient culture, surely others had developed their own follicular communication systems. The question was, how many civilizations had been having entire conversations over our heads for thousands of years, and we'd just been admiring their fashion sense? You know how sometimes you meet someone who completely shatters your assumptions about what they're going to be like? Elena felt that way about the Vikings when she started investigating their relationship with hair. She'd expected to find a bunch of rough-and-tumble warriors who maybe braided their beards when they remembered to, not a sophisticated culture with a hair communication system that made modern social media look primitive. The Vikings, it turned out, were absolutely obsessed with hair. However, it was not about vanity or fashion in the way you might expect. For them, hair held immense significance, influencing everything from social status to the likelihood of survival during a raid. Elena discovered these facts when she started examining Viking burial sites with a new perspective. Instead of just cataloguing the weapons and jewellery buried with the deceased, she began paying attention to how their hair had been arranged for their final journey. What she found was remarkable. Every single burial showed evidence of deliberate hairstyling, even when the body had been buried quickly or in difficult circumstances. Viking men, contrary to popular belief, didn't just let their hair grow wild and free like extras in a heavy metal music video. They maintained their hair with the same attention to detail that they applied to their weapons. A warrior's hair told the story of his life. Each braid might represent a successful raid, a defeated enemy, or a heroic deed. Long hair was a symbol of strength and virility, but one had to earn it. You couldn't just decide to grow your hair long. Your community had to recognize that you'd achieved something worthy of long hair privilege. The really fascinating part was how Viking hair customs differed based on your role in society. Jarls, the Viking equivalent of nobles, wore their hair in complex arrangements that took serious time and skill to achieve. The practice wasn't just showing off. It was a practical demonstration that they had enough wealth and status to spend hours on grooming instead of manual labour. Their hair was essentially a walking resume written in keratin. But the Vikings also used hair to communicate temporary states and intentions. A warrior preparing for battle might braid his hair in a specific pattern that announced his readiness to die gloriously, while someone seeking to negotiate a peaceful resolution would arrange their hair to signal non-threatening intentions. It was like having a universal mood ring that everyone in your culture could read from across a longhouse. Eleanor was particularly amused to discover that Viking women had their own elaborate hair hierarchy that made modern office politics look straightforward. Unmarried women wore their hair loose and flowing, advertising their availability with every strand. But the moment they married, that changed dramatically. Married women covered their hair almost completely, not out of modesty as scholars had long assumed, but as a form of social communication that said, "I'm taken, and my husband is powerful enough to afford a wife who doesn't need to advertise herself." The hair covering itself was a marvel of coded communication. The fabric, the way it was tied, the amount of hair that showed beneath it, every detail carried meaning. A woman whose covering slipped to show a bit of hair at her temples was communicating something very different from one whose hair was completely hidden. It was like having an entire conversation through strategic hat placement. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Viking hair communication was how they used it for deception and strategy. Viking raiders were masters of psychological warfare, and they quickly figured out that they could manipulate enemy perceptions through strategic hair choices. A raiding party might style their hair to appear larger and more numerous than they actually were, or conversely, they might tone down their hair displays to appear less threatening before a surprise attack. Eleanor found evidence of Vikings who had completely changed their hairstyling when travelling to foreign lands, essentially code-switching their appearance the way modern people might change their accent in different social situations. A Viking trader entering a Christian kingdom might adopt more conservative hair arrangements to blend in and avoid unwanted attention, while the same person might sport elaborate warrior braids when returning home to establish their continued Viking credibility. The complexity of the system was mind-boggling. Elena realised that Vikings had essentially created a visual language so sophisticated that they could communicate detailed information about personal history, current intentions, social status, and availability for various activities, all through hair arrangement. It was like wearing your entire LinkedIn profile in your follicles. As she explored the Viking hair culture, Eleanor began to understand that this wasn't just about communication, it was about identity itself. Your hair wasn't something you had, it was something you were. Changing your hairstyle wasn't a fashion choice, it was a declaration of personal transformation. No wonder the Vikings considered forced haircutting one of the worst possible punishments, equivalent to stealing someone's voice or erasing their identity. The more Elena learned about Viking hair practices, the more she realised that modern people had lost something profound when we abandoned these complex systems of visual communication. We'd gained individual freedom of expression, sure, but we'd lost a shared language that could convey incredibly nuanced social information at a glance. Elena discovered that ancient Asian cultures had developed communication systems so intricate that they made Viking hair codes resemble finger painting next to the Sistine Chapel. The deeper she dug into Chinese, Japanese and Korean historical records, the more she realised she'd stumbled into the equivalent of discovering that ancient people had been writing novels with their follicles. Ancient Chinese hair culture, Elena found, was basically a three-dimensional language, with grammar rules more complex than Latin. During the Han Dynasty, your hairstyle didn't just tell people who you were, It told them exactly where you fit in the cosmic order of the universe. There was no pressure there. The Chinese had developed what Elena came to think of as architectural hair, styles so precisely constructed that they required engineering skills alongside beauty knowledge. A proper court lady's hairstyle might take 3 hours to create and require multiple assistants, special tools, and enough hairpins to stock a small hardware store. But every single pin, every twist and every ornament placement followed strict rules that communicated everything from the woman's family background to her husband's political affiliations, to her personal virtues and accomplishments. Eleanor was particularly fascinated by the discovery that Chinese women could essentially update their status by changing small details in their hair arrangement. Moving a decorative comb from one side to the other might signal that they were ready to receive visitors, while adjusting the angle of a hairpin could indicate their mood or availability for conversation. It was like having a constantly editable social media profile that everyone around you could read in real time. But the real genius of the Chinese system was how it incorporated time and season into hair communication. Summer styles were different from winter styles, not just for practical reasons, but because they communicated different aspects of a person's character and social role. Spring hair arrangements might emphasize youth and renewal, while autumn styles could highlight wisdom and preparation for challenges ahead. Your hair was essentially a calendar that also happened to be a personality test. Japanese hair culture, Elena discovered, had taken the concept of coded communication and elevated it to an art form so refined that it made ballet look clumsy. The elaborate hairstyles of geishas weren't just beautiful, they were walking encyclopedias of information for anyone who knew how to read them. A geisha's hair could tell you not only her level of training and experience, but also what season it was, what district she worked in, whether she was entertaining a regular patron or meeting someone new, and dozens of other subtle social cues. The shape of her top knot, the number and placement of ornaments, the way her hair was sectioned and folded, every detail was deliberate and meaningful. Eleanor found records indicating that accomplished geishas could communicate complex messages to each other across a crowded room, simply by adjusting their hair ornaments. A slight shift in the angle of a decorative comb might warn a colleague about a difficult client, while touching a specific hairpin could signal that a patron was particularly generous that evening. They'd essentially developed their own secret professional network using nothing but strategic hair adjustment. Korean court culture, meanwhile, had developed what Eleanor privately called diplomatic hair, styles so loaded with political meaning that changing your hairstyle incorrectly could accidentally start a war. Court ladies during the Joseon dynasty wore elaborate arrangements that indicated not just their status, but their family's political alliances, their husband's government position, and their opinion on current policy debates. Elena discovered records of women who had gotten into serious political trouble simply because they'd worn the wrong hair ornament to a court function, accidentally signalling support for a rival political faction. It was like showing up to a modern political rally wearing the wrong campaign button, except the consequences could include exile or worse. Eleanor's mind reeled from the intricacy of these Asian hairstyles, not only due to the time it took to style them every morning. These cultures had created visual communication systems so complex that they required years of education to master. Young girls from wealthy families would spend hours learning not just how to create these elaborate styles, but how to read the subtle messages in other women's hair arrangements. It was social media before social media existed, except instead of posting updates, you wore them. Instead of scrolling through feeds, you read the room by observing everyone's hairstyles. And instead of getting notifications, you received information through subtle changes in other people's hair presentations. Eleanor began to realize that these ancient hair languages weren't just sophisticated, they were actually more nuanced than many modern communication systems. We might have emojis and status updates, but could you communicate your entire family history, current mood, political affiliations, professional status, and availability for social interaction all through a single photograph? These ancient cultures could do exactly that, and they carried their messages with them everywhere they went. As Elena's research progressed, she started to wonder, had we gained convenience in modern communication but lost something profound about human connection? When everyone around you can read detailed information about your life and current state simply by looking at your hair, perhaps you develop a different kind of social awareness and empathy. Maybe we'd traded deep, intuitive communication for broad but shallow connection. Just when Elena thought she'd mapped the outer boundaries of ancient hair communication, she discovered that the Celts had been weaving messages into their hair with the same intricate artistry they brought to their metalwork and manuscripts. If Asian cultures had turned hair into architecture, the Celts had transformed it into storytelling. Elena's introduction to Celtic hair culture came through an unlikely source, a medieval Irish monk's complaint letter. Brother Finnegan, writing in the 8th century, was apparently fed up with how long it took to decode the messages that Celtic women were literally wearing on their heads when they came to the monastery seeking sanctuary. His frustrated scribblings reveal that Celtic hair braiding wasn't just decorative, it was narrative. Each braid pattern told a story, and not just any story, but often the woman's entire family history going back generations. A Celtic woman's hair might contain the tale of her great-grandmother's heroic defence of the clan lands, her mother's tragic love affair, and her own recent adventures, all woven together in patterns that functioned like a portable library. Eleanor imagined these women walking around like living, breathing audiobooks, except instead of listening, you had to know how to read braid patterns. The complexity was staggering. Eleanor found evidence that master braid readers could determine not just what stories were being told, but how the woman felt about those stories based on subtle variations in tension, direction, and decorative elements woven into the patterns. A tightly woven section might indicate pride in a family achievement, while looser braiding could suggest sorrow or regret about a particular event. Celtic men, not to be outdone, had developed their own hair-based communication system that was equal parts practical and poetic. Warriors wore their hair in patterns that announced their battle achievements, but they also incorporated elements that told the stories of their fallen comrades. It was like wearing a memorial and a military record simultaneously, except infinitely more personal and meaningful. Elena was particularly moved to discover that Celtic hair patterns often included memory braids, sections specifically dedicated to keeping the stories of deceased family members alive. A mother might weave the pattern that represented her lost child into her hair, ensuring that the child's memory travelled with her wherever she went. It was a form of grief, processing and memorial that was both private and public, allowing the community to recognise and support someone's loss while giving the bereaved person a tangible way to carry their loved one's story forward. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Celtic hair communication was how they used it for matchmaking and courtship. Young people could communicate incredibly detailed information about their romantic availability, preferences, and family background through strategic hair arrangement. A woman might weave patterns that told potential suitors about her family's cattle holdings, her own domestic skills, and even her personality traits, all while appearing to simply wear her hair in an attractive style. Elena discovered records of elaborate courtship negotiations conducted entirely through hair pattern exchanges. A young man might ask his sister to visit a potential bride's family and read the girl's hair to gather information about her suitability, while the girl's relatives would be simultaneously analysing the messenger's hair patterns to assess the suitor's family background and prospects. It was like having detailed dating profiles that you wore on your head. Eleanor called the Celts travelling hair, patterns that showed where a person was from and how they got there. This practice was incredibly practical, in a world where knowing someone's origin and journey could be crucial for determining whether they were friend, foe, or trading partner. Your hair essentially functioned as a passport and travel itinerary combined. Eleanor found evidence that Celtic druids had elevated hair communication to a spiritual level, using elaborate arrangements to commune with deities and channel otherworldly wisdom. A druid's hair pattern might incorporate symbols representing the phases of the moon, the changing seasons, and various natural forces, creating a living mandala that connected the wearer to the cosmic order. It was like wearing a direct line to the divine, except instead of a phone, you used intricate braiding techniques passed down through generations of spiritual practitioners. But what really impressed Elena was how the Celts had managed to make their hair communication system adaptable across different social situations. The same basic braid pattern might be worn loosely and casually for everyday activities, tightened and decorated for formal occasions, or modified with specific additions for ritual or ceremonial purposes. It was like having one incredibly versatile language that could shift registers depending on the context, from casual conversation to formal presentation to sacred ceremony. The more Elena studied Celtic hair culture, the more she realised that they'd solved one of the fundamental challenges of human communication: how to share complex personal information while maintaining privacy and dignity. A Celtic woman could tell her entire life story to those who needed to know it, while the same arrangement might appear to be simply attractive braiding to casual observers. It was selective broadcasting at its finest, intimate communication disguised as beautiful hairstyling. As Elena pieced together the complex mysteries of Celtic hair messaging, she began to understand that these ancient people had created something remarkable, a communication system that was simultaneously practical, beautiful, emotionally meaningful, and spiritually significant. They hadn't just figured out how to speak with their hair, they had discovered how to turn their entire heads into living, breathing works of art that told the stories of their lives, their families, and their deepest beliefs. By this point in her research, Eleanor felt like she'd discovered that the entire ancient world had been having a massive ongoing conversation right over everyone's heads, literally. But the more cultures she investigated, the more she realised that hair communication wasn't just a collection of isolated cultural practices. It was something much more profound, a universal human impulse to turn our most visible feature into a language of identity, status, and connection. Eleanor's breakthrough came when she started mapping the common elements across all the hair communication systems she'd studied. Despite developing in complete isolation from each other, cultures around the world had independently arrived at remarkably similar solutions to the challenge of visual communication. It was like discovering that humans had an innate need to speak with their hair, regardless of their geographic location or historical period. Length, it turned out, was universal currency in hair communication. From Viking warriors to Chinese empresses to Celtic druids, longer hair consistently indicated higher status, greater power, or deeper spiritual connection. But the genius was in the details. How that length was managed, styled, and displayed varied dramatically between cultures, while maintaining the same basic meaning. This is similar to how a smile universally signifies friendliness, yet the specific ways in which people smile differ according to their cultural backgrounds. Covering and uncovering hair also appeared to be a universal communication strategy, though the specific meanings varied fascinatingly between cultures. What remained constant was the recognition that hair visibility was a powerful tool for social signalling. Whether you were a Roman matron covering your hair to indicate respectability, a Celtic warrior leaving his hair wild to demonstrate his dangerous nature, or a Japanese geisha revealing carefully styled locks to advertise her artistic refinement, you were all participating in the same basic human practice of using hair visibility as a form of communication. Elena discovered that braiding patterns seemed to emerge independently in every culture that developed sophisticated hair communication, but each society had found its own symbolic vocabulary within the medium of woven hair. Vikings braided stories of conquest, Celts braided family histories, and various African cultures, whose hair communication systems Elena was just beginning to investigate, had developed braiding patterns that could indicate everything from tribal affiliation to personal achievements to spiritual beliefs. But perhaps the most universal element Elena found was the use of hair communication for mate selection and relationship status. Every culture she studied had developed sophisticated ways to broadcast romantic availability, partnership status, and desirability through hair arrangement. It made perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective. Hair is visible from a distance, can be styled to enhance or disguise certain features, and changes over time in ways that can indicate health, age, and social status. The more Elena studied these patterns, the more she realized that modern humans had retained many of these ancient instincts without consciously recognizing them. We still make judgments about people based on their hairstyles, still use our hair to signal different aspects of our personality and social status, and still pay attention to hair changes as indicators of life transitions or emotional states. We just don't have the sophisticated, culturally agreed-upon vocabulary that our ancestors developed. Eleanor began to see that hair communication hadn't disappeared with ancient civilizations. It had just become less conscious and systematic. Modern people still use dramatic haircuts to mark major life changes, still spend enormous amounts of money and time on hairstyling to communicate aspects of their identity, and still notice and interpret other people's hair choices as social signals. We'd just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would let us read these signals with the precision and sophistication of our ancestors. This realization led Elena to what she considered her most important discovery. hair communication systems seemed to emerge naturally in any society that valued complex social relationships and nuanced identity expression. The more sophisticated the social structure, the more elaborate the hair language became. It wasn't that ancient people were obsessed with hair for its own sake. They were using hair as a tool for navigating increasingly complex social environments. Elena started to understand that these ancient hair languages represented something that modern society might have lost, a shared vocabulary for expressing the subtle, complex aspects of human identity that don't fit neatly into simple categories. When your hairstyle could communicate not just your social status, but your family history, your personal achievements, your current emotional state, your spiritual beliefs, and your availability for various types of relationships, you had a communication tool of remarkable sophistication and nuance. The implications were staggering. Eleanor realized that ancient people might have been better at reading social cues, understanding complex social dynamics, and navigating interpersonal relationships precisely because they had these shared visual languages that provided immediate, detailed information about everyone around them. Modern people might have gained individual freedom of expression, but we've lost collective tools for social communication and understanding. As Elena synthesized her research across cultures and centuries, she began to see that hair communication wasn't just an intriguing historical curiosity. It was evidence of a fundamental human capacity for creating meaning, building community, and expressing identity through the most basic aspects of our physical appearance. We'd always been speaking with our hair. We'd just forgotten how to listen to what it was saying. As Elena sat in her study one evening, surrounded by photographs, sketches, and notes from cultures spanning thousands of years and every inhabited continent, she realized she'd uncovered something that went far beyond academic curiosity. She'd discovered a lost dimension of human communication that revealed profound truths about connection, identity, and the ways people create meaning in their lives. The evidence was overwhelming. For most of human history, hair had served as a sophisticated, nuanced language that allowed people to communicate complex information about themselves, while simultaneously reading equally complex information about everyone around them. Modern humans had retained the instinct to use hair for communication. We still make dramatic hair changes to mark life transitions, still judge others based on their styling choices, still use our hair to express personality and attract partners. But we'd lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make this communication truly effective. Eleanor began to imagine what it would have been like to live in a world where everyone around you was constantly broadcasting detailed information about their identity, status, history, and current emotional state through their hair choices. Instead of the awkward small talk that dominates modern social interactions, ancient people could gather enormous amounts of relevant information about new acquaintances simply by observing their hair arrangements. It would be like having everyone's biography, current mood, and availability status visible at a glance. But the more Elena thought about it, the more she realized that ancient hair communication offered something even more valuable than efficient information exchange. It provided a way for people to express the full complexity of their identity within a shared cultural framework. When your hairstyle could tell the story of your family, your achievements, your beliefs, and your dreams, you had a way to be seen and understood as a complete person rather than just a collection of demographic categories. Elena found herself wondering what we'd lost when we abandoned these sophisticated visual languages. Modern people often complain about feeling disconnected, misunderstood, or unable to express their authentic selves in social situations. What if part of the solution was learning to read and speak in the visual languages that humans had naturally developed over thousands of years? The implications extended beyond individual communication to community building and social cohesion. When everyone in a community shared a visual language that could communicate personal history, family connections, social status, and current circumstances, it created a web of understanding and mutual recognition that went far deeper than surface-level interactions. People could understand their place in the community, not just through verbal communication, but through constant visual reinforcement of social relationships and shared values. Eleanor realized that ancient hair communication systems had solved one of the persistent challenges of human society: how to balance individual expression with community cohesion. These systems allowed people to express their unique identity and personal story while simultaneously participating in a shared cultural language that strengthened community bonds. You could be completely yourself while still being clearly connected to your community. While Elena reflected on her research, she began seeing parallels between ancient hair communication and modern digital communication. Social media platforms, dating apps, and professional networking sites all attempt to help people broadcast information about their identity, status, and availability, essentially the same functions that hair served in ancient cultures. But where hair communication was immediate, nuanced, and integrated into daily life, digital communication often feels artificial, performative, and separated from authentic human connection. Perhaps most importantly, Eleanor realized that hair communication had been inherently democratic. Unlike written languages that required literacy and education, or complex social protocols that required training in etiquette, hair communication was accessible to everyone. Rich or poor, educated or illiterate, everyone had hair, and everyone could participate in the visual conversation that helped bind communities together. Elena's research had started with curiosity about ancient aesthetics, but it had evolved into something much larger, a recognition that humans have always had sophisticated ways of communicating identity, building community, and creating meaning through the most basic aspects of physical appearance. We hadn't lost the ability to communicate through hair. We'd just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make that communication effective and meaningful. As she prepared to share her findings with the world, Elena felt both excitement and sadness. Elena was filled with excitement as she discovered evidence of human creativity, ingenuity, and connection that had been concealed for centuries. She felt sadness because she realized how much richness and depth of communication modern people had unknowingly sacrificed for the sake of individual freedom and simplicity. But perhaps, Elena thought as she finally turned off her desk lamp and headed to bed, understanding what we'd lost was the first step toward recovering some of what had made ancient communities so skilled at reading, understanding, and connecting with each other. Perhaps we haven't truly lost the secret language of hair, but it's simply waiting for us to reclaim its ability to communicate. Your hair, after all, has been trying to tell your story all along. The only question is whether anyone around you still remembers how to listen. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states, all for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of superfuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighborhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realised that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m, the Gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds, it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of ground zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons, Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only 1 weapon for actual combat use. It was like having 2 bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict, with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicentre of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercentre were vaporized so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns, and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The two atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, the people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. You know how sometimes the most important things happen in plain sight, yet nobody really talks about them? That's exactly what the Underground Railroad was like. Picture yourself living in 1850, and everywhere you look, there are these little signs that something big is happening, but it's all happening in whispers and winks and very careful conversations. The thing is, calling it a railroad was actually pretty clever, even if it confused the heck out of people later on. There were no actual trains involved, no steel tracks cutting through the countryside, and no conductors in funny hats checking tickets. But the people who ran this network were smart cookies who knew that if you're going to move people secretly, you better have a system that makes sense to insiders but sounds totally boring to outsiders. So they borrowed railroad language because, frankly, it was perfect. The stations were safe houses where escaped slaves could rest, eat, and hide. The conductors were the brave souls who guided people from one safe spot to the next. The passengers were the men, women, and children seeking freedom, and the tracks were the secret routes that crisscrossed the country like invisible highways. You have to understand, this wasn't some small-time operation run by a handful of do-gooders. We're talking about thousands of people across multiple states who somehow managed to coordinate one of the most successful rescue operations in American history without email, cell phones, or even decent maps. They pulled this off using nothing but word of mouth, coded messages, and an impressive amount of sheer guts. The network stretched from the deep south all the way up to Canada, with branches spreading out like tree roots. Some routes went through Philadelphia and New York. Others wound through Ohio and Indiana. A few brave souls even tried going through the Western Territories, though that was like choosing the expert level when you were still figuring out the basic controls. What made it work was that it operated on the same principle as any good gossip network. Information travelled person to person, but only to people you absolutely trusted. Your neighbour might be helping runaway slaves, but unless you were directly involved, you might never know, and that neighbour certainly wasn't going to tell you about it over the back fence while hanging laundry. The whole thing started small, really. Individual families helping individual people, usually on impulse rather than as part of any grand plan. Maybe someone would show up at your door, hungry and desperate, and you'd think, well, I can't just turn them away. Before you knew it, you'd be part of something bigger than you ever imagined. But here's what's really wild about the whole operation. The Underground Railroad wasn't run by politicians or wealthy philanthropists, or any of the usual suspects who end up in history books. It was run by ordinary people who decided that some things were more important than personal safety. Farmers, shopkeepers, ministers, seamstresses, free black Americans who'd made it north, white families who couldn't stand injustice, and Quakers whose faith demanded action. These weren't professional revolutionaries. Most of them were just regular folks who happened to believe that helping people escape slavery was the right thing to do, even if it meant risking everything they had. And trust me, they were risking everything. Getting caught meant huge fines, prison time, and complete social disgrace. For black Americans helping with the network, the consequences were often much worse. Yet somehow, year after year, the network kept growing. More routes, more safe houses, and more people willing to risk their necks for strangers. It's enough to make you wonder what ordinary people might accomplish when they decide something needs to change. Imagine trying to coordinate a massive rescue operation using nothing but subtle hints, shared glances, and the occasional cryptic note passed hand to hand. That's exactly what Underground Railroad operators had to master, and honestly, they got better at secret communication than most spy novels would have you believe. The coded language was just the beginning. Sure, everyone knows about calling safe houses stations and guides conductors, but the real communication happened in ways that would make a modern intelligence agency jealous. Church services became information exchanges. Quilts hanging on clotheslines carried messages. Even hymns sung in a certain way could signal danger or safety. You'd walk into a town as a stranger, not knowing who to trust or where to go, but if you knew the right words, doors would open. A casual mention of following the drinking gourd might get you a knowing nod from someone who understood you were talking about the Big Dipper constellation pointing north. Ask about friends in the right way, and suddenly you'd find yourself being directed to a basement or attic, where other travellers were waiting. The Quakers, bless them, turned being cryptic into an art form. They'd developed their own way of talking that sounded perfectly innocent to outsiders, but was loaded with meaning for people in the know. A Quaker might mention that their barn needs cleaning when they mean they have space for passengers, or they'd talk about expecting packages from the south when they were planning to receive escaped slaves. But the real genius was in the everyday stuff. Lanterns in windows positioned just so. Certain hymns are sung during church services. Even the way someone hung their laundry could carry a message. A white sheet hanging a certain way might mean all clear, while a coloured cloth could signal danger, stay away. The whole system relied on people being incredibly observant and remembering details that seemed trivial. You had to notice which houses had yellow candles instead of white ones, which barns had doors left slightly ajar, and which families suddenly seemed to be cooking larger meals than usual. All of these tiny details were pieces of a massive puzzle that only made sense if you knew how to read the signs. Letters were particularly tricky to write because you never knew who might intercept them, so people developed elaborate codes that made their correspondence sound like perfectly normal family updates or business discussions. A letter about shipping goods might actually be about moving people. News that the weather has been stormy but is clearing could mean that it is dangerous to travel right now, but conditions will improve soon. Some conductors got so good at this coded communication that they could have entire conversations about Underground Railroad business while seeming to discuss completely mundane topics like crop prices or family news. They developed an almost telepathic ability to understand what wasn't being said directly. The fascinating thing was how quickly word could spread through the network when it needed to. If slave catchers were spotted in an area, somehow everyone involved would know about it within hours, even though they couldn't exactly send out a group text. Information flowed through the network faster than you'd expect, carried by peddlers, ministers, travelling salesmen, and anyone else who had legitimate reasons to move from town to town. Of course, all this secrecy meant that mistakes happened. People misunderstood signals, went to the wrong houses, or showed up at safe houses when the owners weren't prepared. Sometimes coded messages got garbled, leaving everyone confused about what was actually supposed to happen. But somehow, the network was flexible enough to handle these mix-ups without falling apart completely. The most impressive part was how ordinary people became experts at living double lives. During the day, they'd go about their normal business, chatting with neighbours, running errands, and acting like nothing unusual was happening. Then at night, they'd transform into efficient operators in a clandestine network, moving people, passing messages, and making life or death decisions with remarkable calm. Here's something that doesn't show up in most history books. Running the Underground Railroad was basically like managing the world's most complicated travel agency. Except your clients couldn't make reservations, you couldn't advertise your services, and if you messed up, people could die. Think about what was actually involved in moving one person safely from, say, Georgia to Canada. You needed to know safe routes through multiple states, identify trustworthy contacts in dozens of towns, coordinate timing so that safe houses weren't overwhelmed, and do it all while keeping everything secret from authorities who were actively trying to shut you down. The food situation alone was mind-boggling. Imagine suddenly having 3 extra people show up at your house at midnight, people who haven't eaten properly in days and need enough energy to keep travelling. You couldn't exactly run to the corner store for supplies, especially not without raising questions about why you suddenly needed so much bread and cheese at odd hours. Smart operators learned to keep extra food on hand at all times, but it had to be stuff that wouldn't spoil and wouldn't seem suspicious if neighbours noticed. Root vegetables stored in cellars, preserved meat, dried beans, and cornmeal that could be quickly turned into filling meals. Some families got creative and started keeping larger gardens than they actually needed, just so they'd have legitimate reasons for storing extra food. Clothing was another constant headache. People escaping slavery often arrived wearing whatever they'd had on when they fled, which was usually work clothes that screamed, "I don't belong in polite society." Getting people dressed appropriately for their journey north meant maintaining a secret stash of clothing in various sizes, plus shoes, which were particularly hard to come by and expensive to replace. Some Underground Railroad operators became surprisingly proficient at emergency tailoring. They'd take ill-fitting donated clothes and quickly alter them so travellers would blend in better. Others established networks of empathetic seamstresses, providing reliable assistance for last-minute clothing emergencies without excessive inquiries. Then there was transportation, which was way more complicated than just pointing people north and wishing them luck. Different routes required different approaches. Some areas were safe for daytime travel, while others were death traps unless you moved at night. Some regions had enough Underground Railroad activity that you could pass people from station to station every few miles. Other areas had huge gaps that required careful planning and lots of supplies. The timing had to be perfect. Show up at a safe house too early, and your host might not be ready. Show up too late, and you might find the place watched by slave catchers or local authorities who'd gotten suspicious. Arrive on a night when your contact was out of town, or dealing with a family emergency, and you could be stuck hiding in a barn for days. Weather added another layer of complexity that nobody could control. Rain could make travel miserable, but also covered tracks and kept people indoors where they couldn't spot suspicious activity. Snow made tracking easier for pursuers, but also made travel dangerous. Heat waves meant you could move more comfortably at night, but needed extra water during the day. Some Underground Railroad operators developed elaborate backup plans for when things went wrong. They'd identify alternate routes, secondary safe houses, and emergency contacts who could be trusted in a crisis. The really organised ones maintained detailed mental maps of their regions, complete with information about which roads were safest, which towns to avoid, and which local officials might be sympathetic versus those who were definitely hostile. Money was always tight because everything had to be paid for out of pocket. Food, clothing, transportation, bribes when necessary, and emergency funds for situations nobody could predict. Some operators went into debt helping strangers reach freedom. Others organised quiet fundraising among sympathetic friends and family members, though they had to be careful not to reveal too much about what the money was actually for. The most challenging part might have been the unpredictability. You never knew when someone might show up needing help, how many people would arrive together, what condition they'd be in, or what special circumstances might complicate their journey. Pregnant women needed different care than children, who needed different care than elderly travellers, who needed different care than injured people. Despite all these logistical nightmares, the network somehow kept functioning year after year, helping thousands of people reach freedom through sheer determination and remarkably good organisation. You'd think a network this big and this successful would be run by some kind of central committee or famous leaders giving orders from headquarters. But the Underground Railroad worked precisely because it wasn't organised that way at all. Instead, it was powered by an amazing collection of individuals who decided to act on their own and then somehow found ways to work together without anyone officially being in charge. Take William Still, who became known as the father of the Underground Railroad, not because he founded it, but because he was obsessively organised about keeping records. This guy worked in Philadelphia and helped coordinate the escape of hundreds of people, but what made him special was that he wrote everything down. Names, dates, routes, family connections, and stories about how people had escaped and where they were hoping to go. You have to understand how dangerous this record-keeping was. If authorities had ever found Still's files, they would have had enough information to destroy the entire Philadelphia branch of the network. But Still kept writing because he understood that someday, when slavery was over, families would want to find each other again. His records became the foundation for thousands of reunion stories after the Civil War. Then there was Harriet Tubman, who's famous for good reason, but probably not for the reasons most people think. Yes, she made multiple trips back into the South to guide people north, but what made her extraordinary wasn't just her courage. It was her strategic thinking and her ability to keep people calm under pressure. Tubman possessed a remarkable ability to detect impending danger and swiftly alter their plans. She carried a gun, not primarily to fight off slave catchers, but to convince exhausted, terrified travellers to keep moving when they wanted to give up. She understood that one person's panic could get everyone captured, so she'd do whatever it took to maintain discipline and keep groups together. But the network was full of less famous people, whose contributions were just as crucial. Levi Coffin and his wife, Catherine, turned their house in Indiana into one of the busiest stations on the Underground Railroad. They helped over 3,000 people reach freedom, earning Levi the nickname President of the Underground Railroad, though he never held any official title and certainly didn't have any actual authority over anyone else. What made the Coffins effective was their systematic approach. They approached Underground Railroad operations as a business, adhering to meticulous schedules, collaborating with other operators, and consistently anticipating future needs. Catherine became an expert at quickly feeding large numbers of unexpected guests, while Levi developed an extensive network of contacts throughout the Midwest. The network also depended on people who contributed in ways that weren't dramatic but were absolutely essential. John Rankin, an Ohio minister, consistently placed a lantern in his window each night for years, indicating that his home served as a secure refuge. That one simple, consistent action guided hundreds of people to safety, but Rankin never got the kind of attention that more flamboyant operators received. Free black Americans played crucial roles that often don't receive enough recognition in history books. They faced enormous personal risks because they could be enslaved themselves if caught helping runaways, but many of them felt a special obligation to help others escape bondage. They also had advantages that white operators didn't have, like the ability to travel in slave states without automatically arousing suspicion. Robert Purvis in Philadelphia used his wealth and social connections to support Underground Railroad activities on a scale that few others could match. David Ruggles in New York helped over 600 people reach freedom and published one of the first abolitionist magazines. These individuals concealed their Underground Railroad activities behind their legitimate businesses and social positions. The Quakers deserve special mention because their religious beliefs made them natural allies for the Underground Railroad, but they also brought organizational skills that other groups lacked. Quaker communities had experience making group decisions without formal hierarchies, communicating across long distances, and maintaining secrecy when necessary. Many Quaker settlements became reliable stops on Underground Railroad routes, What's remarkable is how these diverse people managed to work together effectively, despite having different backgrounds, motivations, and ideas about the best ways to help escaping slaves. They developed informal systems for sharing information, coordinating activities, and resolving conflicts without any central authority telling them what to do. Some operators specialised in particular aspects of the work. Others were generalists who did whatever needed doing. Some focused on their local areas, while others travelled extensively to maintain connections across state lines. But somehow they all managed to function as part of a coherent network that accomplished something extraordinary. If you imagine the Underground Railroad as a straightforward journey from south to north, you're in for some surprises. The reality was far more complicated, circuitous, and frankly weird than most people realise. Escaping slavery wasn't like following a map from point A to point B. It was more like navigating a constantly changing maze where the walls moved every few days and some paths led to dead ends or worse. First off, north was relative. For someone escaping from Georgia, north might mean getting to South Carolina first, then working their way up through the Carolinas to Virginia. From that point, they might venture into Maryland, followed by Pennsylvania. Each state had its laws, its level of hostility toward escaped slaves, and its network of people who might help or hinder your progress. But here's the thing nobody talks about. Sometimes the best route north actually went south first, or east, or west, because taking the obvious path was exactly what slave catchers expected. Smart conductors learned to think like chess players, considering not just the next move but several moves ahead. Sometimes the safest way to get from Alabama to Ohio was to go through Mississippi and Louisiana first, then up the Mississippi River, and overland through Illinois. The Underground Railroad had to adjust to the terrain in ways that would challenge the capabilities of modern GPS systems. River crossings were natural choke points where authorities knew to watch, but you couldn't avoid them entirely. Some operators became experts at finding unusual crossing points, like areas where rivers were shallow enough to ford, or where friendly boat owners could provide transportation without asking questions. Mountain areas offered excellent hiding places but terrible travelling conditions, especially for people who were already exhausted and malnourished. Desert regions in the southwest were nearly impossible to cross without extensive preparation and supplies. Even seemingly safe farmland could be dangerous if you didn't know which farmers were sympathetic and which ones would turn you in for the reward money. The seasonal timing of escapes wasn't random either. Winter travel was miserable, but had advantages because fewer people were out and about to spot suspicious activity. Spring planting and fall harvest times were busy periods when extra people on farms might not attract attention. Summer offered the best weather, but also the most active slave patrols and bounty hunters. Most escapes started on weekends, particularly Saturday nights, because it gave people the maximum time before their absence would be noticed and search parties organised. These circumstances meant that Underground Railroad operators had to be prepared for weekend surges in activity, then quieter periods during the week when travellers were laying low at safe houses. The pace of travel was much slower than you might expect. A journey that could theoretically be completed in a few weeks might take months or even years, with extended stays at safe houses when conditions become too dangerous for travel. Some people made it north quickly during favourable periods, while others had to take long detours or wait for better opportunities. Family groups faced special challenges because travelling with children or elderly relatives meant slower movement and greater visibility. Some families made the heartbreaking decision to split up temporarily, with stronger members going first to establish themselves in the north, then sending help for those left behind. Other families refused to separate and accepted the additional risks of travelling together. The Underground Railroad had to account for physical limitations that seem obvious now, but required constant adaptation then. Pregnant women couldn't travel as far or as fast. Injured or sick people needed medical attention that wasn't easy to locate. Children needed different kinds of food and care than adults. Elderly travellers might have mobility issues that require special arrangements. Weather can suddenly transform a manageable journey into a nightmare. Sudden storms could force people to seek shelter at places that weren't prepared for them. Flooding could make planned river crossings impossible. Ice storms could make any travel treacherous. Drought could make water sources unreliable. Operators learned to read weather signs and adjust plans accordingly. The psychological aspects of the journey were as challenging as the physical ones. People who'd never been more than a few miles from where they were born suddenly found themselves travelling hundreds of miles through unfamiliar territory, dependent on strangers for survival. never sure whether the next person they met would help them or turn them in. While some travellers thrived on the adventure and excitement, others succumbed to fear and uncertainty. Conductors learned to manage group dynamics, keeping people motivated when spirits flagged, maintaining discipline when fear led to poor decision-making, and providing emotional support when the stress became overwhelming. The journey didn't end when people reached the north either. Many found that the northern states did not live up to their expectations, as they faced significant discrimination and limited opportunities for people of colour. Some continued all the way to Canada, while others settled in northern cities, where they tried to build new lives while always looking over their shoulders. Every underground railroad operator has captivating tales to share, and it's remarkable how numerous near disasters, fueled by quick thinking, extraordinary luck, and sometimes divine intervention, resulted in successful rescues. The network survived not because everything went smoothly, but because people got really good at improvising when things went terribly wrong. Take the time. William Still was coordinating the escape of a large group through Philadelphia when someone tipped off the authorities. Instead of panicking, Still quickly spread the word through his network to scatter everyone to different safe houses throughout the city. When the slave catchers showed up at the primary location, they found nothing but a very confused elderly woman who claimed she had no idea what they were talking about and offered them tea while they searched her completely empty house. Consider what transpired when Harriet Tubman, leading a group north, found their planned safe house compromised. Instead of turning back, she marched her charges straight to a hotel in the middle of town and brazenly registered them as her servants travelling with her to visit relatives. The hotel clerk never questioned the story of a respectable woman travelling with her household staff, even though he might have been suspicious of a group of obvious runaways hiding in the woods. Some of the closest calls came from misunderstandings and communication failures that nobody could have predicted. A group of escaping slaves once showed up at what they thought was a safe house, only to discover they'd gotten the address wrong and were knocking on the door of the local sheriff. Fortunately, the sheriff's wife was sympathetic to their cause, though her husband definitely wasn't. She managed to get them fed and redirected to the correct address before her husband came home, but the whole thing could have ended the network's operations in that town. Weather emergencies created some of the most dramatic near disasters. A blizzard once trapped a group of travellers in a barn for nearly a week, during which time their supplies ran out and several people became seriously ill. The local underground railroad operator had to figure out how to get medical attention and food to people he couldn't acknowledge were there while maintaining plausible explanations for his unusual behaviour to increasingly suspicious neighbours. Timing failures were constant sources of anxiety. Travellers would arrive at safe houses to find their hosts unexpectedly away, forcing them to hide in barns or root cellars for days longer than planned. Or conductors would show up to collect passengers only to discover that previous delays had thrown off the entire schedule, leaving everyone scrambling to improvise new arrangements. Some operators devised intricate contingency plans that were almost absurd in their complexity. One station master in Ohio kept a coffin in his barn and instructed arriving passengers to climb inside and pretend to be dead if authorities showed up for unexpected searches. The plan worked perfectly until the day a genuine funeral procession got confused about directions and ended up at his house looking for the cemetery, leading to an extremely awkward conversation about why he had an apparently occupied coffin in his barn instead of at the church. Betrayals were fortunately rare, but when they happened, they created chaos that rippled through entire regions. Once arrested and threatened with lengthy prison time, a trusted conductor in Maryland turned informant. His treachery jeopardized numerous safe houses and necessitated a comprehensive restructuring of routes across the region. The network survived, but only because other operators noticed unusual authority activity and managed to warn people before the betrayer could do maximum damage. Medical emergencies were particularly challenging because you couldn't exactly take obviously escaped slaves to local doctors without raising questions. Network operators had to become amateur medics, learning to treat injuries, deliver babies, and handle illnesses with whatever supplies they could obtain without arousing suspicion. Through necessity, some developed impressive medical skills, while others maintained quiet relationships with sympathetic doctors they could trust in emergencies. Children created special challenges because they couldn't always be expected to understand the need for absolute silence, and could inadvertently conceal away hiding places or reveal information to the wrong people. Smart operators learned to engage children's imaginations, turning the journey into a game of hide and seek or an adventure story, where staying quiet and following instructions was part of the fun rather than a matter of life and death. Perhaps the most nerve-wracking situations involved split-second decisions about whether to trust strangers who claimed to be sympathetic. Sometimes people claiming to offer help were actually bounty hunters trying to trap escaping slaves. Other times, genuine offers of assistance came from unexpected sources who didn't fit the usual profile of Underground Railroad supporters. Operators had to develop almost supernatural instincts for reading people and situations quickly and accurately. The remarkable thing is how often pure chance worked in favour of the Underground Railroad. Slave catchers would search houses thoroughly but somehow miss hidden rooms or concealed passages. Authority figures would ask pointed questions but accept implausible explanations. Suspicious neighbours would notice unusual activity but decide it wasn't worth investigating. The network succeeded partly through careful planning, but also through a remarkable series of fortunate accidents and lucky breaks. When you step back and look at the Underground Railroad as a whole, what's most striking isn't the famous stories or dramatic rescues that ended up in history books. It's the quiet, everyday decision made by thousands of ordinary people to risk everything they had for strangers they'd never met before and might never see again. That decision, multiplied across decades and states, changed American history in ways we're still discovering. The numbers alone are staggering when you really think about them. Historians estimate that the Underground Railroad helped somewhere between 40,000 and 100,000 people escape slavery, though the real number will never be known because record-keeping was necessarily limited, and much of what was written down was later destroyed for security reasons. But even the conservative estimate is more than most cities had then. What makes those numbers even more impressive is that each successful escape required the coordinated effort of dozens of people. If you figure an average of 20 people were directly involved in getting each person to safety, you're looking at a network that included somewhere between 800,000 and 2 million Americans who actively participated in Underground Railroad activities. That's a significant percentage of the northern population, making a conscious choice to break federal law in service of what they believed was a higher moral law. The ripple effects extended far beyond the people who were directly rescued. Every successful escape demonstrated that the system of slavery wasn't as secure as its defenders claimed. Every safe house that operated openly challenged the idea that helping escaped slaves was too dangerous or too difficult for ordinary people to attempt. Every conductor who made multiple trips proved that individual action could make a meaningful difference in seemingly impossible situations. The Underground Railroad also served as a training ground for the abolition movement and later civil rights activism. Individuals who acquired the skills to secretly organize, communicate in code, coordinate intricate operations across state lines, and sustain morale amidst seemingly insurmountable challenges were laying the groundwork for later social justice movements. Many Underground Railroad veterans became leaders in the fight for women's suffrage, labor rights, and other reform causes. Perhaps most importantly, the Underground Railroad proved that ordinary Americans could organize effective resistance to unjust laws without waiting for political leaders to show them the way. The network developed organically from individual acts of conscience, grew through informal networks of trust and communication, and succeeded through decentralized decision-making that didn't depend on any central authority or charismatic leadership. This model of grassroots organizing became a template for later social movements, from the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s to modern immigrant rights activism. The basic principles remain the same. Identify people who share your values, build networks of mutual support, develop secure communication methods, create safe spaces for people in danger, and maintain hope even when progress seems impossible. The Underground Railroad also demonstrated the power of what we might now call intersectional cooperation. The network brought together people who disagreed about many things, but found common ground in their opposition to slavery. Religious groups that normally didn't associate work together. People from different social classes collaborated as equals. Racial barriers that seemed insurmountable in other contexts became irrelevant when the goal was helping people escape bondage. The Underground Railroad had its limitations and contradictions. Most operators were concentrated in border states rather than the Deep South, where help was most desperately needed. The network could only help a small percentage of enslaved people, leaving millions still in bondage. Some operators held paternalistic attitudes toward the people they helped. viewing them as victims to be rescued rather than partners in a shared struggle for justice. Despite these limitations, the accomplishments remain significant. The Underground Railroad proved that seemingly powerless individuals could band together to challenge powerful institutions when they were motivated by moral conviction and willing to accept personal risk. It showed that change didn't have to wait for perfect conditions or ideal leaders. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs, and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pajamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd used during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change, and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day, you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilising too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat, and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater, then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus, or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition. It was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap, you had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The clean-up after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice, and then disposed of carefully, You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. Supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions, or those who had to abandon their ships, created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you're already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes. Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach, so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, They stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognize and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day. It was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories, and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually, even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast tropical forest that stretches from horizon to horizon like a green ocean frozen in time. This is the Maya world, a realm that encompasses what we now call southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. But forget your modern maps for a moment and see this land as the Maya did. Not as separate countries, but as one living, breathing ecosystem where every mountain, river and cenote held sacred meaning. The landscape here reads like poetry written by ancient gods. In the north, the Yucatan Peninsula spreads like a limestone platform, its surface so flat you might think giants used it as their dining table. Beneath this seemingly solid ground lies a hidden world of underground rivers and caverns, occasionally opening into cenotes, those magical circular pools of crystal clear water that look like doorways to the underworld. And in Maya belief, that's exactly what they were. Travel south, and the land begins to rumple and fold like a blanket pulled from sleep. Mountains rise in green waves, their peaks disappearing into clouds that seem perpetually caught in the act of kissing the earth. Rivers wind through valleys like silver ribbons, carrying stories from highland to lowland, from the cool mists of Guatemala's volcanic peaks to the humid embrace of Caribbean shores. The climate here doesn't follow the neat four-season schedule you might be used to. Instead, it dances to an older rhythm. the ancient waltz of wet and dry that has shaped life in the tropics for millions of years. From May through October, the sky opens like a vast reservoir, sending down rains that turn the world into a verdant paradise, where everything grows with almost embarrassing enthusiasm. Plants reach toward the sky with the urgency of children stretching for cookies on a high shelf, and the very air seems to pulse with life. Then comes the dry season, when the rains retreat and the sun rules unchallenged. The landscape doesn't exactly sleep during these months, but it does pause, conserve, and prepare. Trees shed their leaves not from cold but from thrift, saving water like careful housekeepers storing supplies for lean times. It was during these dry months that the Maya traditionally did much of their building, when limestone could be quarried and mortar could dry properly under the patient sun. This alternating rhythm of abundance and restraint shaped Maya civilization in profound ways. They learned to work with water like master craftsmen, capturing rain in sophisticated reservoir systems, reading the subtle signs that predicted the arrival of storms, and treating water with the reverence it deserved in a land where it could mean the difference between feast and famine. The forests that covered this landscape were nothing like the orderly woodlands you might stroll through on a weekend hike. These were jungles with personality, dense, layered, and filled with more species than a medieval bestiary. Cecropia trees spread their umbrella leaves like giant parasols, while mahogany and cedar grew straight and proud, their trunks so vast that 20 people holding hands might not encircle them. Vines draped from tree to tree like nature's own suspension bridges, and somewhere in the canopy above, howler monkeys announced the dawn with calls that could be heard for miles. At ground level, the forest floor was a carpet of fallen leaves slowly returning to soil, punctuated by the occasional splash of colour from flowering plants that seemed to glow in the filtered sunlight. Orchids clung to tree trunks like jewelled brooches, while smaller trees and shrubs created a maze that only the most experienced travellers could navigate. This wasn't wilderness in the way we usually think of it. It was more like a vast three-dimensional garden that had been growing and changing for thousands of years. And threading through this green tapestry were the Maya themselves, who understood their environment with the intimacy of partners in a very long marriage. They knew which trees produced the best timber for construction, and which bark could be pounded into paper. They could read the forest like a library, identifying hundreds of plants that provided food, medicine, dyes, and tools. They understood that the jaguar's roar meant different things depending on the season, and they could predict weather patterns by watching the behaviour of butterflies. This deep environmental knowledge wasn't just practical, it was spiritual. The Maya saw their landscape not as a collection of resources to be exploited, but as a living community of which they were just one part. Every hill was a potential dwelling place for gods, every cave a portal to other worlds, every tree a potential ancestor. The very ground beneath their feet was sacred, formed from the bones and flesh of previous creations that had been swept away when the gods decided to try again. Understanding this worldview is crucial to understanding Maya civilization. These weren't people who saw themselves as separate from or superior to their environment. They were participants in an ongoing conversation between human intelligence and natural wisdom, between the needs of growing communities and the rhythms of seasons and centuries. Their cities weren't imposed upon the landscape. They grew from it, like particularly magnificent flowers in an already extraordinary garden. As you drift deeper into sleep tonight, picture this world. Vast forests breathing with the patient rhythm of geological time, limestone platforms honeycomb with hidden rivers, mountains wearing crowns of clouds, and scattered throughout this paradise, the first stirrings of one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The Maya were about to teach the world new ways of thinking about time, space, mathematics, and the delicate dance between human ambition and environmental wisdom. Let yourself float back through time, past the Spanish conquest, past the great classic Maya cities, past centuries and millennia, until you reach a moment roughly 4,000 years ago, when the first Maya-speaking people began to settle in this green paradise. Picture them arriving not as conquerors or colonists, but more like gardeners discovering the perfect plot for the most ambitious landscaping project in human history. These early Maya weren't the sophisticated astronomers and mathematicians they would eventually become. They were farmers and foragers, people whose greatest technologies were sharp obsidian blades and the patient knowledge of when and where to plant corn. But they carried within their communities something precious, a way of looking at the world that would eventually flower into one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The transformation from nomadic bands to settled villages happened gradually. like watching a slow-motion dance between human ingenuity and natural abundance. Somewhere around 2000 BCE, these early Maya made a discovery that would reshape their world. They figured out how to domesticate teosinte, a wild grass that looked nothing like modern corn but contained within its genetic code the potential to become humanity's most important crop. Imagine the patience this required. Teosinte produced tiny seeds, barely larger than rice grains, protected by cases so hard they could crack teeth. Most people would have dismissed it as a poor food source and moved on to easier pickings. But the Maya saw potential where others saw problems. Generation after generation, they selected plants with slightly larger seeds, slightly softer cases, slightly more convenient growth patterns. They were essentially having a conversation with corn itself, each growing season another exchange and a dialogue that would continue for thousands of years. This agricultural revolution wasn't just about food, it was about time. Once the Maya could count on corn harvests to feed their communities, they could afford to have some people do things other than search for daily sustenance. Some could specialize in making better tools, others could experiment with new building techniques, and a few could spend their time watching the sky and wondering about the patterns they saw there. The earliest Maya villages were modest affairs that would look almost cozy by modern standards. Houses were built from local materials with the kind of practical wisdom that comes from intimate knowledge of local conditions. Walls were made from wooden poles chinked with mud and stone, while roofs were thatched with palm leaves or grass in overlapping patterns that could shed even the most determined tropical downpour. These weren't architectural masterpieces, but they were perfectly adapted to their environment, cool in the heat, dry in the rain, and easy to repair when the occasional hurricane reminded everyone who was really in charge. What made these early settlements special wasn't their buildings, but their social organisation. Unlike many ancient societies that were strictly hierarchical from the beginning, early Maya communities seem to have been remarkably egalitarian. Archaeological evidence suggests that most families lived in similar houses, ate similar food, and had access to similar tools and luxuries. It was a society where leadership was probably based more on knowledge and consensus than on inherited power or accumulated wealth. But even in these early centuries, hints of the Maya genius were beginning to appear. They were experimenting with techniques for shaping stone, learning to read the subtle signs that predicted good farming weather, and developing increasingly sophisticated ways of organizing their communities. Most importantly, they were beginning to develop the intellectual frameworks that would eventually support their incredible achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and architecture. The Maya creation story, which wouldn't be written down until much later, probably has roots in these early centuries. According to their mythology, the gods tried several times to create beings worthy of worship, first making humans from mud, who dissolved in the rain, then from wood, who lacked souls and were destroyed by a great flood. Finally, they created humans from corn dough, and these proved both durable and properly grateful to their creators. This story isn't just charming mythology, it reflects the Maya's deep understanding of their relationship with corn and, by extension, with the natural world that supported them. They saw themselves not as masters of their environment, but as participants in an ongoing creation story where humans, plants, animals, and gods were all connected in an intricate web of mutual dependence. As centuries passed, these early Maya communities began to develop some of the cultural characteristics that would define their civilization. They started creating more elaborate pottery, decorated with designs that would evolve into the complex iconography of later Maya art. They began building their first ceremonial structures, modest platforms and plazas where communities could gather for religious ceremonies and social events. Most significantly, they began to develop their understanding of time as something cyclical rather than linear. While many cultures see time as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, the Maya began to conceive of time as a series of interlocking wheels, where patterns repeated but never exactly replicated themselves. This insight would eventually lead them to create some of the most sophisticated calendars in human history. By around 1000 BCE, Maya society was beginning to show signs of the complexity that would characterize its later development. Some communities were growing larger and more specialized, with clear evidence of social stratification and occupational diversity. Trade networks were developing that would eventually connect Maya cities across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. And most intriguingly, the Maya were beginning to experiment with their first attempts at monumental architecture. These early buildings weren't the towering pyramids that would later astound Spanish conquistadors, but they represented something revolutionary. the organised effort of entire communities working together to create something that served no immediate, practical purpose. These structures were built for ceremony, for worship, for the creation of sacred spaces where humans could interact with the divine. They represented the moment when Maya society had produced enough surplus food and social organisation to support pure human ambition, the desire to create something beautiful and meaningful that would outlast its creators. As you settle deeper into sleep, imagine these early Maya communities, small clusters of thatched roof houses scattered throughout the endless green of the jungle, smoke rising from cooking fires at dusk, children playing games that would teach them the skills they'd need as adults, and everywhere the patient work of building a civilization from the ground up. One corn kernel, one stone block, one shared insight at a time. Picture yourself floating high above the Maya world sometime around 600 CE, and prepare to be astonished. What had once been an endless green carpet of forest is now dotted with cities that seem to have grown from the jungle itself. Pyramid temples rise above the canopy like stone mountains dreamed into existence by particularly ambitious gods, their limestone surfaces gleaming white in the tropical sun. Plazas spread between buildings like perfectly manicured clearings, and everywhere you look, there are signs of a civilization operating at the height of its powers. This is the classic period, when Maya civilization reached what archaeologists like to call its peak. Though that word hardly does justice to what the Maya achieved. It wasn't just that they built bigger buildings or supported larger populations, though they did both. It was that they had created something entirely unprecedented. A collection of city-states that combined urban sophistication with sustainable agriculture, monumental architecture with precise scientific observation, and political complexity with genuine artistic achievement. To Karl, rising from the rainforests of Guatemala, was perhaps the most magnificent of these urban centres. Imagine a city that housed somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 people at its peak, all of them living in a carefully planned urban environment that worked in harmony with the surrounding forest. The city's central ceremonial complex featured pyramids that reached heights of over 200 feet, taller than a 20-story building and visible from miles away through the jungle canopy. But Tikal wasn't just impressive for its size, it was remarkable for its sophistication. The Maya had solved problems that would challenge urban planners today. How do you provide clean water for tens of thousands of people in a tropical environment? Tikal's engineers created an intricate system of reservoirs, channels and settling pools that collected rainwater during the wet season and stored it through the dry months. The largest of these reservoirs could hold millions of gallons of water, and the entire system was designed with such precision that archaeologists are still discovering new components. How do you feed a large urban population without destroying the surrounding environment? The Maya developed what might have been the world's first sustainable agricultural system. Instead of clearing vast fields for monoculture farming, they created what archaeologists call forest gardens, carefully managed areas where useful trees, shrubs, and ground plants grew together in productive harmony. They raised the fields in swampy areas using a technique called raised field agriculture, creating elevated plots that provided excellent drainage while building incredibly fertile soil from composted aquatic plants. The city itself was a masterpiece of urban design that would make contemporary city planners weep with envy. Different neighbourhoods were connected by raised stone causeways that remained passable even during the wettest months of the rainy season. Public spaces were designed to accommodate both daily activities and massive ceremonial gatherings. Residential areas ranged from modest compounds for ordinary citizens to elaborate palace complexes for the ruling elite. But even the humblest homes had access to clean water and adequate drainage. And then there was Palenque, nestled against the foothills of the Chiapas highlands like a jewel set in green velvet. Where Tikal impressed through sheer scale, Palenque achieved greatness through elegance and artistic refinement. The famous Temple of the Inscriptions, built as a tomb for the ruler Kinich Jana Pakal, represents perhaps the pinnacle of Maya architectural achievement, a building that functions simultaneously as religious temple, royal mausoleum, and artistic masterpiece. Palenque's artists and architects had developed techniques for creating spaces that felt both monumentally impressive and intimately human. The palace complex, with its unique tower that may have served as an astronomical observatory, created courtyards and galleries that would have been perfect venues for the court ceremonies that were central to Maya political life. Light and shadow played across carved relief sculptures with a precision that suggests the builders understood exactly how their creations would look at different times of day and different seasons of the year. Copan, in what is now Honduras, represented yet another approach to Maya urbanism. This city became famous for its incredible artistic achievements, particularly in sculpture and hieroglyphic writing. The hieroglyphic stairway at Copan contains over 2,500 individual glyphs, making it the longest Maya inscription ever discovered. But beyond its role as an ancient library, Copan was notable for its integration with the surrounding landscape. The city's ball court, where Maya played their ritual ball game, was positioned with such precision that the sun's movement during the day created changing patterns of light and shadow that probably had ceremonial significance. Each Maya city-state was unique, but they all shared certain characteristics that set them apart from other ancient urban centres. They were remarkably green cities, where buildings and plazas were integrated with carefully maintained groves of trees and gardens. They were also incredibly clean. Maya cities had sophisticated waste management systems and maintained public spaces with a level of civic pride that would be admirable in any era. The cities were also centres of learning and artistic creation, on a scale that rivaled anywhere in the ancient world. Maya scribes and artists worked in palace scriptoriums, creating books from bark paper and decorating buildings with murals that combined religious symbolism with historical narrative and pure artistic expression. These weren't just functional urban centres. They were conscious attempts to create beautiful spaces where human beings could live, work, and worship in environments that inspired rather than oppressed. Perhaps most remarkably, these cities weren't created through slave labour or imperial conquest in the way that many ancient urban centres were built. Archaeological evidence suggests that Maya cities grew through the voluntary association of farming communities, craft specialists, and ruling elites who found mutual benefit in urban cooperation. The magnificent buildings were constructed by communities working together during the agricultural off-season, when farming demands were lighter and people had time for monumental projects. By 600 CE, dozens of these remarkable cities dotted the Maya landscape, each one a unique experiment in how human beings might live together in large, complex societies. They were connected by trade routes that carried not just goods, but ideas, artistic styles, and technological innovations across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. A merchant travelling from Palenque to Copan would have found familiar architectural styles, similar religious practices, and inscriptions written in the same hieroglyphic system, but also distinctive local variations that made each city a unique cultural centre. These weren't just cities, they were dreams made manifest in stone and mortar, testimony to what human beings can achieve when they combine practical intelligence with spiritual vision and artistic ambition. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself walking through one of these ancient urban centres at dusk, when cooking fires began to twinkle in residential compounds, and the last light of day painted the limestone pyramids in shades of gold and rose. Imagine you're sitting with a Maya astronomer on the top of a pyramid temple sometime around 700 CE, watching the sunset while she explains her latest calculations about Venus cycles. The sky above you is beginning to fill with stars that seem close enough to touch in the clear tropical air, and in her hands are bark paper books filled with numbers and glyphs that record centuries of careful observation. This Maya scholar can tell you precisely when Venus will next appear as the morning star, when the next solar eclipse will occur, and how many days have passed since the current world began. She can calculate these things more accurately than any astronomer in Europe will be able to do for another 500 years, and she'll explain all of this not as abstract mathematics, but as part of a grand cosmic story where numbers and narratives, science and spirituality are all aspects of the same profound truth about how the universe works. The Maya approached knowledge differently than we often do today, where we tend to separate science from religion, mathematics from storytelling, and practical skills from spiritual practices. The Maya saw all knowledge as interconnected aspects of understanding creation itself. Their numbers were sacred, their stories were scientifically precise, and their practical achievements grew from spiritual insights about the nature of reality. Consider their mathematics, which was arguably more sophisticated than anything being done in Europe at the same time. The Maya were among the first peoples in the world to develop a true concept of zero, not just as the absence of something, but as a number in its own right that could be used in calculations. Their number system was vigesimal, based on 20s rather than our familiar base 10 system, which actually made certain types of calculations easier and more elegant. But Maya mathematics wasn't developed primarily for trade or engineering, though it certainly served those purposes. It was created to understand time itself. The Maya were obsessed with temporal patterns in the way that some people today are obsessed with sports statistics or stock market fluctuations. They tracked cycles within cycles within cycles, creating calendars that could predict events not just years, but thousands of years into the future. Their most famous calendar, often called the Long Count, measured time from a creation date in 3114 BCE and could track individual days across spans of over 5,000 years. But that was just one of several interlocking calendar systems they used simultaneously. The sacred calendar, or Zolkin, was a 260-day cycle that combined 20-day names with 13 numbers in combinations that were used for divination and ceremony. The solar calendar, or Hab, tracked a 365-day year with 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 extra days that were considered especially dangerous. These calendars worked together like gears in an incredibly complex celestial machine. Every day had multiple names and numbers depending on which calendar you consulted, and the combinations created patterns that repeated on different scales. Some every 52 years, others every 18,980 years. A Maya calendar priest could tell you not just what day it was, but where that day fit into cosmic cycles that connected the present moment to the very creation of the universe. This mathematical precision served a practical purpose. Maya farmers needed to know exactly when to plant their crops, when to expect rains, and when to prepare for dry seasons. Maya rulers needed to schedule ceremonies at astrologically auspicious times, and Maya traders needed to coordinate their activities across hundreds of miles of jungle. But beyond these practical applications, Maya calendars were expressions of a worldview that saw time not as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, but as a spiral staircase where similar events occurred at higher and higher levels of complexity. Their astronomical observations were equally sophisticated. Maya astronomers tracked not just the obvious cycles of the sun and moon, but the more subtle movements of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and other celestial bodies. They knew that Venus takes exactly 584 days to complete its cycle from morning star to evening star and back again, and they had calculated this more accurately than European astronomers would manage until the age of telescopes. They also understood eclipse cycles and could predict both solar and lunar eclipses years in advance. This wasn't just academic curiosity. Eclipses were considered potentially dangerous events that required proper ceremonies to ensure that the sun or moon would return safely. Maya rulers often scheduled major military campaigns to coincide with astronomical events, believing that cosmic conditions could influence the outcomes of earthly conflicts. But perhaps most remarkably, the Maya understood that their astronomical observations were imperfect and needed constant correction. They knew that their 365-day solar year was slightly too short, and had developed methods for adjusting their calendars to account for the accumulation of small errors over long periods. European calendars of the same period were less accurate and required frequent arbitrary adjustments that the Maya system handled automatically. Maya writing was equally sophisticated, representing one of only 4 or 5 writing systems that were independently invented in human history. Maya glyphs combined logographic symbols, representing whole words or concepts, with phonetic symbols, representing sounds, creating a flexible system that could express everything from mundane administrative records to complex philosophical and astronomical concepts. Maya books, written on bark paper and coated with lime plaster, covered subjects ranging from historical chronicles to astronomical tables to medical prescriptions. Sadly, Spanish conquistadors and missionaries destroyed most Maya books, considering them works of the devil. Only 4 complete Maya codices survive today, but these give us glimpses of a literature that was probably as rich and varied as that of any ancient civilization. The Maya conception of the universe was both scientifically sophisticated and deeply spiritual. They envisioned creation as a series of interconnected layers, with the earth floating like a turtle shell on a primordial sea, surrounded by a multi-layered heaven where various gods resided. Time moved in cycles, with each major cycle ending in destruction and renewal, as the gods experimented with new forms of creation. Humans, made from corn dough in the current creation, had a responsibility to maintain the universe through proper ceremony and ritual. Maya rulers weren't just political leaders, they were intermediaries between human and divine realms, responsible for ensuring that cosmic order was maintained through their actions and ceremonies. This worldview produced a unique approach to knowledge that modern scholars are still trying to fully understand. Maya scribes and priests were simultaneously scientists, historians, mathematicians, astronomers, and theologians. They saw no contradiction between precise observation and mythological narrative, between practical calculation and spiritual insight. As you settle into sleep, Imagine yourself in a Maya scriptorium, surrounded by scholars working by the light of pine torches, carefully drawing glyphs that encode centuries of accumulated wisdom about astronomy, mathematics, history, and the fundamental nature of reality itself. Picture books filled with numbers that track the movements of planets, and stories that explain why those movements matter, all preserved in a writing system that was among humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. Let the morning mist in your mind's eye part to reveal a typical day in a classic Maya city, perhaps sometime around 750 CE. The sun is just beginning to filter through the forest canopy, and you can hear the daily symphony beginning. Howler monkeys announcing the dawn from the treetops, the soft slap-slap of women shaping corn tortillas, the scrape of obsidian blades against stone as craftsmen prepare for their day's work, and the gentle murmur of early market conversations. You're standing in a residential compound that houses an extended Maya family, perhaps 20 or 30 people spread across 3 generations, all living in interconnected buildings arranged around a central courtyard. The architecture here tells a story of practical wisdom accumulated over centuries. The houses are raised on low stone platforms that keep floors dry during the rainy season, with walls of stone and mortar supporting roofs thatched with palm fronds laid in overlapping patterns that can shed the heaviest tropical downpour. The day begins, as it has for countless generations, with the preparation of corn. This isn't just breakfast. It's a sacred act that connects the family to the gods who created humans from corn dough. The woman of the house rises before dawn to begin the process of making masa, the corn dough that forms the basis of almost every Maya meal. First, she boils dried corn kernels with lime, a technique that not only softens the corn but makes its nutrients more accessible to human digestion. The Maya discovered this process independently, and it's still used today in traditional Mexican cooking. While the corn boils, she tends to the cooking fire, feeding it with carefully selected hardwoods that burn hot and clean. Maya cooking fires were marvels of efficiency, designed to provide maximum heat with minimum smoke, important in houses where the kitchen might be just steps away from the sleeping areas. The hearth itself is typically composed of 3 stones arranged in a triangle, a design so practical that it's still used in rural Guatemala and Mexico today. As the corn cooks, other family members begin their daily routines. The men might head to the family's agricultural plots, which could be anywhere from a few hundred yards to several miles from the residential compound. Maya farming was incredibly sophisticated, adapted to make the most of local conditions. In areas with good drainage, they used raised beds that could be intensively cultivated year after year. In swampy areas, they created raised fields that turned seasonal wetlands into some of the most productive agricultural land in the ancient world. But Maya men didn't just grow corn. A typical family plot might include dozens of different food plants, beans that climbed up corn stalks and fixed nitrogen in the soil, squash that spread along the ground and provided both food and storage containers, chili peppers that added flavour and helped preserve food, and fruit trees that provided everything from avocados to cacao beans. This polyculture approach wasn't just more sustainable than monoculture farming, it also provided better nutrition and greater food security. Maya women, meanwhile, were equally busy with activities that required just as much skill and knowledge. After grinding corn into mesa on stone metates, grinding stones that were often family heirlooms passed down through generations, they would shape the dough into tortillas or tamales, flavouring them with beans, meat, vegetables, or even chocolate for special occasions. But food preparation was just one aspect of women's work. Maya women were also responsible for textile production, which in the ancient Maya world was both a practical necessity and a high art form. Using backstrap looms that could be set up anywhere, Maya weavers created textiles so fine that Spanish conquistadors compared them favourably to the best European silks. The cotton or agave fibres were often dyed with colours extracted from local plants, insects, and minerals, creating textiles that served as markers of social status, regional identity, and artistic achievement. Children in Maya households learned through participation rather than formal instruction. A 5-year-old might help sort beans or feed chickens, while older children gradually took on more complex responsibilities. Boys learned farming techniques, construction skills, and perhaps specialised crafts from their fathers and uncles. Girls learned food preparation, textile production, and household management from their mothers and aunts. But both boys and girls learned the basics of Maya mathematics, astronomy, and calendar calculation, knowledge that was considered essential for proper participation in Maya society. Education also included learning to read at least some Maya glyphs, though full literacy was probably limited to scribes, priests and nobles. Most Maya families would have known enough glyphs to read calendrical dates, recognize the names of gods and rulers, and understand basic religious and administrative texts. This level of literacy was actually quite remarkable for the ancient world, where reading and writing were often restricted to tiny educated elites. The Maya workday was structured around the natural rhythms of tropical life. People rose before dawn, when the air was cool and the forest was quiet. The most strenuous work was done in the morning and late afternoon, with a long rest period during the hottest part of the day. This wasn't laziness. It was intelligent adaptation to a climate where working through the midday heat could be genuinely dangerous. Markets were central to Maya daily life, serving not just as places to buy and sell goods, but as social centres where news was exchanged, marriages arranged, and community decisions discussed. A typical Maya market was a riot of colour, sound, and smell that would overwhelm most modern shoppers. Vendors displayed pyramids of chili peppers in every shade from deep red to bright yellow, baskets of cacao beans that served both as flavouring and currency, jade ornaments that caught the light like trapped sunbeams, and textiles whose intricate patterns told stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic events. The diversity of goods available in Maya markets testifies to the sophistication of their trade networks. Obsidian blades from Guatemala, jade from the mountains of Honduras, quetzal feathers from highland cloud forests, salt from coastal lagoons, and seashells from both Pacific and Caribbean coasts all found their way to markets hundreds of miles from their sources. Maya merchants travelled on foot along jungle paths and stone causeways, carrying goods in large baskets supported by tumplines across their foreheads, a carrying technique that distributed weight so efficiently that a single porter could transport loads that would challenge a pack mule. Evenings in Maya communities were times for social activities that reinforced community bonds and transmitted cultural knowledge. Extended families gathered around cooking fires to share meals and stories, with older relatives recounting traditional tales that preserved historical memory and moral instruction. These weren't just entertainment. They were the primary means by which Maya communities maintained their cultural identity across generations. Religious observances were woven throughout daily life in ways that would seem natural to the Maya, but might surprise modern observers. Every significant activity began with small ceremonies acknowledging the gods and spirits who governed different aspects of life. Farmers offered prayers and small gifts to the rain god before planting. Craftsmen blessed their tools before beginning important projects, and families performed daily rituals to honour their ancestors and maintain spiritual protection for their homes. The Maya day ended as it began, with ceremony and gratitude. As cooking fires burned low and families prepared for sleep, they might offer thanks to the gods for the day's blessings and protection, burn incense to purify their living spaces, and recite prayers that connected their daily activities to the larger cosmic order that gave meaning to Maya life. As you drift towards sleep yourself, imagine the gentle sounds of a Maya evening, the soft conversations of families settling in for the night, the distant call of night birds in the forest, the whisper of wind through palm thatch roofs, and, underlying it all, the quiet confidence of a people who had learned to live in harmony with their environment and with each other. Picture yourself floating above the Maya world sometime around 900 CE, and notice that something has changed in the forest below. The great cities that once gleamed white through the canopy are beginning to show signs of abandonment. Some pyramids are already being reclaimed by vines and young trees. Plazas that once hosted thousands of people for religious ceremonies now stand empty except for the occasional deer or jaguar, picking its way carefully across ancient stone paving. This is one of archaeology's most fascinating mysteries, the so-called Maya collapse, though that word suggests something more dramatic and sudden than what actually occurred. The Maya didn't disappear overnight like characters in a fairy tale. Instead, their civilization underwent a gradual transformation that archaeologists are still trying to fully understand. The changes began subtly, like a symphony gradually shifting from major to minor key. In some cities, fewer new monuments were erected. In others, construction projects were left unfinished, as if the workers had simply put down their tools one day and walked away. Trade routes that had connected Maya cities for centuries began to show less traffic. The careful maintenance that had kept urban water systems functioning started to slack off. By around 900 CE, many of the great classic Maya cities had been largely abandoned, their populations scattered to smaller settlements or migrated to new regions entirely. It was as if the Maya had decided that urban life, which had served them so well for over 1,000 years, was no longer worth the effort it required. What caused this dramatic shift? Archaeologists have proposed numerous theories, and the truth probably involves a combination of factors rather than any single catastrophe. Climate data suggests that the Maya world experienced a series of severe droughts during the 8th and 9th centuries, some lasting for decades. For a civilization that depended on carefully managed water systems, these droughts would have posed enormous challenges. Imagine trying to maintain a city of 50,000 people when your reservoirs are running dry and the rains that usually refill them keep failing to arrive. Maya engineers had designed their urban water systems to handle normal variations in rainfall, but they hadn't planned for the kind of extended dry periods that apparently occurred during this time. As water became scarce, urban populations would have been forced to disperse to areas where smaller-scale farming and water collection were more viable. But climate change alone probably wouldn't have caused such widespread urban abandonment. Maya cities had survived droughts before and had developed sophisticated methods for water conservation and management. Something else must have made their urban centres less resilient than they had been in earlier centuries. One possibility is that Maya cities had simply grown too large and complex for their own good. By the 8th century, some Maya urban centres supported populations that strained even their sophisticated agricultural and water management systems. When environmental stresses occurred, these large concentrations of people may have become unsustainable. There's also evidence for increasing warfare between Maya city-states during this period. Earlier Maya conflicts had been relatively limited affairs, more like elaborate tournaments than wars of conquest. But by the late Classic period, Maya warfare seems to have become more destructive, with cities being attacked not just for prestige or tribute, but for complete conquest and destruction. This escalation in violence may have been both a cause and a consequence of the other stresses affecting Maya society. As resources became scarcer due to drought and overpopulation, competition between cities intensified. As warfare became more destructive, it became harder for cities to maintain the cooperative relationships that had allowed Maya civilization to flourish. Political factors also played a role. The elaborate royal courts that had governed Maya cities required enormous resources to maintain. Kings and nobles needed magnificent palaces, elaborate ceremonies, and costly trade goods to demonstrate their divine authority and maintain political legitimacy. As economic stress increased, these costs may have become increasingly burdensome for ordinary Maya farmers and craftsmen. Archaeological evidence suggests that during this period, the gap between Maya elites and commoners was growing wider. While nobles continued to build elaborate palaces and fill their tombs with jade and gold, ordinary Maya households show signs of economic stress and reduced access to luxury goods. This growing inequality may have undermined the social cohesion that had made large Maya cities possible. But perhaps most importantly, the environmental knowledge that had allowed the Maya to create sustainable urban centres in tropical forests was being forgotten or ignored. As cities grew larger and more complex, their inhabitants may have become increasingly disconnected from the natural systems that supported them. The careful balance between human needs and environmental capacity that had characterized earlier Maya civilization seems to have been disrupted. However, it's crucial to understand that what archaeologists call the Maya collapse wasn't the end of Maya civilization, it was a transformation. While the great cities of the Classic period were being abandoned, Maya communities were adapting and evolving in new directions. Some moved to areas that were less affected by drought. Others developed new forms of political organization that were more resilient to environmental stress, and many simply returned to the smaller scale, more sustainable ways of life that had characterized earlier periods of Maya history. In the northern Yucatan, Maya civilization experienced what archaeologists call a renaissance during the post-Classic period. Cities like Chichen Itza and later Mayapan became major centers of trade, learning, and political power. These northern cities developed new architectural styles, new forms of political organization, and new relationships with other Mesoamerican civilizations. The Maya of the post-Classic period were different from their Classic predecessors, but they weren't lesser. They had learned from the experiences of the Classic cities and developed more flexible, adaptable approaches to urban life. Instead of the highly centralized city-states of the Classic period, post-Classic Maya society was organized around looser confederations of cities and towns that could better weather political and environmental crises. Trade became increasingly important during this period, with Maya merchants establishing commercial networks that extended from central Mexico to Panama. Maya traders, traveling in large ocean-going canoes, carried goods along the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, connecting Maya communities with other Mesoamerican civilizations and adapting to new technologies and ideas from across the region. The Maya also continued their scientific and intellectual achievements during the post-classic period. Astronomers at Chichen Itza created new observatories and refined their understanding of celestial cycles. Scribes continued to develop Maya writing and created new types of books that preserved historical, astronomical, and religious knowledge. Artists developed new styles that combined traditional Maya themes with influences from central Mexico and other regions. Perhaps most importantly, Maya communities during this period developed a more decentralized, resilient approach to civilization that helped them survive challenges that might have destroyed more rigid societies. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they found not a collapsed civilization but a diverse, adaptable collection of Maya communities that had been successfully managing the challenges of tropical life for over 3,000 years. The Spanish conquest was devastating for Maya communities, but it wasn't completely destructive. Many Maya communities retreated to remote areas where they maintained traditional ways of life, with minimal outside interference. Others adapted to colonial rule while preserving essential aspects of Maya culture, language, and identity. In the dense forests of the Petén region of Guatemala, some Maya communities remained effectively independent until the late 19th century. These communities maintained traditional agricultural practices, continued to use Maya calendars and writing systems, and preserved religious practices that connected them to their ancient heritage. The transformation of Maya civilization during the late Classic and post-Classic periods offers important lessons about resilience and adaptation. The Maya response to environmental and social stress wasn't to desperately cling to unsustainable practices, but to thoughtfully adapt their society to changing conditions. They demonstrated that civilizations, like living organisms, can survive by changing rather than by remaining static. This ability to adapt while maintaining cultural continuity helps explain why Maya civilization has persisted for over 4,000 years. Today, millions of people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages, practice traditional agriculture, and maintain cultural practices that connect them to their ancient heritage. They are living proof that the Maya didn't disappear, they evolved. As you continue drifting towards sleep, imagine this great transformation. Cities gradually returning to forest, families making difficult decisions about where to build new lives, communities adapting their ancient wisdom to new circumstances, and, throughout it all, the patient work of cultural preservation that ensured Maya civilization would survive to inspire and inform future generations. In the gentle quiet of your bedtime contemplation, let yourself consider one of history's most remarkable phenomena, how a civilization that supposedly collapsed over 1,000 years ago continues to influence the world in ways both profound and, surprisingly, practical. The Maya legacy isn't something locked away in museums or buried under jungle vines. It's woven into the fabric of modern life in ways you encounter almost daily without realizing it. Every time you bite into a piece of chocolate, you're participating in a tradition that the Maya perfected over 2,000 years ago. The cacao tree, which the Maya called the food of the gods, was first domesticated in the Maya world. But the Maya didn't just discover chocolate, they elevated it to an art form. They created dozens of different ways to prepare cacao, from bitter ceremonial drinks reserved for nobles and priests to sweet treats that were probably not too different from modern hot chocolate. Maya chocolate preparation was so sophisticated that Spanish conquistadors initially couldn't figure out how to recreate it. The Maya had learned to ferment cacao beans to develop their full flavor, to roast them at precisely the right temperature, and to combine them with vanilla, chili peppers, and other flavorings in proportions that created complex, nuanced beverages that were both delicious and nutritionally rich. When you see single-origin chocolate in upscale stores today, you're seeing a return to Maya principles of chocolate making that emphasize the unique characteristics of cacao from specific regions. The mathematical concepts the Maya developed continue to influence how we think about numbers and time. Their invention of zero as a placeholder and mathematical concept was one of the most important intellectual achievements in human history. This innovation, developed independently from similar discoveries in India, made possible the kind of complex calculations that underlie everything from computer programming to space exploration. Maya calendar systems, with their precise tracking of multiple overlapping cycles, provided intellectual frameworks that still influence how anthropologists, historians, and even computer scientists think about time and periodicity. The Maya understanding that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines has become increasingly relevant in an era when we're beginning to recognize that human activities follow cyclical patterns that need to be understood and managed sustainably. Modern agricultural science has rediscovered many Maya farming techniques and found them remarkably sophisticated. The raised field agriculture that the Maya used to farm in wetlands is now being studied as a model for sustainable farming in areas threatened by climate change and rising sea levels. Maya polyculture techniques, growing multiple crops together in mutually beneficial combinations, are being adapted by organic farmers and permaculture practitioners around the world. The Maya understanding of forest management has also proven remarkably prescient. Modern ecologists studying the forests of Central America have discovered that many areas that appeared to be virgin wilderness are actually the result of thousands of years of careful Maya forest management. The Maya had learned to enhance natural forest productivity by selectively encouraging useful species, creating forest gardens that were more productive and diverse than unmanaged natural forests. This knowledge is now being applied in conservation projects throughout the tropics. Instead of trying to preserve forests by keeping people out of them, conservationists are learning to work with indigenous communities who have maintained traditional ecological knowledge that can inform sustainable forest management. The Maya approach to living within natural systems rather than trying to dominate them has become a model for sustainable development in tropical regions around the world. Maya architectural techniques continue to inspire modern builders and architects. The corbel arch technique that the Maya perfected, creating arches and vaults by gradually projecting stones inward until they meet at the top, is being studied by architects interested in creating earthquake-resistant buildings using local materials. Maya understanding of how to construct large buildings that could withstand both tropical storms and seismic activity has applications in modern earthquake and hurricane engineering. The Maya approach to urban planning, which integrated cities with natural water management systems and maintained green spaces throughout urban areas, has become a model for sustainable city design. Urban planners studying Maya cities have been impressed by their sophistication in managing stormwater, providing public spaces, and creating neighbourhoods that functioned as integrated communities rather than just collections of individual buildings. Maya astronomical knowledge continues to inform our understanding of ancient science and to provide alternative perspectives on humanity's relationship with the cosmos. Maya astronomers' precise observations of planetary cycles, their accurate predictions of eclipses, and their sophisticated understanding of calendar calculation demonstrate that scientific knowledge can develop along different paths than those followed by European traditions. This has implications beyond historical curiosity, as modern science increasingly recognizes the value of traditional ecological knowledge. Maya astronomical and mathematical traditions provide examples of how indigenous knowledge systems can complement and enhance Western scientific approaches. Maya calendar specialists working today in Guatemala and Mexico maintain knowledge that spans thousands of years and provides insights into long-term environmental and social cycles that short-term scientific observation might miss. The Maya writing system, once considered too complex to be fully deciphered, has become a model for understanding how human communication systems develop and change over time, transmitting information. Maya literature, as we've come to understand it through deciphered texts, has enriched our understanding of ancient American intellectual traditions. Maya poetry, historical narratives, and scientific texts demonstrate levels of literary sophistication that rival anything produced in the ancient world. The Popol Vuh, the Maya creation story that was preserved through the colonial period, has become recognized as one of the world's great mythological texts, offering insights into Maya philosophy and cosmology that continue to influence writers, artists, and thinkers around the world. Perhaps most importantly, Maya civilization provides a powerful example of how human societies can develop along pathways different from those we're familiar with in European and Asian civilizations. The Maya created urban centers without wheeled vehicles or large domesticated animals, developed sophisticated mathematics without a base 10 number system, and maintained complex societies for thousands of years using sustainable agricultural practices in tropical environments. This alternative model of civilization has become increasingly relevant as modern societies grapple with questions about sustainability, environmental management, and social organization. The Maya example demonstrates that high levels of cultural achievement, sophisticated technology, and complex social organization don't require the exploitation of natural resources or the domination of natural systems that characterized many other ancient civilizations. Today, over 6 million people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages and maintain cultural practices that connect them directly to their ancient heritage. These modern Maya communities aren't living museums preserving ancient ways. They're dynamic cultures that continue to adapt traditional knowledge to contemporary circumstances. Maya communities today are leaders in sustainable agriculture, forest conservation, and cultural preservation. They maintain traditional calendar systems alongside modern timekeeping, practice traditional medicine alongside modern healthcare, and use traditional ecological knowledge to inform contemporary environmental management. They represent living proof that the Maya legacy isn't just historical, it's a continuing contribution to human knowledge and wisdom. As you settle into the final moments before sleep, consider that the Maya story isn't really finished. It's still being written by communities throughout Central America who maintain ancient traditions while adapting to contemporary challenges. The pyramids rising from jungle canopies, the sophisticated mathematics encoded in ancient calendars, and the sustainable agricultural practices developed over millennia, all continue to offer insights and inspiration to anyone willing to listen to, the whispers of ancient wisdom that still echo through the forests of Maya country. In these quiet moments before sleep carries you away from the Maya world and back to your own time, let yourself rest in the knowledge that you've just completed a journey through one of humanity's most remarkable experiments in living. The Maya weren't just another ancient civilization that rose and fell like so many others. They were pioneers in sustainable living, mathematical thinking, and the delicate art of creating complex societies that could thrive within rather than despite their natural environments. Tonight, as you've travelled through time and jungle, you've witnessed the birth of cities that grew like magnificent trees from tropical soil, seen mathematical concepts develop that still influence how we understand the universe, and watched agricultural techniques emerge that modern science is only now beginning to fully appreciate. You've walked through markets filled with goods carried hundreds of miles through jungle paths, listened to astronomical observations that were more accurate than anything Europe would achieve for centuries, and observed daily life in communities that had learned to balance individual ambition with collective wisdom. The Maya story is ultimately about adaptation and resilience. When their great classic cities could no longer be sustained, the Maya didn't simply disappear, they evolved. They created new forms of social organization, developed new relationships with their environment, and maintained the essential elements of their culture through changes that would have destroyed less flexible civilizations. This capacity for thoughtful adaptation has allowed Maya culture to survive for over 4,000 years, making it one of the longest continuing civilizations in human history. The same intellectual traditions that produced the mathematical concept of zero and calculated the movements of planets with extraordinary precision continue today in Maya communities that maintain traditional calendars, practice sustainable. Perhaps this is the most important lesson the Maya offer to our contemporary world, that sustainability isn't about returning to some imagined simpler past, but about developing the wisdom to create complex societies that work in harmony with nature, systems rather than in opposition to them. The Maya demonstrated that human beings can build cities, develop sophisticated technologies, and create great art without destroying the environments that sustain them. As you drift into dreams, you might find yourself walking through a Maya forest garden, where useful trees, food plants, and medicinal herbs grow together in productive harmony. Or perhaps you'll dream of astronomers on pyramid tops, calculating the precise moment when Venus will next appear as the morning star. Maybe you'll find yourself in a Maya scriptorium, watching scribes carefully draw glyphs that encode both practical information and sacred stories. These dreams connect you to a continuous human story, one that includes the Maya farmer who developed new varieties of corn, the Maya engineer who designed water systems that functioned for centuries, the Maya mathematician who first understood that zero could be a number, and the Maya artist who combined practical knowledge with spiritual vision to create beauty that still moves us today. The forest that covers much of the ancient Maya world continues to grow and change, but it still holds the echoes of their achievements. Pyramids rise through the canopy like stone mountains, their limestone blocks slowly returning to the earth from which they came. Raised agricultural fields, abandoned for centuries, have become unique ecosystems where ancient human wisdom continues to shape natural processes. And in communities throughout Central America, Maya languages continue to be spoken, Maya calendars continue to mark the passage of sacred time, and Maya knowledge continues to offer insights into sustainable ways of living. Tomorrow, when you wake and perhaps glance at your calendar to plan your day, remember that you're using a system refined by Maya mathematicians who understood that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines. when you enjoy chocolate with your breakfast, remember that you're participating in a tradition that the Maya elevated to high art. When you hear about sustainable agriculture or forest conservation, remember that you're encountering ideas that the Maya pioneered and perfected over thousands of years. The Maya legacy isn't something distant and historical. It's woven into the fabric of contemporary life in ways both obvious and subtle. Their mathematical innovations underlie computer systems, their agricultural techniques inform sustainable farming practices, their astronomical observations contribute to our understanding of ancient science, and their examples of sustainable urban design inspire modern city planners. Most importantly, Maya civilization demonstrates that there are many different ways to create complex, sophisticated societies. The paths they followed, emphasizing cyclical rather than linear thinking, developing technology that worked with rather than against natural systems, creating urban centers that enhanced rather than degraded their environments, offer alternative models for how human beings might organize themselves and their relationships with the natural world. Conversation between intelligence and environment, between individual ambition and collective wisdom, between the needs of the present and the requirements of a sustainable future. Rest well, knowing that the forests of Maya country continue to grow and change, that Maya communities continue to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary challenges, and that the echoes of their achievements continue to whisper through time, offering guidance and inspiration to anyone thoughtful enough to listen. Now, shut your eyes and visualize yourself floating slowly through centuries of history until you gently land in what is now Iraq, circa 2100 BCE. The smell is what hits you first, not the sight. Baking bread, river water, and yes, a lot of livestock. Welcome to the first real neighbourhood in civilization, where people made the decision to settle down and stop aimlessly wandering around like lost tourists. The Tigris and Euphrates are two rivers that would make any real estate agent cry with delight. These rivers are not just any rivers. They are the ancient world's version of having fresh groceries delivered to your door and Amazon delivery. This area was known to the Mesopotamians as the land between rivers, which sounds far more poetic in their language than it does when you're trying to explain it to a dinner party guest. You may be asking yourself why anyone would decide to live in what is effectively a massive floodplain. Imagine having soil that is so dark and rich that, with a little encouragement, you could probably grow tomatoes. Every year when these rivers flood, they leave behind a thick layer of the most fertile mud on the planet. It took the rest of us millennia to realise what the locals had discovered. Sometimes the greatest things in life have a small mess associated with them. You wouldn't recognise the cities that are rising all around you from contemporary urban planning. This place lacks tidy suburban grids and straight lines. Rather, visualise organic growth, akin to a coral reef composed of human ambition and mud bricks. Narrow streets wind between houses like old hiking trails, and houses cluster together as if they are having a never-ending neighbourhood conversation. Another thing that strikes you as being very antiquated is the lack of electrical hums, the quiet of engines, and the absence of any traffic that resembles rush hour. Rather, there's the soft splatter of irrigation channels, the steady thud of grain being ground, and the sporadic snarling of a donkey that's obviously upset about something. Modern people spend a lot of money to experience this type of tranquility at wellness retreats. However, this quiet does not imply inactivity. The first large-scale urban living experiment in history is what you're seeing. In essence, these individuals are inventing as they go along, resolving issues that have never been encountered by any human. How do you manage thousands of people in one location? How do you ensure that everyone eats? When your neighbour's goat keeps eating your barley, how do you keep things from going completely out of control? As you will see, the answer combines a remarkable amount of ingenuity, practicality, and what can only be called the first bureaucracy in history. Yes, paperwork was a part of paradise. As you become more accustomed to this ancient world, you start to notice something that would cause any contemporary city planner to either run screaming back to their zoning maps or cry with envy. These Mesopotamians have produced a system of ordered chaos that somehow manages to keep everyone fed, housed, and comparatively content, even though it shouldn't work. Let's begin with the irrigation system, which is the most amazing engineering achievement you will ever witness that does not require electricity. Imagine a vast system of canals connecting every field, garden, and drinking well, nature's equivalent of the internet. You know what? Instead of just accepting this water when you feel like giving it to us, we're going to convince you to share it on our schedule, the Mesopotamians said, glancing at their rushing rivers. The end effect is a network of watery highways that would make the roads of ancient Rome appear straightforward. Individual fields are directly irrigated by water flowing from the main rivers into primary canals, secondary channels, and smaller ditches. It's similar to having running water, but it goes to your barley patch rather than your kitchen sink. In addition, unlike your contemporary plumbing, if this system fails, the city as a whole loses lunch in addition to water pressure. Massive collaboration is needed to manage this liquid lifeline, which has never been done before in human history. One farmer cannot choose to use more water for his fields, while his neighbours' crops are dying. It is impossible for someone upstream to construct a dam without taking downstream residents into account. People must look beyond their immediate needs, their tribe and their family for the first time in human history. Things start to get interesting at this point. The water schedule must be overseen by someone. Who gets what and when must be decided by someone. When Farmer B insists his irrigation ditch was there first, and Farmer A accuses Farmer B of stealing water, someone has to resolve the inevitable conflicts, presenting the first middle management in history. Since clipboards won't be invented for several thousand years, these water managers are more than just bureaucrats with clipboards. They combine elements of weather forecasting, engineering, diplomacy, and refereeing. They must comprehend not only the flow of water but also human thought, crop growth, and how to stop neighbours from igniting generation-long feuds. The good news is that it does work. You're witnessing thousands of people successfully arranging their daily schedules around common resources. Every year, the harvest arrives, the fields turn green at the appropriate times, and the irrigation ditches run according to plan. When the irrigation schedule becomes complicated, everyone is contributing labour, water rights, and a willingness to not strangle their neighbours. It's like watching a huge, antiquated version of a neighbourhood potluck, except instead of bringing casseroles. This system's success has a significant impact on human society. Some people are able to quit farming when they can consistently produce more food than they require for survival. Additionally, some people can start doing other things once they are able to stop cultivating food full-time. Interesting things. Revolutionary actions. This is how your first devoted priests, your first full-time artisans, and your first qualified administrators come to be. It's how you get people who don't have to worry about whether there will be enough grain for the next harvest to spend their days thinking about astronomy, mathematics, or how to make better beer. You're seeing the emergence of expertise along with specialization. People can now become exceptionally skilled at one thing for the first time in human history, as they are no longer forced to be mediocre at everything in order to survive. You might be surprised to learn that these Mesopotamians are born business people as you continue your leisurely exploration of this ancient world. They have established what may be the first startup culture in history, complete with competition, creativity, and the occasional spectacular failure from which everyone gains knowledge. For example, metalworking. You see people who have discovered that they can create bronze, a more durable and practical metal than anything they have ever used, by heating specific rocks to the ideal temperature and combining them with other rocks. This is the beginning of the technology industry, not just a development in technology. There is collaboration among the bronze makers. They require traders who can transport tin and copper from hundreds of miles away because they are necessary. They require individuals who specialize in the production of charcoal because they require fuel for their furnaces. They require a market that is sophisticated enough to discern between a mediocre bronze tool and a truly exceptional one in order to attract clients who value quality metalwork. Before you know it, supply chains are in place, you have quality control. Yes, the best metalworkers build reputations, and people begin to request tools made by particular artisans, so you have brand recognition. It's the antiquated version of Yelp reviews, except instead of posting them online, people tell their neighbours which blacksmith produces harvest season tools that don't break. However, the true innovation taking place here is economic rather than technological. The modern concept of commerce is being created by these individuals. They are determining how to fairly trade goods and services between people who have different needs, how to plan for future needs while managing current resources, and how to assign value to goods and services. Think about the difficulties. You need a new plough because you grow barley. The toolmaker needs copper for his next project, not barley, but he wants payment. In order to trade up north, the copper trader needs wool, not barley. The shepherd needs barley, but he has wool. How can this be made to work? Their solution is sophisticated in its intricacy. Like water through their irrigation channels, they establish a system of credit and debt that enables value to move throughout the community. In exchange for your promise to pay him with barley after the harvest, which he can then exchange for supplies for his next project with the copper trader, the toolmaker agrees to make your plough right away. It's credit without credit cards and banking without banks, and it all depends on reputation and trust. Writing is a seemingly straightforward but revolutionary requirement for this system. Not just any writing, but every day. Useful writing that can document who is responsible for what, when payment is due, and what happens when someone fails to fulfill their end of the agreement. You're witnessing the creation of business records, receipts, and contracts. In addition to being works of ancient literature, the cuneiform tablets found throughout the cities are the earliest business documents ever created. Purchase orders, tax records, loan agreements, employment contracts, and inventory lists. All of it is here, compressed into clay with marks in the shape of wedges that symbolize the beginning of bureaucracy. Indeed, you're also witnessing the development of accounting. All of these promises, transactions, and credits and debts moving through the community must be monitored by someone, even though the early accountants worked by lamplight, with clay tablets and reed styluses, rather than in contemporary offices with computers. They were addressing the same issues that accountants do today. The inventiveness of these solutions is astounding. They're creating economic systems from the ground up and learning by trial and error how to make complex societies run smoothly, rather than simply replicating what worked elsewhere. You're going to see something that will make you appreciate human ambition even more as you continue your cozy exploration of this ancient world. These Mesopotamians aren't satisfied with merely resolving pragmatic issues like trade and irrigation. They're aiming for something greater, something that appeals to the basic human need to build monuments to their own creativity. You're witnessing the construction of ziggurats, which are enormous stepped pyramids that resemble old-fashioned skyscrapers and rise out of the level terrain. However, referring to them as buildings is an understatement. These are assertions, proclamations, and architectural justifications for human potential. People say, we can move mountains of earth, and we can do it one basket at a time, when you watch one being constructed. The logistics alone are astounding. Millions of mud bricks must be made, dried, and transported to the construction site for a large ziggurat. No trucks, cranes, or mechanized equipment are present. Everything is propelled by animal strength, human muscle power, a complex network of ramps and levers, and unwavering willpower. The planning, however, is what really sets it apart. To prevent the entire project from collapsing into a heap of costly debris, someone must determine how many bricks they will need, where to obtain the raw materials, how many workers are needed, how to feed all of those workers, where they will sleep, and how to coordinate their efforts. You're witnessing a level of project management that won't be seen again until the building of medieval cathedrals. With hundreds of workers, dozens of specialized trades, and supply chains spanning the entire known world, the ziggurat builders are effectively managing the biggest construction company in the ancient world. Contrary to what Hollywood may have taught you, the workers themselves are not slaves. Consider it the most complex community service project in the world. They are citizens carrying out their civic duties, seasonal workers, and skilled artisans. People donate their time to building projects that benefit everyone during the agricultural off-season, when the fields don't need to be tended. This desire to create something greater than any one person could on their own has a very human quality. In addition to their utilitarian functions as temples, administrative hubs, and grain storage facilities, the ziggurats are also symbolic. Look what we can do when we work together. Look how high we can reach, they say. Surprisingly complex engineering is needed. The builders must comprehend the structural integrity, weight distribution, and composition of the soil. They create methods for building sturdy foundations in muddy ground, avoiding water damage, and guaranteeing that the structure will endure for many generations. These are not archaic individuals fumbling through building projects. Rather, they are demonstrating extraordinary ingenuity in resolving intricate engineering problems. Consider the challenge of producing millions of identical bricks. To guarantee uniformity throughout large production runs, they create standardized molds, quality assurance protocols, and drying methods. They determine the ideal brick sizes that strike a balance between handling ease and structural strength. They develop production techniques for assembly lines that will not be used again until the Industrial Revolution. Even more impressive than the engineering is the coordination that is needed. Consider overseeing a project in which some employees are producing bricks, others are moving them, and still others are arranging them in progressively intricate designs as the building rises. Everyone needs to be motivated, supervised, supplied, and in sync. It's similar to conducting an orchestra, except that hundreds of construction workers are used in place of musicians, and architecture that will outlast empires is used in place of music. You come across something that may appear less dramatic than enormous construction projects, but is actually far more revolutionary as you continue your peaceful journey through this amazing civilization. You're seeing the beginning of formal education, mathematics, and what we might call science. The point at which humans started to think methodically about thinking itself. Something extraordinary is taking place in tiny buildings dotted across the cities. Young adults and children are congregating to learn rather than to labour in workshops or fields. The lessons they are learning at the first schools in history will have a lasting impact on human civilization. These are not informal teachings that parents impart to their children. This is formal education, complete with learning objectives, standardised curricula and qualified teachers. In addition to learning mathematics, astronomy, literature and law, students also practice writing by copying out traditional texts. They are becoming literate in the art of knowledge acquisition, as well as in their native tongue. Your high school algebra teacher would be ecstatic about the mathematics being developed here. These individuals are dealing with ideas that appear to be nearly contemporary. Geometric principles, place value notation, and mathematical relationships that are still utilised by architects today. They're finding abstract mathematical truths that exist apart from any real-world applications, not just counting things. What's amazing, though, is that they're using a number system based on 60 rather than 10. They're thinking in base 60 while you're counting on your fingers and working with powers of 10. This sounds really strange until you realise that 60 is more divisible by numbers than 10 is. For many mathematical operations, their system is actually more adaptable. It's similar to learning that a better wheel was created, but thousands of years later, we're still using the subpar one. There is more to this mathematical sophistication than meets the eye. The same individuals who divide circles into 360 degrees, yes, that's where that originates, are also conducting astronomical observations, which call for exact measurement and documentation. They're making calendars that align agricultural activities with astronomical events, tracking the motions of planets, and forecasting eclipses. It is truly astounding how much astronomical knowledge is being amassed here. These observers have discovered that there are recurring patterns in the movements of the planets. They can predict when Venus will show up as an evening star as opposed to a morning star. They have developed mathematical models to forecast astronomical events and identified zodiacal constellations. Most impressive, though, is the way they're tackling these issues. They are searching for underlying patterns, formulating hypotheses, and testing predictions in addition to merely gathering observations. For another few thousand years, they would not refer to what they are doing as science, but they are. This methodical approach to knowledge is not limited to astronomy and mathematics. Students are learning how to evaluate court cases, write poetry in accordance with formal guidelines, and comprehend historical precedents in the classroom. They are discovering that knowledge itself can be methodically arranged, classified, and passed down from one generation to the next. You're witnessing the creation of intellectual life as we know it today. For the first time in history, some people are able to devote their lives to comprehending the fundamentals of the world's functioning, rather than just finding solutions to pressing practical issues. What are numbers, really? Why do the planets move the way they do? And what makes a good law different from a bad one? Are some of the questions they can pose. The ramifications are astounding. People whose job it is to think about abstract problems begin to draw connections between various fields of knowledge. The mathematician understands that architecture is governed by geometric principles. The astronomer learns that natural events can be predicted by mathematical models. The legal scholar is aware that using reason to settle disagreements is a more equitable approach than merely adhering to custom. Let's take a break from our travels and become accustomed to the mild routines of this amazing society. You're about to learn that revolution can sometimes be whispered through the everyday moments that comprise human existence, rather than always being announced with great fanfare. A typical Mesopotamian family wakes up as the small, high windows of their house let in the first rays of the day. The first thing that strikes you is how different their everyday worries are from yours, yet they feel surprisingly similar. The mother is organising meals that will stretch resources throughout the week and keeping an eye on the household's grain supplies. The father is going over his to-do list in his head, including which irrigation channels require upkeep, which tools require repair, and which neighbours he needs to work with in preparation for the harvest. Their kids are getting ready for school, and yes, they probably whine about it as much as kids do. Young Enlil claims he already knows enough mathematics to assist with the family business, and little Shamet refuses to practice her cuneiform writing exercises. It appears that certain aspects of human nature never go out of style. However, these everyday occurrences contain innovations that continue to shape our lives to this day. In order to trade fairly with her neighbours, the mother uses standardised weights and measures when she measures out grain for breakfast. The father uses a filing system that arranges data in ways that any contemporary office worker would recognise when he looks through his business records from the previous day. The breakfast itself demonstrates the sophistication of technology. Yeast cultures, a biological technology that turns simple grain into sustenance that can support complex societies, have been preserved and passed down through the generations to make the bread. The beer, yes, they have beer for breakfast, which makes sense given the dubious quality of ancient water supplies, represents fermentation processes that call for exact timing and temperature control. You're watching the infrastructure of civilization in action as the family go about their morning routines. Thousands of people are served by the distribution system that provides them with the water they use. Sewage disposal stops disease outbreaks that would otherwise render big cities uninhabitable. Agricultural systems that can sustain populations much larger than the actual workers in the fields are the source of the food. You're witnessing the beginning of expert craftsmanship when the father leaves for his workshop. He's not just producing, he's also upholding standards, creating methods, and establishing a reputation for excellence that goes well beyond his local area. His goods will be traded over great distances, spreading the fame of his city to locations he will never be able to visit. Mother's Day is equally noteworthy. She's in charge of a household that serves as both a place of residence and a business. She's handling family finances, preserving social ties that are the foundation of community life, and processing food for preservation. She's teaching kids not only useful skills, but also social norms, cultural values, and the information they will need to navigate a complex society as adults. You're seeing something that would be entirely familiar to any modern family when the evening rolls around, and they all sit down to their main meal. But it's also utterly revolutionary for its time. They are sharing food that has been prepared, preserved, and processed in ways that enable them to eat healthily, even in the absence of fresh ingredients. They're talking about the day's activities in a way that helps kids comprehend how they fit into the larger community. Most astonishingly, though, they're at ease. They are not fighting for basic survival, even though they live in what we might consider primitive conditions. People can now enjoy their lives, plan for the future, and pursue interests beyond their immediate needs thanks to advancements in agriculture, commerce, and social organisation. There may be games, storytelling, or music after supper. Another revolutionary idea is that people have leisure time. Human culture can thrive in previously unthinkable ways when survival is safe enough for people to devote their time to pursuits that have no immediate practical value. In addition to sleeping off the day's labour, the family is refuelling for tomorrow's involvement in humanity's first complex urban living experiment. They will awaken tomorrow and once more play a part in preserving the systems that enable thousands of people to coexist in harmony, prosperity, and productivity. One of the most remarkable accomplishments of Mesopotamian civilization is revealed as you delve deeper into this ancient world. They managed to manage sizable, diverse populations without everything collapsing in anarchy and conflict. And they accomplished this by combining religious authority, common sense, and what can only be called the first all-encompassing legal system in history. Imagine the difficulties these people encountered. There are thousands of people, each with their own goals, passions, and unavoidable conflicts with their neighbours. You have competing religious traditions, diverse ethnic groups, economic classes, and the inherent human propensity for short-sightedness and selfishness. How do you design a system that accomplishes goals while maintaining a reasonable level of satisfaction for all? The complexity of the Mesopotamian solution is elegant. At the top is a king who represents both religion and politics. His authority has a weight that purely political power could not match, because he is not only making executive decisions, but is also channeling the will of the gods. The king is expressing divine will when he issues a law, not just his own preferences. However, this is not a tyrant's capricious rule. The king's authority is limited by custom, religious law, and the pragmatic requirement to retain the backing of the different factions that sustain society. The priests, merchants, artisans, and farmers who truly govern the society will find a way to replace a king who continuously makes poor choices, so he won't hold the position for long. You have an advanced administrative structure beneath the king that would astound any contemporary bureaucrat. Tax collection, irrigation management, trade regulation, military organisation, and legal disputes are all handled by officials. Every administrative level has clear duties and accountability to both superior and subordinate authorities. Perhaps their most remarkable governmental innovation is the legal system they create. These individuals draft thorough legal codes that aim to cover every potential conflict or offence. Nearly 300 laws, ranging from business disputes to marriage contracts to property rights, are included in the publicly visible Code of Hammurabi. However, the sophistication of these laws is even more impressive than their comprehensiveness. They distinguish between various property types and social classes. They make a distinction between accidents and deliberate crimes. Instead of just exacting retribution, they offer proportionate penalties meant to bring the world back into balance. To a degree that would be progressive in many societies thousands of years later, they defend the rights of women, children, and even slaves. Unprecedentedly, a professional judicial system is needed to enforce these laws. Records that keep track of court rulings, judges who are knowledgeable about the law, and court procedures that guarantee fair hearings. You're witnessing the emergence of jurisprudence, the belief that disagreements can be settled by logic and facts, rather than solely by the person with the most military might or political clout. Most significantly, though, this legal system is open to the public. The laws are visible to everyone because they are engraved in stone. This indicates that people are aware of their rights, expectations, and the repercussions of different behaviours. Law ceases to be arbitrary and becomes predictable for the first time in human history. This government is backed by an equally advanced tax system. There are set rates, collection processes, and even provisions for tax relief during hard times, as opposed to just taking whatever the king wants. People are aware of their obligations, when they are due, and what they get in return, including public works projects, military protection, infrastructure upkeep, and judicial services. The result is something that can be identified as the rule of law, a system that treats people fairly in accordance with established standards, offers procedures for settling conflicts amicably, and fosters incentives for collaboration rather than conflict is probably more desirable than perfect justice, which is probably unachievable. Stability is the outcome. Due to their reasonable confidence in the stability of the legal and social framework, people are able to make long-term plans. Because they believe they will be able to reap the rewards when those projects mature, they are willing to put time and effort into endeavours that won't yield results right away. The intricate irrigation systems, intricate trade networks, educational institutions and architectural projects that take generations to complete are all made possible by this stability, which in turn lays the groundwork for everything else we have been investigating. Without governmental structures that can uphold continuity and order over decades or even centuries, none of these would be feasible. As you continue your exploration of ancient Mesopotamia, you may be surprised to learn that these pragmatic, engineering-minded individuals are profoundly spiritual, but not in a way that separates the sacred from the secular. They don't practice their religion during special ceremonies or on the weekends. It permeates every part of their lives, from how they plan their cities to how they go about their jobs. However, this is a faith that sanctifies practical activity and finds the divine in human achievement, not the kind of spirituality that demands people reject the material world. Mesopotamian gods are strikingly human-like, but in the most positive sense. They are individuals with preferences, knowledge, and continuous engagement in worldly matters, rather than impersonal abstract ideals. Enlil is in charge of the wind and storms, which bring fertility as well as destruction. For those whose civilization relies on both intelligence and irrigation, Enki's rule over fresh water and wisdom makes perfect sense. Since passion and conflict are essential components of the human experience, Inanna stands for both love and war. The most fascinating thing about these gods, though, is how they serve as examples of the kind of collaboration that enables civilized life. The myths describe gods cooperating on cosmic building projects, exchanging resources and expertise, and reaching mutually beneficial agreements. People who take part in religious rituals are not only worshipping, they are also honing the social skills necessary to maintain the smooth operation of their own communities. Each city is dominated by temples that are much more than just places of worship. They are a combination of social service agencies, educational institutions, and economic hubs. In addition to carrying out rituals, the priests who work in these temples also oversee agricultural estates, run educational institutions, care for libraries, and offer welfare assistance to members of the community who are struggling. A society where religious life supports rather than contradicts the values required for successful urban living is the result of this remarkable fusion of spiritual and practical functions. A good worshipper possesses the same qualities as a good neighbour, such as honesty, dependability, and a willingness to help out with community projects. There is no conflict between serving the community and the gods, or between being pious and succeeding in business. The religious calendar organises daily life in ways that promote economic activity, rather than interfere with it. Religious celebrations take place during agricultural seasons, offering opportunities for communal gatherings when people have the means and leisure to take part. In addition to providing funds for public works projects, the religious mandate to support temple operations establishes a social safety net that supports people during trying times. Most significantly, this religious system offers purpose and meaning that transcends personal achievement or failure. Contributors to the construction of a ziggurat are not merely taking part in a building project. They are also helping to construct a monument that will benefit their community for many generations and a place of worship for the gods. Maintaining the irrigation channels is more than just routine maintenance. It's a way to contribute to the divine order that sustains life. Ordinary labour becomes sacred when it has this sense of purpose. The merchant facilitating trade between distant cities, the farmer producing food that feeds the community, and the craftsman crafting beautiful objects are all part of the divine plan that creates civilization out of wilderness, abundance out of scarcity, and order out of chaos. However, this spirituality is also incredibly useful. Though the methods of consultation, reading omens, interpreting dreams, and examining the patterns of oil on water require careful observation and logical analysis, the gods are consulted on everything from military campaigns to business endeavours to marriage decisions. Practical intelligence and religious wisdom complement rather than contradict one another. The end result is a society in which individuals accept personal responsibility for their contributions to the welfare of the community, while feeling supported by forces greater than themselves. Despite staying rooted in the pragmatic demands of everyday life, they feel that their work has cosmic significance. Spirituality is not an escape from human achievement, but rather an enhancement of it. You start to understand how all of these inventions work together to form something far greater than the sum of their individual parts as you carry on your cozy exploration of this amazing civilization. You're seeing the emergence of networking effects, which are the processes by which various developments reinforce one another to cause a sharp acceleration of human progress. Think about how Mesopotamian society is changed by writing in every other way. Because engineers can document effective techniques and learn from past mistakes, the irrigation system becomes much more sophisticated once information can be permanently recorded. Because precedents can be documented and consulted, legal systems become more equitable and consistent. Because contracts can specify precise terms and conditions, trade becomes more complicated. Because knowledge can be systematically transmitted and preserved, education becomes more effective. However, writing also opens up new possibilities that no one had foreseen. You can learn mathematics once you can record numbers. Astronomical science can be produced when observations can be preserved. Chemistry and medicine can be developed once experiments are documented. Every advancement creates opportunities for even more advancements in unpredictable ways. In the realm of economics, the networking effect is the same. Once food production is stable, some people can focus on crafts. You can create better tools and methods once you have talented artisans. With improved tools, agricultural productivity can be increased, freeing up even more workers for specialised labour. Every improvement increases the likelihood and ease of the subsequent improvement. The social innovations have an equally strong network. You can start projects that need long-term planning and coordination once you have an efficient governance system. People gain confidence in group action after large-scale projects are completed successfully. People are willing to invest in even more ambitious projects once they have faith in group efforts. In ways that exponentially speed up progress, success breeds success. The Mesopotamians are experiencing the fascinating discovery that human communities can generate value that far surpasses what individuals could produce working alone. You're witnessing what contemporary economists refer to as increasing returns to scale. Every new member of society increases the productivity, security, and ability of everyone else to accomplish their objectives. The networking of technology is equally impressive. Mining, transportation, and trade networks are all necessary for the production of bronze in addition to metallurgy. The effectiveness of the entire system increases with each advancement in any of these areas. Mining is more productive with better tools. Raw materials are less expensive when transportation is more efficient. Access to better quality inputs is made possible by expanded trade networks. However, the cultural networking effect may be the most significant. People start to have bigger dreams after realizing that prosperity and security can be achieved through human effort. They are more inclined to trust strangers and engage in larger communities once they realize that collaboration can produce outcomes that are impossible for individuals to accomplish alone. They are more inclined to rely on others for products and services that they could potentially produce themselves once they have seen the advantages of specialization. This is a revolutionary change in culture. People are choosing to become interdependent instead of self-sufficient for the first time in human history. They're coming to the conclusion that working together is more advantageous than relying on other people. They're risking everything that human societies can be more than short-term convenience alliances. You're seeing networking effects that extend beyond the borders of specific cities or geographical areas. Mesopotamian innovations influenced events throughout the ancient world by way of trade routes, diplomatic contacts, and migration patterns. Greek philosophy is shaped by the mathematical ideas created in Babylon. Roman law is influenced by the legal precepts developed in Ur. From Egypt to India, population growth is made possible by Mesopotamian agricultural innovations. You're witnessing the emergence of what contemporary academics refer to as world systems, networks of influence and interaction that link far-flung societies and enable innovations to proliferate well beyond their original locations. For the first time, human advancement turns into a cooperative endeavour in which several civilizations cooperate, often unknowingly, to address shared problems. You are left with a deep respect for the accomplishments of these extraordinary people as our leisurely tour of ancient Mesopotamia comes to an end. You return to the comforts of the present with a fresh perspective on how much we owe these pioneers of the past. The golden age you have witnessed was golden not because it was flawless, but because it was the first time that humanity had successfully attempted to build sophisticated societies that boosted rather than depleted human potential. With creativity, teamwork, and an incredible belief in human potential, these individuals overcame obstacles that no other generation had ever faced. Their solutions weren't coincidental or short-term fixes. Thousands of years later, we are still using modified versions of the institutions, systems, and ways of thinking they established because they were so successful. You are building on the foundations established by these ancient pioneers each time you use mathematics, read a written contract, engage in democratic governance, or profit from specialization and trade. Perhaps most significantly, however, they illustrated a feature of human nature that still holds true today. When people are confident enough to look beyond their immediate survival, when they have incentives to work together rather than engage in destructive competition, and when they have faith that their efforts will be fairly rewarded, they collaborate to create amazing things. The Golden Age of Mesopotamia serves as a reminder that the greatest human civilization is about fostering an environment in which each person can use their special gifts to promote the well-being of the group, not about controlling nature or outperforming rivals. It involves creating systems that are both robust enough to offer security and adaptable enough to foster creativity. It involves figuring out how to respect both individual success and the well-being of the community. As you fall asleep, consider how human advancement is still fueled by the same cooperative impulses that created ziggurats and cuneiform writing. The spirit of ancient Mesopotamia endures every time individuals decide to work together rather than fight, every time someone lends their expertise to projects bigger than themselves, and every time communities make investments in infrastructure that will benefit coming generations. Even though the cities are now covered in desert sand and the irrigation channels are dry, the human ability to bring order out of chaos, abundance out of scarcity, and meaning out of life's basic materials still flows like those ancient rivers between the Tigris and Euphrates. Rest easy knowing that you're a part of a story that started with the first cities and goes on with every technological advancement, every act of human cooperation, and every instance in which people decide to build rather than destroy, Mesopotamia's golden age serves as a reminder that our best times are never truly over. Rather, they are always just getting started, and are waiting to be shaped by the next generation of people who are prepared to cooperate in order to achieve common goals. The same mathematical patterns that the ancient astronomers found still govern the way the stars wheel overhead. The human urge to create, collaborate, and strive for something bigger than personal survival is still as strong as the fires in those old bronze workshops. And tomorrow we carry on the work they started, the never-ending optimistic endeavour of creating civilizations deserving of human potential, in both minor and major ways. Sweet dreams, fellow time traveller. Take comfort in the fact that you are a part of the greatest success story in human history, one that is still being written, one day at a time, by people who recognise that the greatest monuments we can erect are those that enable others to rise just a little bit above their own potential. Imagine those old voices carried on the wind during the quiet moments before sleep really sets in. Farmers in Mesopotamia discovered that a floodplain could become a paradise if they banded together. The artisans who realised that specialised work could elevate simple survival to creative success. The administrators demonstrated that, at its best, bureaucracy is just structured to serve the interests of the community. Even though their ziggurat has fallen apart, their wisdom can still be heard in every public library, contemporary hospital, and infrastructure project that enhances the lives of people the builders have never met. Even though their cuneiform tablets are now museum artefacts, their belief that knowledge should be shared and preserved endures in every book, website, and classroom where new information is learned. Their understanding that abundance comes from cooperation rather than competition is evident in every successful business partnership, community garden, and instance where neighbours choose to support one another rather than compete. The irrigation channels they dug have long since filled with sand. Above all, they introduced us to the radical notion that people can build societies that are superior to the sum of their parts, that chaos, conflict, and scarcity are not necessary for human existence, that we can create worlds where everyone has enough food, enough security, enough purpose, enough beauty to make life worthwhile, if we are patient, creative, and willing to trust one another. Therefore, as you drift off to sleep, remember not only the accomplishments of these ancient people, but also the quiet assurance that the same inventive, collaborative spirit that created the first cities is still creating a better world today. Every tiny deed of compassion, every instance of putting empathy ahead of judgment, and every contribution to a cause greater than yourself keeps the good work going. Mesopotamia's golden age was a beginning rather than a destination. The story's most lovely aspect is that it isn't yet over. It persists in every heart that selects cooperation over rivalry, hope over fear, and building over destruction. Rest easy knowing that you are both the inheritor of their wisdom and a part of its continuous development. Maybe you will hear the soft splatter of old irrigation channels in your dreams, delivering vital water to gardens that will reopen tomorrow. Good night, civilization builder. Good night, ancient dream heir. Good night, participant in the world's greatest ongoing endeavour, the patient, optimistic endeavour to build a world that lives up to our highest hopes. As a reminder that some things, beauty, truth, and the human capacity for wonder, really are eternal. The stars that led those early astronomers continue to shine down on you in the same timeless patterns they found. Get enough sleep. Have a lovely dream. Wake up tomorrow prepared to carry on the never-ending joyful task of bringing the world closer to the paradise they saw between two rivers so long ago. Transformation from a bourgeois academic to a revolutionary thinker wasn't the predetermined path many assume. Born in 1818 to a comfortable middle-class family in Trier, Prussia, now Germany, young Marx initially showed little interest in radical politics. His father, Heinrich, a successful lawyer who had converted from Judaism to Lutheranism to maintain his legal career under Prussian law, hoped his brilliant son would follow in his professional footsteps. The teenage Marx wrote poetry and romantic literature, dreaming of becoming a playwright or critic rather than an economist or political philosopher. His early writings reveal a romantic idealist influenced by Greek classics and German literature. One of his student poems, The Fiddler, portrays a wild musician who cast magical spells with his violin. hardly foreshadowing his later materialist philosophy. Marx's father arranged his education at the prestigious University of Bonn, where the young man quickly became involved in a drinking society, accrued debts, and ended up in jail for disrupting the peace. Concerned about his son's direction, Heinrich transferred him to the more serious University of Berlin. There, Marx encountered the philosophy of G.W.F. Hegel, whose dialectical methods would later form the backbone of Marx's analytical approach, though Marx would ultimately reject Hegel's idealism. What's rarely discussed is how reluctant Marx was to abandon his comfortable bourgeois aspirations. His correspondence reveals a man who longed for stability and security, even as his intellect pushed him toward revolutionary conclusions. His engagement to Jenny von Westphalen, an aristocrat 4 years his senior, and the daughter of Baron Ludwig von Westphalen, demonstrated his social ambitions. The Baron had introduced the young Marx to romantic literature and social criticism, but Marx likely never anticipated how far these intellectual pursuits would take him from conventional success. The pivotal moment occurred when Marx finished his doctoral dissertation on ancient Greek philosophy in 1841. His hopes for an academic career at the University of Bonn collapsed when his mentor Bruno Bauer lost his teaching position due to atheistic views. Without academic prospects, Marx turned to journalism, becoming editor of the liberal newspaper Rheinische Zeitung. Here, reporting on the suffering of Moselle vineyard workers and timber theft laws opened his eyes to economic exploitation. Marx faced a critical decision when Prussian authorities shut down his newspaper in 1843. He was already married to Jenny, who had sacrificed her aristocratic comforts for a life with him. Financial pressures mounted, yet rather than compromising his increasingly radical views for security, Marx chose exile, first to Paris, then Brussels, and eventually London. This decision wasn't taken lightly. Letters to Engels reveal Marx's frequent anxiety about money and his family's welfare. He considered various career alternatives, including emigrating to America to start a German-language newspaper or accepting a railway clerk position. These details contradict the image of Marx as an unwavering revolutionary from youth. What drove this transformation was Marx's intellectual honesty. Once he began analysing capitalism's mechanisms, he couldn't unsee its contradictions. His evolving critique wasn't the product of inherent radicalism, but of rigorous intellectual investigation that led him to uncomfortable conclusions about the society that had nurtured him. This personal journey explains why Marx's analysis cut so deeply. He understood bourgeois society intimately because he was formed by it and initially embraced its values. His critique came from within rather than without, from someone who might have become a university professor or comfortable professional had circumstances been different. The passionate intensity of his work stems partly from the personal cost of these realizations, as he watched his prospects for conventional success evaporate with each radical conclusion he reached. While Marx is remembered primarily for Capital and the Communist Manifesto, few realize that most of his adult life was spent as a working journalist rather than a political theorist. From 1848 to 1862, Marx wrote over 500 articles for the New York Daily Tribune, making him one of the paper's most prolific European correspondents during a transformative period in world history. This aspect of Marx's career reveals a pragmatic professional writer, rather than the ivory tower philosopher many imagine. As the Tribune's European correspondent, Marx covered everything from diplomatic crises and wars to financial panics and colonial rebellions. He earned approximately £5 per article, equivalent to several $100s today, providing crucial income for his chronically cash-strapped family. Marx's journalism demonstrates a remarkably prescient understanding of how capitalism was globalizing in the mid-19th century. While covering the 1857 Sepoy Rebellion in India for American readers, he connected British imperial policy to domestic economic interests. His analysis of the American Civil War identified economic contradictions between industrial capitalism and plantation slavery that many contemporary observers missed. What's particularly notable about Marx's journalism is how it contradicts stereotypes about his rigid ideological thinking. His articles show a nuanced geopolitical analyst who could recognize the progressive aspects of capitalism despite its exploitative nature. For example, he supported the Union in the American Civil War, not only because he opposed slavery, but also because he saw northern industrial capitalism as historically progressive compared to southern feudal-like plantation society. Charles Dana, managing editor of the Tribune, valued Marx as a correspondent precisely because his analysis went deeper than most journalists of the era. Marx brought his dialectical approach to news reporting, connecting events across nations and seeing patterns where others saw only isolated incidents. His analysis of the Crimean War, for instance, linked diplomatic maneuvering to financial interests and class politics. The journalism years also reveal Marx's surprising admiration for Abraham Lincoln. While Marx criticized Lincoln's initial reluctance to make the Civil War explicitly about abolition, he later praised Lincoln's evolution and recognized the pragmatic challenges of leading during crisis. After Lincoln's assassination, Marx drafted a letter of condolence to the American people on behalf of the International Workingmen's Association, calling Lincoln the single-minded son of the working class who had led his country through the epic of its people's rebirth. These journalistic writings expose the limitations of viewing Marx solely as an abstract theorist. He was deeply engaged with the concrete political and economic developments of his time, forming his theories through active observation of global events rather than mere philosophical speculation. Financial documents from this period reveal how Marx prioritized this journalism over his theoretical work out of necessity. With 4 surviving children to support, 4 others died in childhood due to poor living conditions. Marx sometimes complained that his newspaper duties prevented progress on capital. Yet these journalistic responsibilities kept him connected to current events in ways that enriched his theoretical perspective. Perhaps most surprising about Marx's journalism is how it anticipated modern global reporting. He traced supply chains connecting Manchester cotton mills to American plantations and Indian colonies, showing how labor exploitation and profit extraction operated across continents. This global perspective emerged decades before globalization entered our vocabulary, demonstrating Marx's foresight in understanding capitalism as an inherently transnational system. The journalism years also reveal Marx's writing versatility. While his theoretical works can be dense and complex, his newspaper articles were accessible and engaging, displaying a sardonic wit and literary flair absent from his more famous works. Marx could be remarkably entertaining when writing for a general audience, using metaphors and historical references that made complex economic developments comprehensible to average readers. Behind the forbidding beard and revolutionary rhetoric existed a devoted family man whose personal life was marked by extraordinary tragedy. Marx's domestic life reveals dimensions of his character that rarely appear in political or economic discussions of his work. His marriage to Jenny von Westphalen lasted 38 years until her death in 1881. Their correspondence reveals a passionate intellectual partnership rather than the patriarchal Victorian marriage one might expect. Jenny was Marx's first reader and critic, copying his manuscripts and contributing editorial insights. She maintained her own political convictions, sometimes disagreeing with her husband while supporting his work. Their letters during periods of separation show genuine romantic affection, persisting through decades of hardship. The Marx household's financial precarity is well documented, but less known is that Jenny had grown up with servants and comfort as a baron's daughter. Her adjustment to poverty represented a profound personal sacrifice. When the family lived in 2 rooms in London's Soho district, Jenny wrote to a friend, "The memories of the days when I wore silk cannot compensate for the realities of having no coal for the fire." Of their 7 children, only 3 daughters, Jenny, Laura and Eleanor, survived to adulthood. Their son Edgar died of tuberculosis at age 8 in 1855, a loss that devastated Marx. He wrote to Engels, "I have already had my share of bad luck, but only now do I know what real unhappiness is." Jenny suffered a nervous breakdown after this loss. Their infant daughter Franziska died the following year, and another son, Guido, died before his first birthday in 1850. Their firstborn, also named Jenny, had died in 1844. These deaths weren't abstract statistics, but direct consequences of their poverty. The family couldn't afford proper medical care or adequate nutrition. Marx was acutely aware that his political commitments had concrete costs for those he loved most. This awareness likely contributed to his lifelong health problems, including carbuncles, liver disease, and insomnia. Perhaps most revealing of Marx's character was his relationship with Helene Demuth, the family's longtime housekeeper. Evidence strongly suggests Marx fathered her son Freddie in 1851. While Marx never acknowledged paternity, Engels claimed responsibility, though historians now generally believe this was a fiction to protect the Marx family reputation. Marx's treatment of this situation reflects the gap between his progressive theories and personal actions regarding gender and class. His illegitimate son was never welcomed into the family home and worked as a skilled toolmaker, ironically becoming part of the proletariat Marx theorized about. The Marx household wasn't defined solely by tragedy. Visitors described evenings filled with music, literature, and animated discussion. All three surviving daughters were educated far beyond Victorian standards for women, learning multiple languages and studying literature, history, and politics. They became accomplished women, Jenny a journalist, Laura a translator, and Eleanor a labour organiser and feminist. Marx was an affectionate father who spent hours telling his children elaborate stories. On Sundays, he would take them on long walks across London, describing plants and animals with scientific precision before stopping at a tea shop for treats they could barely afford. These glimpses humanise a figure often reduced to abstract theory. The family's poverty sometimes led to situations that were absurdly comedic. When visitors were expected, Marx would sometimes pawn their few valuable possessions to create an impression of middle-class respectability, only to redeem them later. The family called these financial manoeuvres their circular movements of commodities. Marx's relationship with money was complex. Despite writing the 19th century's most important critique of capitalism, he was hopeless with personal finances and periodically speculated on the London Stock Exchange, usually unsuccessfully. These contradictions reveal a man whose theories emerged from lived experience rather than abstract reasoning. His understanding of capitalism's pressures came partly from experiencing them personally. Marx's 40 years of exile from his German homeland placed him at the centre of a remarkable international network of political refugees, revolutionaries, and intellectuals that formed a shadow community across Europe. This overlooked aspect of his life provides crucial context for understanding how his ideas developed and spread. After the failed revolutions of 1848, political exiles from across Europe congregated in London, creating what historian Bernard Porter called a refugee republic. Marx's Soho neighbourhood became home to Italians, French, Poles, Hungarians, and Russians fleeing persecution. This community transformed Marx from a German philosopher into a truly international thinker. The British Museum Reading Room served as an unofficial headquarters for this exile intelligentsia. Marx spent thousands of hours here researching capital, surrounded by fellow revolutionary thinkers. His famous work habits, arriving when the library opened and leaving when it closed, were shared by other political refugees who found the heated reading room a refuge from cold lodgings they couldn't afford to heat. Marx's relationships with fellow exiles were complex and often contentious. He engaged in bitter disputes with other revolutionary leaders like Giuseppe Mazzini, Alexander Herzen, and Mikhail Bakunin. These weren't merely theoretical disagreements, but battles for leadership within exile communities. Marx could be ruthless in these conflicts, using his intellectual prowess to marginalize rivals through savage criticism and sometimes personal attacks. The German Workers' Educational Society in London's East End became Marx's primary community organisation. This working-class cultural centre offered classes, lectures, musical performances, and debates. Marx lectured here regularly, testing ideas that would later appear in Capital on audiences of tailors, shoemakers, and watchmakers. The feedback from these workers, who combined practical experience with intellectual curiosity, shaped Marx's understanding of labour exploitation beyond abstract theory. Less appreciated is how Marx's exile experience made him multilingual and multicultural. He already knew German, Greek, Latin, and French before arriving in London. During exile, he learned English well enough to write professionally and studied Russian to understand that country's economic development. His home became multilingual as well. His daughters grew up speaking German, English, and French, switching languages mid-conversation depending on the topic. The exile community lived under constant surveillance. British police monitored Marx's activities, and spies from various European governments infiltrated exile organisations. Prussian police agent Wilhelm Stieber spent years gathering intelligence on Marx and his associates. These experiences contributed to Marx's perpetual paranoia and health problems, but also kept him connected to the concrete realities of political resistance rather than abstract theory. Marx's personal financial survival depended on this international network. While Engels provided crucial support, Many others contributed. The American Joseph Weidemeyer commissioned articles, German émigré Louis Kugelmann sent medical advice and occasional funds, Wilhelm Liebknecht arranged German lecture fees, and countless working-class supporters made small contributions to Marx's household during financial crises. The international character of Marx's exile community directly influenced the formation of the International Workingmen's Association, later known as the First International in 1864. This organisation brought together British trade unionists, French followers of Proudhon, Italian Mazzinians, Polish nationalists, and German socialists. Marx's experience navigating the complex politics of exile prepared him to write the International's founding documents in ways that could unite these diverse tendencies. Perhaps most significant about Marx's exile network was how it transformed his understanding of revolutionary change. The failed revolutions of 1848 had shattered romantic notions of spontaneous uprising. Through decades of discussion with fellow exiles who had experienced similar defeats, Marx developed a more sophisticated understanding of historical change that acknowledged the durability of capitalist social relations and the need for patient organizational work. This exile perspective explains why Marx, despite his revolutionary reputation, often counseled patience to younger radicals. Having seen premature revolutionary attempts crushed, he developed a longer historical view that recognized how economic conditions had to mature before successful revolutionary change could occur. Contrary to popular portrayal, Marx wasn't primarily a political agitator but an empirical researcher with scientific ambitions. His methodological approach more closely resembled modern social science than ideological polemics, though this dimension of his work remains underappreciated. Capital represents one of the 19th century's most ambitious research projects. During its creation, Marx compiled 200 notebooks of economic data, statistical analysis, and historical documentation. He meticulously studied factory inspection reports, public health statistics, criminal justice records, and technical manuals on industrial machinery. Both critiques and celebrations of his work often overlook these empirical foundations for his theories. Marx's scientific aspirations are evident in his correspondence with Engels about Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, published while Marx was working on Capital. Marx recognized a methodological kinship with Darwin, writing, "Darwin's work is most important and suits my purpose in that it provides a basis in natural science for the historical class struggle." Both men were attempting to discover underlying patterns and developmental laws in their respective fields. This scientific orientation led Marx to revise his theories when new evidence emerged. During his study of Russian rural communes in the 1870s, Marx specifically learned Russian to read original economic and ethnographic studies. His notes reveal a willingness to reconsider his earlier views on historical development based on this empirical research. Late in life, he acknowledged that different countries might follow different paths to social transformation, rather than the linear progression he had earlier postulated. Marx's mathematical manuscripts, largely unknown until recently, show his attempts to develop mathematically rigorous models of economic processes. He filled notebooks with calculus problems and algebraic formulations trying to express value formation and capital accumulation in mathematical terms. While these efforts were primitive by contemporary standards, they demonstrate his commitment to analytical precision rather than mere rhetoric. The British Museum Reading Room, where Marx conducted much of his research, was the equivalent of a modern research university. Marx's library requests show him consulting works in multiple languages across disciplines including economics, history, anthropology, chemistry, geology, and agriculture. Modern researchers might recognize his work as an early form of interdisciplinary social science rather than political philosophy. Marx's empirical approach involved both quantitative and qualitative methods. He collected statistical data on wages, prices, and productivity while also gathering ethnographic accounts of working conditions. His description of Manchester factories and capital combines numerical analysis with detailed observation of production processes and worker experiences, methodology that resembles modern mixed methods research. His correspondence reveals frustration with revolutionaries who prioritize political agitation over careful analysis. In an 1864 letter, Marx complained about German socialists who had not made a single theoretical contribution and merely recycled slogans without empirical investigation. This scientific commitment sometimes put him at odds with those who wanted simple revolutionary formulas rather than complex analysis. Marx's research methods were constrained by 19th century limitations. He lacked computing power, sophisticated statistical techniques, and organised data sets that modern social scientists take for granted. Nevertheless, he pioneered systematic approaches to studying economic systems which anticipated later developments in economics and sociology. What separates Marx from many contemporaries was his integration of historical and economic analysis. While classical economists treated economic laws as universal and timeless, Marx insisted on historicizing economic relationships. His comparative studies of different economic systems, from ancient Rome to medieval Europe to 19th century capitalism, represented an early form of comparative historical analysis now common in social science. Even Marx's errors demonstrate his scientific orientation. His labour theory of value has been critiqued by the modern economists, but it represented an attempt to develop a quantifiable measure of economic value based on available data and concepts. His predictions about capitalism's development contained both remarkable insights and significant misconceptions, but they were grounded in systematic analysis of empirical patterns rather than wishful thinking. While Marx's economic analysis dominates his reputation, his writings on literature, art, and culture reveal dimensions of his thought that challenge conventional understanding. Marx wasn't merely concerned with material production, but had sophisticated views on aesthetics that continue to influence cultural theory. Marx began his intellectual life as a literary figure rather than an economist. His early notebooks contain poetry, a satirical novel, and an unfinished play. He considered literature central to human development, not a mere superstructural reflection of economic relations as vulgar Marxism would later suggest. Throughout his life, Marx returned to literature for both pleasure and insight. Even while writing Capital, he regularly reread Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Greek dramatists. His aesthetic judgments often contradicted his economic theories in revealing ways. Marx admired the conservative writer Honoré de Balzac, considering his novels more profound social analysis than many progressive writers' work. Marx wrote to Engels that he had learned more about French society from Balzac than from all the professional historians, economists, and statisticians of the period together. This appreciation for aesthetic quality, regardless of political alignment, challenges simplistic views of Marx as reducing art to propaganda. Marx's literary tastes were surprisingly canon-forming rather than revolutionary. He revered classical Greek literature, Shakespeare, Goethe, and Dante, all standard components of bourgeois education. During family evenings, his daughters remembered him reciting lengthy Shakespearean passages from memory. This cultural conservatism existed alongside his revolutionary politics, suggesting a more complex relationship between cultural and political values than often attributed to him. The Marx household cultivated literary and theatrical activities. Family letters describe home performances of Shakespeare plays with Marx taking multiple roles. His daughters received rigorous literary education, with Marx personally guiding their reading in multiple languages. Eleanor Marx became a significant literary figure herself, translating Ibsen and Flaubert while writing literary criticism. Perhaps most surprising is Marx's nuanced view of how economic conditions influence artistic production. In his introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx puzzled over why Greek art remained aesthetically powerful despite emerging from a less developed economic system than 19th century industrial society. This Greek problem in Marxist aesthetics acknowledges that artistic achievement doesn't simply advance alongside economic development, contrary to mechanical interpretations of his theories. Media Marx's writings on literature contain insights that anticipated later literary theory. His discussion of how Victor Hugo's novel Les Miserables transforms social contradictions into aesthetic form resembles aspects of structuralist literary analysis developed a century later. His critique of Eugene Sue's Mysteries of Paris analyzes how popular literature can simultaneously expose and mystify social problems, anticipating cultural studies' approaches to media. Unlike many Victorian intellectuals who dismissed popular culture, Marx paid serious attention to diverse cultural forms. He analysed newspaper crime reporting, popular novels, and theatre alongside canonical literature. While teaching his daughters literature, he included popular works as well as classics, recognising that cultural literacy required understanding both high and popular forms. Marx's aesthetic theory includes a robust concept of human creativity that extends beyond utilitarian production. In his early economic and philosophic manuscripts, Marx describes art as a form of non-alienated labour that allows human creative capacities to develop freely. This perspective suggests that aesthetic activity isn't merely decorative but central to human flourishing, a view that aligns Marx with humanistic traditions despite his materialist reputation. The emancipatory potential of art remained important to Marx throughout his life. He saw aesthetic experience as potentially liberating consciousness from everyday constraints, allowing people to imagine alternatives to existing social arrangements. This perspective explains why cultural questions remained important to him alongside economic analysis. In Marx's view, revolutionary change required not just material transformation, but new forms of consciousness that art could help develop. Marx's cultural interests extended beyond literature to music, visual art, and architecture. He attended opera performances when finances permitted and closely followed the career of composer Richard Wagner, though expressing ambivalence about Wagner's nationalist tendencies. These cultural dimensions reveal a Marx far more complex than the economic determinist often presented in textbooks. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of Marx's intellectual life is what he left unfinished. His grand project remained incomplete, not just in the conventional sense of the unfinished volumes of Capital, but in deeper ways that explain enduring debates about his legacy. When Marx died in 1883, only the first volume of Capital had been published. Volumes 2 and 3 were assembled by the Engels from Marx's notes, creating endless scholarly debate about whether these posthumous publications accurately represent Marx's intentions. What's less discussed is that Marx deliberately delayed publication, continuously revising his work as new economic data emerged and his thinking evolved. Marx's final years show a thinker moving in unexpected directions, rather than solidifying a dogmatic system. His notebooks from the 1870s and early 1880s reveal intensive study of anthropology, particularly Lewis Henry Morgan's work on ancient societies. These investigations led Marx to question unilinear theories of historical development, including some of his own earlier formulations, as he recognized alternative social formations beyond the European pattern. The late Marx showed increasing interest in non-Western societies. His notes on Russian rural communes suggest he saw potentially revolutionary possibilities in these traditional structures, rather than insisting they follow Western European developmental patterns through capitalism. In an 1881 letter to Vera Zasulich, Marx explicitly rejected interpreting his work as a historical philosophical theory of general development imposed by fate on all peoples. This evolution challenges mechanical interpretations of historical materialism. Marx's planned but unwritten works reveal how much of his project remained incomplete. He intended to write books on the state, international trade, and the world market that would have clarified aspects of his theory that remain most contested. His outline for Capital originally included 6 volumes, with the 3 we have representing only half his envisioned project. Particularly significant was Marx's unwritten book on wage labour, which would have complemented his analysis of Capital. Without this counterpart, his theory appears more deterministic than he likely intended. Evidence suggests this volume would have explored worker resistance and organisation, themes that appear only briefly in the published volumes but were central to Marx's political work. Health problems increasingly limited Marx's productivity in his final years. Chronic insomnia, liver disease, and respiratory ailments made sustained intellectual work difficult. Letters from this period show a man aware that time was running out to complete his project. This physical decline partly explains why so much remained unfinished, but also reflects his unwillingness to publish prematurely, a perfectionism that contributed to his work's incompleteness. Marx was perpetually distracted by political obligations that diverted energy from theoretical work. His leadership role in the First International involved writing countless reports, resolutions, and addresses while mediating disputes between factions. He complained to Engels that these responsibilities prevented progress on Capital, but felt obligated to the working class movement despite these intellectual costs. The financial pressures that plagued Marx throughout his life worsened these delays. Journalism and other paid writing took precedence over theoretical work that offered no immediate income. Financial crises repeatedly interrupted Marx's famous working habit in the British Museum, requiring him to write desperate letters to friends for loans. These material conditions of intellectual production aren't merely biographical details, but shape the development and incompleteness of his thought. Perhaps most significant about Marx's unfinished work is how it created space for diverse interpretations. The gaps and ambiguities in his theory allowed later Marxists from Lenin to Luxemburg to Gramsci to creatively develop aspects of his thought in different directions. Had Marx completed a more systematic presentation of his mature views, this theoretical fertility might have been reduced. Marx's final notebook entries show a thinker still evolving rather than reaching definitive conclusions. Unlike philosophers who develop systematic theories, they then defend unchanged. Marx continuously revised his thinking based on new evidence and historical developments. His final notes contain questions rather than answers, suggesting an open intellectual project rather than a closed theoretical system. This unfinished quality explains why Marx remains relevant despite the collapse of regimes that claimed his legacy. The open-ended nature of his work allows reconsideration of his insights separate from dogmatic applications. The unfinished Marx offers analytical tools rather than rigid doctrines, explaining why his thought continues generating new interpretations for understanding contemporary capitalism's contradictions and possibilities.